It all started when he was just 15, standing in front of a mirror, tugging at that high school collar like nothing mattered, while the life he knew was about to explode. Ready to take on the day, he gripped the doorknob, twisted it open, and stepped out with his belongings tucked under his arm. When he reached his doorstep, it wasn't his world anymore. He blinked and found himself trapped in a dense, alien forest, surrounded by bizarre plants while the street he knew was swallowed by wild, untamed wilderness. In an instant, he vanished like magic and got dropped into a whole new world. And just when it seemed like the displacement shock couldn't get worse, the brutal truth of his new life hit even harder. This brand new world wasn't just packed with weird plants and animals, it was crawling with mesh beasts and nightmarish monsters, even creatures built from machine parts, and the danger they brought was way bigger than any ordinary fantasy threat. Ripped into a brutal, unknown world, his first thought screamed, "I need a way back home." But this wasn't one of those fantasy stories no god showed up to hand him cheat powers, and when he tried to talk, the language smashed right through him so he couldn't understand a single word, leaving him alone with nothing but silence. He's been grinding day by day to survive in this brand new world, learning the language, carving his way through fights, and tearing through towns and dungeons, yet every step still leaves him chasing answers about that teleportation, and now he slammed his glass down and admitted the brutal truth. Today's his 10th year here, and he still has not a single clue. Even so, he snapped that he'd decided to stay and live right here. No backing down. Letting out a heavy sigh at how ridiculous it all sounded, he whipped around to his companion and demanded, "Be honest. Does your master even believe what I'm saying?" Then he swore that after 9 long years of suffering, he'd finally forged the strength and the know-how to survive. The master just said he was happy the young guy was actually having fun, and the second he heard that, he spun away with a huge grin, arms spread wide, booming with laughter as he declared his new vow, "Starting today, I'm using my power to enjoy this world, not wasting time wishing I could go back." After that big confession tore through everything, Sato, now known as Toru, just stood there in the quiet aftermath, stunned, thinking, why did it take me so damn long to finally move on? Right as he started spiraling into his own thoughts, the master's voice snapped him back, admitting he didn't get everything, yet straight up confessing he was jealous of how well off Toru looked, especially with the town's economy been struggling hard lately. Realization hit Toru's face the moment the pieces clicked, but the master slammed in the truth. These town troubles weren't fresh at all. They'd been happening like this forever. The master shoved a tiny pouch across the table, and Toru froze because he never ordered anything like it. The master smiled and said it was a thank you for Toru's kindness in these brutal times, that it'd be a shame to ring in a new start all by himself, and offered to have him stay. Toru's heart got wrecked by the kindness, and all he could manage was, "Master." He lifts his glass and clinks it against his master's, then muses out loud, why isn't a place with an owner this charming packed, especially in times this tough? His companion shoots back, because that's exactly why you're so unbearable. Under the glow of 2 moons that night, he sank into deep thought, questioning the choice he just made, because he'd been dreaming of building a real life here, and finally letting go of the hope he'd ever go back. He stumbles down the quiet streets, bottle still clutched in his hand, hiccups bursting out as he laughs at himself straight up, admitting he's had a little too much to drink. As he finally got used to this new world and stacked up more skills, his life started to settle down until that steady peace slowly killed the drive to go back home. He keeps trudging through the quiet streets alone, replaying the instant he finally gave up the hunt for a route back to Earth, and, after the shock of being yanked into a brand new world out of nowhere, he started to wonder if he should just stop fighting and start living. Even so, his footsteps keep ringing with that same old dread, and he can't shake the anxiety that always comes back. That shaky, crawling feeling won't quit. He glances down at the twisted path, and a nasty thought hits him. Maybe he can get teleported again, ripped out of this life just like the last time. But right under his thoughts, a brutal dread won't quit. What if he gets yanked into some brand new world again, or worse, shoved back to Earth? That fear darkens a memory of better days, when he sat at a table with laughing friends and clinking drinks all around. Even in that sweet, joyful memory, his face clenches with raw anxiety like his smile's been replaced by fear while his friends party carefree. That fear traces back to the day he arrived thrown into a brutal, unknown land, completely alone, and hit with that crushing, disorienting sense that he'd lost the world. He finally understands that this non-stop anxiety has been chaining him to loneliness, stopping him from ever truly connecting to the world, so he keeps everyone at arm's length, refusing to get close and sticking to his solitude. He sat there, all alone and trembling, shaking his head like he couldn't believe it, fighting to kick the thoughts out. Why did everything hit him so hard now? He finally clocked the cruel cycle that's haunted him for 9 years straight, the terror of being replaced, the urge to miss Earth, and the brutal trap of deciding whether he should claw his way back. Then it hits him. Today's the 10th year. A whole decade of living with the dread that it could happen again, and it never does. No teleportation, no disaster. Just that quiet, sinking relief, maybe. For once, it's finally over. With fresh grit in his chest, he decides that since he's here, he'll stop overthinking and chase a fun, carefree ride until that hope gets shattered by a brutal metal clank behind him. An intimidating trio strides forward. A masked man with hulking gauntlets, a woman with glasses, and a one-eyed man with an eye patch, and the moment they step in, all his bright plans get crushed. He staggered forward and crashed into this huge adventurer with a mechanical arm and leg, and when his footing went sideways, he grabbed right onto the prosthetic just as everything went snap, and the whole arm tore clean out of its socket. The impact blasted the adventurer's headless body through the air like a cannonball, and it smashed hard into the 3 people standing right in front of him. In the middle of the chaos, the masked man's massive metal gauntlet finally got ripped free, and crashed hard onto the stone floor, shaking everything. He clutched his arm and winced hard, then told his companions he'd mistaken a young man for some harmless drunk and let his guard slip. The glasses-wearing woman pressed him, wondering if that boy was the spy they'd been sensing. The eye-patch man shrugged, admitting he had no clue. Meanwhile, the masked man berated himself for blowing it and losing their valuable gear way too carelessly. When the dust finally started to sink, the masked man snapped back into control, declaring it over, and ordered the others to get rid of the adventurer's body before the city guards even hit the streets. The storm of energy around Toru finally died down, and there he stood surrounded by rubble. He stared at the group, sweat dripping off his brow, and blurted out an apology for that earlier jab about the gear being badly made, admitting he never thought it would hit people that hard. His words hit the room like thunder, and the trio froze, staring at him, completely stunned, unable to speak. Without a single word, he snapped into action. Clang metallic claws burst from his gauntlet, then a razor-thin hiss cut the air as blades slid out from his boots. The 3 of them lunged forward in perfect sync, and in the blink of an eye, they slammed the gap shut on Toru. He desperately darted through their non-stop attacks, begging them to stop, and he even yelled for a timeout, screaming apologies as every strike nearly clipped him. Scrambling backward, he pleaded for logic, swearing he'd already given back what he took and apologized. Then he kept demanding why they couldn't just cool off. The police might as well have shouted at the sky, no one listened. The woman with glasses snapped in disbelief, seething and asking what was wrong with him, because even with a 3-to-1 advantage, they still couldn't land a single punch. Her thoughts died the moment everything snapped into motion. Toru, his lower face hidden behind a dark cloth, blurred forward at impossible speed and yanked her by the collar of her top, leaving her frozen in wide-eyed shock as she realized she couldn't land a single strike because he was just that much faster. Hannix grabbed her the moment she realized she was trapped. This was a counterattack, and escape was slipping away. Alohis burst from Toru, his face swallowed by shadow, while only his glowing eyes cut through the dark. With a low, quiet menace, he told them this was enough. His menacing aura crumples in an instant. He doubles over and vomits straight onto his captain. He staggers backward and clutches his head as dizziness crashes over him, and the woman jerks away in disgust, screaming that he just threw up. Rage surged through him at the humiliation. Then the woman and her 2 companions came charging in, swearing they'd kill him for real this time. Their attack gets cut off cold when city guards burst in out of nowhere, demanding answers about what just happened. The masked man whips around and points straight at Toru, screaming that he's the one behind every bit of damage while the glasses-wearing woman snaps with raw frustration, yells at them to get out, but the guards are already closing in on their trail. As the walls close in, the woman glares at Toru like she wants to tear him apart, rage in her eyes. Then a sharp metallic click snaps the air as she swears that the next time he hears that sound, it'll be the end for him, and Toru will be dead. While one guard barks for the trio to back off, another strides toward Toru, who looks totally lost at the fury, and the guard quickly asks if he's okay. He stood amid the shattered wreckage, stunned stiff, as a city guard marched up and stared at the damage, demanding whether he was an adventurer and whether he'd caused the whole fight. The guard caught the alcohol stink on him, waved off his confusion, and yanked Toru toward the station. Toru panicked and shouted that he was the one who'd been attacked. Right when they were about to shove him into detention, a fresh voice burst in Toru was innocent Atal, the towering man with spectacles, stepped forward and told the guard he'd seen everything, saying 3 attackers had fled after going after Toru with 0 reason, or who just stared at the stranger in total shock, stunned by the abrupt help and desperate to figure out who in the world they really were. Urban stepped forward and introduced himself as the town's adventurer's guildmaster, calling out that he knew showing up like this was sudden, but he had a personal job for Toru because he recognized him as the guy who fought the demon centipede. His words drove them straight to the organization's local HQ, the Durandi branch of the Adventurers Guild. Later, back inside the guild, Toru crumpled onto the couch, exhausted to the bone, groaning about the brutal ordeal he just survived. Then he somehow managed to gulp a huge drink from the cup. He sprawled in a plush sofa, shoulders slumped, replaying the chaos of his 10th year in this world. He finally thought peace was within reach, but everything crashed down again. Across from him, Guildmaster Urban pushed back from his desk and asked, straight up, if he'd calm down. He thanked the Guildmaster for stopping things in that alley, but the confusion still clawed at him as he demanded to know why Urban would bother with a nobody wanderer for something special. Then the older man just went quiet, eyes narrowing as he weighed his next words. His mind snapped back to the crew he'd just fought, and he grilled him about those adventurers with the mechanical arms and legs, the ones dubbed Demon's Centipede, asking if they were tied to this whole job. And Urban admitted his questions made sense and pushed to tackle everything, piece by piece. The Guildmaster kicked off his speech by laying out how this town was built, showing it all ties back to a powerhouse trading company called Bazook. He kept going, dropping the bomb that Abazu's rise to its current heights was all thanks to the company's former head and his wife. And then Urban leaned in with a personal note. They'd been his close friends for 30 years. They built their company on pure integrity, treating every employee like family, and outside work, they stood at the heart of the community, pushing the town forward and throwing serious support behind charitable causes. The Guildmaster's voice dropped to a somber hush as he told us the truth 3 years ago. Both his friends were killed in a terrible accident. After that, a man named Hazran stepped in and took over the company, and Urban swore that was the moment everything began. He kept talking, and it hit hard. Hazran didn't just follow the old rules, he flipped them instantly, kicking anyone he didn't like out of the picture and squeezing every last bit out of the ones who stayed, then forging the savage Demon Centipede clan and turning the very adventurers who'd once attacked Toru into his elite guards, all while twisting the Abazu company into something nobody would recognize. Now that the power setup was locked in, he exposed Hazran's next hit, the former president's twin daughters. Toru instantly caught what was really going on. Hazran was squeezing the twins into marriage to officially seize the company and keeping them locked down so they had no escape. Urban's fist tightened as he snapped, "That's the reason." And he knew the girls were both gorgeous and gifted once you see them. Falling for them feels unavoidable for anyone. Then he pushed for the real goal save and protect the twins from the demon centipede that was definitely hunting them next, and Urban straight up confirmed, "Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen." He blurted out his confusion. If this mission was that critical, why wasn't the guild's own trusted adventurers handling it themselves? The guildmaster leaned in, jaw tight, and admitted he'd love to take it on, but the Demon Centipede's crew was the toughest in the whole town, and there wasn't anyone else strong enough to stand against them. Then he spun toward the window and laid it all out the last complication. The Abaza Trading Company was one of the town's biggest employers, feeding a ton of jobs to the adventurers, so if the guild turned on them, it would basically mean bleeding out one of their main sources of income. He keeps talking, yeah. The reward will be solid, but the real danger is huge, and it could spiral into a full-blown war with the Demon Centipede clan. Toru hears that and grins, calling himself a wanderer, the exact type of outsider who should take this kind of mission. It hammer-stressed the danger. Guildmaster's voice snapped that the Demon Centipede faction is packed with top-tier fighters, way beyond the 3 adventurers Toru has met so far. His fist clenches as he blurts out that the twin sisters are about to get torn apart by a Hashran's fangs, while their parents' trading company is getting used before he even finishes. Toru's voice slashes through his panic. Got it. I'll accept. The Guildmaster's jaw drops as everyone instantly accepts Toru's choice, so Toru doesn't even flinch. He just repeats his decision and declares he'll take the mission without hesitation. His face twists into a wicked, menacing grin when he finally spills his real motive. He's still nursing a grudge after their sudden attack, so he vows to rescue the twins and then tear the demon worms down, humiliating them completely. He snaps himself together, brushes off those dark thoughts with a laid-back, "Never mind," then turns back to the Guildmaster and calmly demands the mission details. After some time, he slips into the bushes outside the Abaza Trading Company headquarters and starts his surveillance, watching closely until he's sure the twins are locked up inside, with the woman in glasses and the adventurer with the mechanical arm standing guard nearby. He drops onto the trading company's top floor like a shadow, slipping past the rooftop greenery with lightning-fast, bone-quiet moves. As he pushes forward, the Guildmaster's words slam into his head. Toru demanded where the intel came from, and Urban snapped back that it was delivered straight by letters from the twins, hidden behind coded messages meant to dodge Hastern's watch. Urban had already told them help was coming, ordered Toru to meet them using his name, and promised the rescue would be a breeze. Simple. His Guildmaster shoved one last warning into his hands. Stay hidden, and whatever you do, don't cause a scene. He'd warned that if Toru ever got caught and they uncovered his real goal, they'd slam the security systems up at once, turning the whole mission into a nightmare. The stakes weren't just more security, they were way bigger, because Hazram would explode if he learned outside help was summoned, and nobody could guess what he'd do to the twins, and Toru couldn't ignore the cruel irony of it all. Fresh warnings still burned in his head as he sprang across the rooftops, thinking, this might be a little too bold, especially after he'd just decided to take things easy. He hauls himself up over the ledge, fists locked tight, and as the new fantasy world sinks in, he realizes he's landed in the classic rescue the girl quest, except this time, there are 2 girls waiting. Toru clings to the tower's side and taps the window, just a soft knock. Then a startled voice inside snaps, "Who's there?" He calls back, "Toru, I'm a wanderer sent by Urban. I'm here for a rescue mission." The voice breathes out in relief and orders him to wait. And in that moment, Toru realizes this is where his story kicks off, and it feels unreal to finally be the main character. Perched above, he spots the 2 young women trapped inside, and after 10 years in this twisted other world, he gets it. Of course, they're fighting for breath, stuck deep inside enemy territory where escape feels impossible. He strides onto the balcony, a small smile tugging at his lips as the truth hits him. This is the day he finally stopped chasing home again, and it feels perfectly right for a main character's story. Just as he starts to reflect for a split second, an arrow suddenly rockets straight toward his face. It lands right on his cheek with a brutal, sickening thud, and he yelps in pain. Shaken by the blast, he whips his head around, and there they are, the twin sisters, one drawing an arrow with a bow in hand. Panic bursts out of him as he screams, "Wait! I'm not your enemy!" Then he fires off the real question. Did they even know Urban was sending backup? He stumbles back, crashes onto the floor, and stares up at them with a painted-on, wide-eyed look, trying to calm their nerves while insisting he's on their side. Then his gaze drops to the arrow beside him, and he spots something weird about his own head. He snapped his gaze up from the floor, and there they were, the twin daughters clapping like a drumline in perfect sync, praising his dodge and saying he'd cleared their test. One of them even smirked that, of course, the guildmaster knew exactly how to choose the right person. As he sat there, speechless and frozen in place, they kept talking, pushing one more truth beyond the guildmaster's rescue. They wanted him to take on their mission too, and in that exact moment it hit him like a spark. This wasn't just a stop on the road, it was the real start of his journey. They pushed his talent hard, laying out their suffering Hazran and the demon centipede wrecking the company his parents had left them, while they begged him to stop it, and their words hit him like that day he finally threw in the towel on ever going back to his own past. With fierce determination blazing in their eyes, they reached out and formally begged him to lend them his strength, because it was time to let their enemies see exactly what they were made of. His mind snapped back to a turning point. He was sprawled on the floor of this massive library, watching the two of them turn their backs and stride away. And it all started right there with that one final decision. That memory slammed him back into the present, shock blasting across his face while sweat poured down his brow. He couldn't believe it, not even for a second, because this was only the beginning. Again, amid the roar of the city streets, whispers of disaster spread fast. Two men huddled together, trading rumors about a gold coin shortage, and one of them dropped the bombshell it could be a gold smuggling operation. "This gold shortage hits like a disaster without coins to grease the trade wheels," one of the men snarls, that the markets have crumbled into chaos, and the local economy is left in ruins. This whole mess is crushing down on Guildmaster Urban. His fist rubs his temple as sighs and rage burn through him, screaming about the headache of gold smuggling. He doesn't care if the culprits wear a guard's uniform or an adventurer's badge. He just wants them caught, and he's pressing hard on who's behind it and why. Meanwhile, Sato turns and walks off in the background. His eyes track an adventurer with a mechanical leg barreling down the street, and panic claws at his chest. He's begging, wordless, for two specific people to slip away safely before this whole mess drags them in. Across the city, a distant scream for help ricochets from a massive grand building. Sato tracks the real trouble down to the guildmaster's twin daughters, then confronts them face to face, demanding to know if they're planning to expose the gold smuggling operation. They break it down for everyone, and the twins cheerfully spill the whole story. Sato is here because the guildmaster asked him to rescue them. Since their dad is so overprotective, he wouldn't dare send adventurers after something as dangerous as smuggling, yet they got lucky when Hazran captured them, giving the guildmaster the perfect excuse to hire someone like Sato, using the captivity and his own goodwill as leverage. And Sato just stands there, stunned and completely baffled by their tangled logic. He just froze, utterly stunned, while the twin sisters beamed at him, eyes sparkling with innocent glee as they clasped their hands together. They slid into a tiny table, pouring tea with practiced elegance. One rushed to apologize for showing up late and admitted she was the older sister, Yuffie, while the other took a sip and said her name was Mary, the younger sister. Their calm faces only stoked his fury. So why were these people sipping tea deep in enemy territory? He barked at them to move, to flee, to escape. But one sister just waved Toru off and told him to act like he belonged, even if hospitality was basically all they could scrape together. Outside, security stayed razor tight, and during product transport, that's when the demon centipede showed up. He let out a frustrated grunt, panic flashing through his head, and the twins, so calm it was unreal, asked if he'd hear them out while they sat there waiting. So after weighing everything, he reluctantly decided the safest move was to push their escape back for now. As soon as he sat down, his eyes snapped across the room. Everything screamed, high class. And even those sisters moved and carried themselves like true noble ladies. What baffled him most was how the daughters of a massive trading company could stay so calm in the middle of all this chaos. Right when one of the sisters set a teacup down and said it was time to get to the main topic, a sudden thought hit him. His gaze slid over the jam-packed bookshelves, and he started questioning what kind of real stuff was hiding in that room. He leaned in as one twin started spilling the truth, and right now, she said Durandi was stuck in a brutal gold coin shortage, something totally unusual. He swallowed her words, staring at the missing gold coins, and the twins snapped back that the shortage wrecked every exchange rate trade ground to a halt, and the whole town slid straight into recession. With a grim look still on her face, she laid out the truth: the town's economy is bleeding out, and if this doesn't get fixed, store after store will slam their doors until the whole place crumbles, and the people will suffer unimaginable hardship. She broke it down fast. The mess wasn't because of anyone's savings at all. It was the town's debt coming due, and the prime suspect was a gold smuggling scheme that went after the very gold hidden inside the coins in Durandi. Only one outfit had the muscle to pull that off: the richest trading company in town, Abazu. He stayed unconvinced, saying their claim was nothing but guesswork, and then he reminded them about his own arrival from the day before, how ridiculously tight the checkpoint security had been. He grilled them straight up. Were they honestly trying to pin it on some gold coins sneaking past that heavily guarded checkpoint? Like a big smuggling operation wouldn't get caught instantly. One of the twins snapped her finger straight at him and cut the silence with a razor-sharp, "Yes, right there," and that instant confirmation left him reeling and completely stunned. They laid out their logic, worry tightening their faces, because if even the best officers at that checkpoint couldn't snag the smugglers, then they're slipping through with some super advanced method no one has figured out yet. They leaned in, eyes blazing with excitement, and started firing off the question, didn't the idea of cracking a mystery like that make their blood race? They admitted their theory was still just guesswork for now, but they swore that made it even more urgent to test it, and they begged him to help, even if it was only for today. His palm slammed onto the table with a quiet thud, and though he apologized, he hit you with a firm, clear no he had to decline. He rose, turned his back, and snapped out his reason he didn't want this because the guildmaster had already ordered him on a specific mission to rescue the two of them, and he couldn't touch any overlapping jobs. His eyes swept the fancy room as he started stacking yet another reason. The twins froze in stunned silence, and their hopeful spark got crushed the instant he shut them down. The silence snapped the moment his eyes blew wide with alarm, and he spun like he'd heard doom: someone's coming. He hissed and bolted for the door, because it's back. He was right then. The handle twisted and the door burst open. He lunged to shield the twins right away, snapping that there was no time to talk about gold smuggling. They had to claw their way out and escape. Then one of the sisters begged him to hold on, telling him not to worry. She spoke in a calm, confident voice and told him they'd handle it, then urged him to duck out for a minute, and her sister nodded along like this was just another annoying everyday routine which somehow made his head spin in disbelief. Right as the visitors walked in, one of them called out to the twins by name, then casually asked Mayuri and Yuffie why they were hiding inside on such a perfect day. One of the sisters snapped back, firing off a reminder that she was the one who'd locked him up, then challenged whether he could finally take a hint after being rejected for 3 whole years, before sarcastically apologizing like she'd somehow forgotten all that. Hazran, the president of the Abaza Trading Company, stood shoulder to shoulder with Wenz, the brutal leader of the Demon Centipede, and when she spoke, he shut it down fast. Breaking up wasn't happening, and their marriage was already a done deal. Hunched in his hiding spot, Sada watched every move and clocked their faces. Yep, that was Hazran, exactly the kind of jerk the intel promised, and right beside him stood Wenz, the boss of Demon S Centipede. He hunted down answers, cornering an older advisor and asking if the Demon Centipede really lived up to the hype, and the guy snapped back that they did. The low-level swarm was basically nothing, but once the leadership locked in together, it became a whole different beast. Wenz was on another level entirely. To stand against a monster like Wencelone, you'd need to be one of the deadliest warriors alive, power so brutal it could tear through even the toughest defenses. That threat wasn't some harmless rumor, it was real, and it was coming fast back at the mansion. Wenz and Hazran snapped forward with brutal speed, charging straight at the twin sisters. They could only stand there in terror, faces turning deathly pale as those men barreled straight toward them. The advisor kept drilling the assessment and flat out said, if that stand's gonna live through this, you'll need the power of a legendary monster, someone who's Red Thunder level. Without the sheer power of Eagle Eye, that advisor flat out figured there was no way a direct clash could even work. As Hazran stalled in front of the twins, Sato stayed hidden and finally put it all together. Now he knew exactly what the test demanded: Red Thunder or Eagle Eye, and the puzzle pieces were snapping into place. He stayed crouched in the shadows, watching the confrontation blow up until one of the twins, face tight with strain, cut into the standoff, snapped that things were getting dangerous, and demanded the men back off. Right after Play got hit with that dismissive smirk from the suit guy, Hazran shot back that their defiance wasn't going to die while Play stood there, silent and deadly behind him, and Sato could only grimace from his hiding spot. Then he pointed straight at them, flat out confirming his hunch that they were sniffing around the trading company, while Hazram smirked with pure condescension and told them to think twice about being too smart for their own good. One of the twins squeezed her hands together, and with a steady voice, she finally admitted they'd figured out the truth for real. She kept going, her words sharpening into a crystal-clear threat, one that promised they'd drag the company's secrets into the open. Sran snapped her words shut with chilling certainty, swearing no question that the trading company would collapse. Sato felt his admission hit like a punch, and suddenly it all snapped into focus. Those twins weren't bluffing. A scandal tied to Hazran, the de facto head of Abazu, wasn't just bad press. It was a credibility meltdown and a full-blown crime. And with sanctions coming down, the company could collapse. Hazran bursts into this big, mocking laugh and shuts the twins down for good, calling their offer completely unacceptable. Then rants that the trading company is the family home they built with their parents' lives, packed with memories, the very place they were born and raised, and he can't believe they dare throw all of that away. That distant sound crawls through the air and reaches Sato while he stays tucked away, swallowed by his own thoughts, wondering why it took him so long to finally crawl past that old trauma, with its images still snapping through his mind. Back in the room, he sprints on with his manipulative pitch saying, letting go and going back isn't that simple. Not when they've got nothing, and then he drops his solution, they should just marry him. He insists that with his place inside and outside a body, they'll finally be safe, freed, and handed brand new work. Before he can finish, one of the twins snatches the words away and reminds him, right there, that he's talking about the product development department they'd always been planning to build. The other twin takes over the conversation, her voice turning razor-cold and logical as she asks what he says to her proposal, then hits him with the truth. Working together gets them farther than trading stares. She sells it like a necessary evil, dropping a brutal business rule, endure the sting, cut out the sickness early, because business never comes with painkillers. Astron freezes for a split second, totally thrown off. Then the first twin leans in, demanding, "Did you really forget the principle our parents left behind for the Abaza Trading Company?" Her voice shakes with held-back rage as she lands the final hit because he fired employees left and right. She and her sister are the only ones left who truly understand the founding principle. Their daring claim doesn't land with Hazran, it gets shut down by one of his aides, who coldly flips the whole accusation, swearing they're the ones who tossed their parents' principles aside, ripped through the Abaza Trading Company, and dragged Durandi's economy to this miserable, sickening breaking point. In response to his words, they clench their fists and steel themselves, saying their move is for their parents' honor and for the real Abaza Trading Company, built on pure wisdom. Sato, face set and grim, declares that he and the others won't ever fold, because even if it costs them the home they call theirs, they're not backing down. Locked in on the same goal, the twins snap their gaze forward and shout together once they uncover every last crime Hashran's committed. Justice will finally hit. His eyes narrow hard, locking onto the confrontation as it cranks up by the second. Their threats hit him like noise, nothing shakes the aide, and he just bursts into laughter. His laughter dies down as he pivots to walk out and swings the door open, smugly preaching that quitting at the right time is worth more than gold in business, because that's how you dodge trouble. Then sneers that their barking is pathetic and promises they're not getting out of that room at all, while the twins just stand there trembling with rage, jaws clenched. They stand there, unshaken, as Hassaran's aide hammers down one last terrifying warning: if Hassaran calls the shots, the demon centipede won't spare anyone, and the next run-in won't be a bluff, it'll be a full-on massacre. After delivering his message, the aide just watches them turn around and head off into the distance, and in the dark shadows, Toru lets out a soft, quiet sigh as he tracks their retreat. He bursts out of the shadows and knocks the twins off guard, then tells them just for today he'll stay with them like they asked, and they're absolutely stunned. Their surprise snaps into pure elation. One twin blurts out heartfelt thanks, and the other smirks with a catch. If they don't expose their target's methods by then, she'll have to evacuate them by force. He watches them, and you can see the understanding light up his face because he clocks it instantly, the same brutal pull to get home, the same wish he couldn't shake for 9 endless years. Their resolve surged, and the twins spun toward their master, grabbing his hands tight. They told him, 10 years in this world, and now it feels like the fun is finally about to start. With fresh resolve in their hearts, they break into a full-on dance and sing, practically shouting that their investigation is officially underway, while Toru just stares, exhausted, thinking they're treating a deadly serious mission like it's all play. He listened while the twins spelled out his job, because they couldn't move freely, so they needed him to run for them, go collect intel at the inn, where 20 demon centipede members were staying, he was told, as one twin jabbed at the notes. They laid out their theory, sure as night follows day, that the demon centipede was behind the fresh gold smuggling, and Hashram was helping them for a very specific reason, so they pushed forward on that lead, because cracking this link was the fastest way to expose the whole operation. He blurted out his doubts, wondering if the inn staff would just hand over customer info on a whim, and then he asked, out loud, if the only play left was to grab the mercenaries and interrogate them. Right then, the twins cut in together and laid out the logic the demon centipede says. It's escorting shipments, so it can slip in and out of town at will, and that same cover lets them cook for 20 people, leaving behind a ton of leftovers. When night swallowed the city whole, the operation kicked off. Later on, he came back looking completely wiped out, and the twins greeted him, laughing about how they'd gone easy while he was away then. Even with his energy gone, he lifted a little pouch and proved he'd snagged the intel. His head spun with the memory of how he'd pulled it off. Never once did he think his sources would be the city's homeless hunting scraps for leftover food. The flashback was a total mess. Him snarling, wrestling with them to back off and drop everything, even as he kept insisting, I just want to talk. And when it hit him again, he grimaced. Yeah, the twins' plan was anything but polished. He spun around and said his notes uncovered nothing useful, but one of the twins snapped her head up from her book and fired back. His whole take was wrong, and yeah, they'd just missed the mark on their first theory. One twin jabs a finger at a specific line in the notes, and her eyes light up. I found it. On the days the demon's centipede head goes out, they burn through firewood like crazy, and her sister just watches, hooked by that creepy little clue. Hearing that, Toru pauses mid-sip and thinks it through. If the mercenaries are guarding shipments, they're probably stuck like that for days, no bath at all. So of course they'd want a real wash before they march out again. He first figures they're burning the firewood to heat bathwater for 20 people. No way could it be anything else, right? But that idea crumples fast. Nobody ever mentions using enough water to match the scale, and water magic can't last long enough to save it. So what's the firewood really for? That's the mystery still hanging in the air. This brand new puzzle lights up one of the twins, and they blurt out that they can't share much yet, but it already sounds wild, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Toru just stands there sweating bullets, the implications crushing down on him. He walks away with a cup in his hand, lost in the weight of it all, because this investigation doesn't feel small anymore. It feels like they're staring down a major crime, and one wrong move could slam them with consequences they can't afford. Elsewhere, the masked man in metallic gauntlets snaps his hands together, gripping a cylindrical container that pulses with a dim, eerie inner light. While the twin daughters work, Sato suddenly blurts out, asking if they've ever checked the demon centipede's mechanical arms and legs, because they'd be the perfect hiding spot. Then one twin snaps her head up mid-task, completely startled by the question. One twin blurts out the truth, remembering the time inspectors hit them with a surprise disassembly test, snatching the prosthetics apart and laying every tiny piece bare for inspection. Tato takes a gulp from his mug and spills. Why, he suddenly asked, because the demon's centipede attacked him the night before the twins shoot that suspicion down fast, saying forcing something between the parts would be way too obvious, while casting and embedding an object into those parts would be impossible, both physically and financially, and even then it'd leave unmistakable marks. He explains that the idea hit him only after he stumbled into chaos and ripped off one of the members' mechanical arms, and when the group reacted in a way that didn't make sense, that reaction lit the fuse in his head. It goes on, and he can't ignore how janky, almost shoddily built that mechanical arm feels. Then he steps up in front of the two sisters, and they sit there at their desk in total silence. He finally notices their eerie quiet and snaps, "Are you even listening?" The twins don't budge, backs turned, frozen like they're swallowed up in their own thoughts. The twins are piecing it all together fast, stitching the clues into one terrifying picture, the clunky mechanical arms, the empty results from the disassembly, and that pile of firewood. Then it all snaps into place, and one of them jolts upright with wide eyes, realizing something that hits like a gut punch. While they sit there in eerie silence, Sato suddenly feels something wrong crawling from inside them like a presence with intent. He freezes, realizes it isn't just a passing thought, and demands answers in his head about what these twins really are. Then the girl's eyes snap wide and her own realization hits at the same instant. Suddenly, the calm snaps like glass twins rocket out of their seats, sprint straight to Sato, and one of them thrusts a huge open book into the air as they burst out, "We got it!" They swear this fresh clue is exactly why they couldn't find their target before. They thrust the book into his hands, and in the flash of their discovery, both faces lit up with terrifying truth. Turns out their enemies have been using something that shouldn't exist in this world. Sato just freezes, staring back in pure, total shock. Meanwhile, across the city, a massive, grand building looms beneath a sky splashed with scattered clouds. At an outdoor table, Hastings A pours a cup of tea, then glances over at Wins, the Demon Centipede's leader, and asks how their gold coin hustle is going. Wins says it's running smooth with zero problems. He calmly nods at the report, then points out the wins, telling them they're right on the edge of hitting their target amount. A sinister grin claws across Aides' face as he stares into his cup, whispering to himself that they're right there, just one tiny step more. Just as it feels like everything's finally calm, chaos explodes. A man storms into the warehouse yelling for both him and Wins, warning them trouble's coming, and the aide shoots upright, roaring, "What's that noise?" Man, breathless with pure panic, he snaps off the question and yells at them to run now. He warns that guards and even Adventurers Guild inspectors could be mixed in, and says they're closing in fast, real fast. Right as they try to react, the warehouse doors get blasted open. Out pours a massive crowd of city guards and armed adventurers. Hastron's eyes go wide with sheer disbelief. Sweat and shock flood his face as he blurts out, "What's happening? Why are you all here?" He freezes as the towering silhouettes of the assembled force close in, and one terrifying thought slams into his head: his whole scheme has been uncovered. Right in front of the crowd, Mayuri and Yuffie step up together, faces set with steel, then point and lay down the formal verdict: Hazran and Windsor are under arrest for gold smuggling. Meanwhile, the guildmaster leans in and tells Toru he's still reeling when he first heard her mention the uncovered gold smuggling operation. He was completely stunned, because the thought of calling for a joint operation with guards and inspectors to pull off a massive arrest felt absolutely insane. The twin daughters standing nearby jump in with their take, telling the guildmaster that the moment they heard his plan, panic hit them hard, but once the dust settled, they understood something terrifyingly clear: no one else could have pulled off that brutal mission. When they throw the accusation at him, Hastron's aide explodes in defiance. He roars that it's not settled, demands they explain why everyone's acting like it's over, and promises proof that he's tied to gold smuggling. Then he fires back with one question: what gives them the nerve to arrest him on threats and accusations alone? His voice ricochets across the courtyard as he keeps railing at them, demanding to know if this whole operation is nothing but wild speculation. Then, from across the square, the guildmaster stays cool and tells him they've got evidence. He wins and the aides huddle up tight, faces turning grim as they square off against the city guard and the Adventurers Guild pouring in. Then the twin daughters cut through the noise and made it crystal clear the gold coins were smuggled using the adventurers' mechanical gear. Hearing that, the aide cuts in with a snide laugh, drops himself a cup of tea, and reminds everyone they've teamed up on those checks where the mechanical gear got taken apart, and still, they never found a thing. He leans in, dripping sarcasm, and goes, "So you're really telling me to melt the coins down and stash the gold inside the damn machine parts?" He sips his tea like he owns the room, but the twins' faces snap his smug confidence. One of them grins and says he's perfectly convenient to have around, and that lands like a slap, leaving him totally baffled. They said this method doesn't even need a fancy casting process, so when Hastern's composure started to break, he snapped and yelled at them to stop. He begged them to stop, but one of them raised a weird trough-shaped contraption and swore it was something that literally doesn't belong in this world. As she presses on, her sister tips the kettle and pours hot water straight into the device, then leans in and says it comes from another world. Earth those 8 stairs sweated inside a choking gas as the truth hit, and the wind hovered nearby, watching in silence. The change hits instantly when the hot water slams into that solid-looking lump in the trough. It starts melting right away, and this metal's melting point is absurdly low. At the same moment, the aide's hand shoots to his pocket on pure instinct, gripping a matching chunk of metal. Then they spill the secret he's using Wood's metal, a fusible alloy made from bismuth, lead, tin, and cadmium. It slumps and melts at just 70 degrees Celsius, a heat drop that shouldn't even be possible, and the assistants' faces twist in pure terror as the proof of his scheme dissolves right before everyone's eyes. Sato stares as everything kicks off, clutching one of the lost objects, and pure shock hits him. He never once thought those things from another world would be used like this. He remembered the whole deal: lost beings, objects, or creatures that come from another world, just like him. With how rare they were, of course they'd be worth a fortune, so it made total sense that a big trader like Abazu would have grabbed a few. That hit him hard. And suddenly he replayed everything in the twins' room. Every single item was just an expensive lost object. But he realized the twins themselves were in a whole different league, way more unusual than any artifact. He suddenly remembered exactly how many of those things there were, and the whole time he'd been hoarding them, praying they'd lead him home. That's when the shock hit. The twins might know Earth and its people way better than he ever could. He kept digging into their display, and it hit him. This smuggling trick demanded real, hardcore knowledge. Right as if they could read his mind, one of the twins shot back with a smug grin. They were hardcore, lost object enthusiasts. That explanation left Sato totally stunned because back in his other world days, he always figured he'd be the one with the upper knowledge. One twin just blurted that Wood's metal melts at a crazy low 70 degrees Celsius, and the other spelled out the whole smuggling trick. They melted the alloy in hot water to hide coins inside it, then hauled it out of town where it snapped back to solid at room temperature. And yeah, Sato had to face it. He'd never even heard of Wood's metal before. Then they snapped their focus to Hazren and pinned everything on him, saying the extra firewood at the inn wasn't random at all. It was to heat the water needed to melt the alloy, and they even brushed off the battered mechanical limbs like it was just bad upkeep. One pot of hot water, they insisted, was all the proof they needed, and they were sure he thought the whole scheme would slide right under the radar. The aide froze in place, sweat pouring down his brow as their accusation hit him like a punch. He couldn't speak a word. Inside the guild hall, Urban leans in and confirms they nailed it. Right at the last checkpoint. They pulled the exact same move, snagging matching evidence that lets them drop mass arrest warrants. While city guards march the smugglers away in the background, Urban tightens his grip on the moment and says there are only a few big names left standing. Now the last targets are trapped. Hasseren's aide is left standing alone, staring down Hasseren, Wins, and the whole adventuring crew. He looks straight at the two leaders and declares, "Just you two are left," then smirks. Knowing when to quit is the real skill in business, so yeah, it's them who should be giving up. Just as he's about to get another word out, Wins bursts forward, lanes in like a bullet. The aide chokes on a strangled scream as a massive segmented gauntlet slams into his side, cracking everything with sheer crushing force. The punch hits like a thunderbolt, and he rockets through the air as his body twists in pain from the brutal impact. He slams down hard on the cobblestones, completely crushed, and the whole assembled crew, Sato and the twins included, crowds over his sprawled-out body. Still, A smug smirk flickers across the kid's face as he hauls himself up onto his knees, and he asks, cold and cocky, if they really forgot that Demon Centipede's top warrior is right there beside him. Then he jabs his hand toward Eagle Eye like, look at him, because in his world, nobody in this whole town can beat his superior. He meets that defiant claim with calm eyes and talks straight to his allies, admitting one-on-one, the aide might be right, but this isn't a duel, it's a group hunt, and they've already got a plan to bag him. He can't hide his confidence all he wants. Eagle-eyed pressure crashes into him and his gathered forces, so intense they practically lurch back on instinct. Suddenly, a dark-clad stranger rockets into the scene and tears through some unseen barrier. Winds and his party freeze in shock as the newcomer throws himself in front of the fallen adventurers like a shield. Winds demands their identity, and the young man Toru steps up calmly, saying he's a solo B-rank adventurer who was hired as an errand boy by the twins and the old man. From up high, Eagle Eye peers down at the wreckage of defeated adventurers and spots that Toru is still on his feet. That can only mean he wasn't just lucky he helped expose their plot, and he's got real skill. He's not impressed for a second, and he wonders what any lone B-rank adventurer could possibly pull off by himself down on the ground. The bespectacled woman looks up, listening with worry in her eyes. Winds basically mirrors his leader. He snarls insults at Toru, laughing at the wild thought that one kid could take on their whole B-rank Demon Centipede crew, even as he keeps one of the twin girls' captains right in his grip. Toa snaps into motion like lightning, slamming the eye-patched man across the face with a flat shield-like strike before anyone even has time to blink. His strike launched the bespectacled woman spinning through the air, her body snapping and twisting under the brutal impact, while the bald adventurer just froze, staring in stunned disbelief at the sheer, overwhelming burst of power. She slammed into the ground. Then he planted his feet, standing unshaken before the last adventurers and the demon centipede leader looming over them. From the sidelines, the guildmaster and the twin daughters stared, speechless. Toru turned to the group and laid it out 9 years of lone adventuring, for reasons he won't bother explaining, yet he's not about to lose now. He kept his voice steady as stone, swearing he wouldn't lag behind even when the enemy thought sheer numbers would crush him, and his weapon crackled with a dark, hungry energy, screaming just how unbreakable his resolve was. That display slammed a shockwave through the observers' guildmasters' voices broke as they recognized the crackling red lightning, while the eye-patch man went stone still, horror hitting as the truth clicked. The lone B-rank wanderer in front of them was Red Thunder, the solo fighter ranked 17. He smirked as crimson lightning visibly spiraled around his arm and weapon, then shot out a warning, "Don't underestimate a lone fighter," and at last he owned his name with a swaggering challenge. Red Thunder, huh? Adventurer ranks run on 2 systems first. The Adventurers Guild ladder that hands you missions based on where you stand. C rank can take down 1 magical beast, B rank can chant weapons, and A rank is for big-time achievers rolling with a party of 5 or more. Now, let's talk about the order system. No missions, no fluff, just raw talent. It's a straight-up meritocracy that gauges an adventurer or party's real skills and past wins to crown the top 50 strongest in the land. The dual structure exists because rank adventurers can wield real power and sway the world. Yet the rank system sometimes just misses what someone is truly capable of. That's why the order was built for talents people overlook, like the adventurer who crushed magical beast after magical beast only to stay stuck as a D rank, while his unmatched detection skills alone dragged him into the prestigious order. Climbing the ranks is brutal, and locked down, your party has to be formed before you can even get promoted. Yet somehow a few of the Order's chosen ones slipped through without ever joining a party, and just 3 of them even grabbed a top-tier Order status while still running solo. These lone wolves are the deadliest of the deadly guys who've earned brutal nicknames for their sheer power. And right in the lineup you've got Eagle Eye, sitting at 19, alongside the towering Overseer, locked in at 32. And finally, climbing to number 17, 2 intense eyes blaze from the shadows like a warning. Red Thunder's name booms through the hall as a hulking, heavily armored warrior plants his feet and swings a massive great sword straight at him. Then the entire crowd freezes in stunned silence, watching the clash ignite. Their shock hits the roof when he snaps open a strange, whirling weapon made of linked rings. Then a scarred man blazes, demanding what it is and why he's here. In the heat of it, the young adventurer wrestles with everything he's fought for over 9 brutal years, and he finally lands on it, this chained-up war ring. The one idea he always felt was too weird to ever show anyone. His opponent locks eyes on his fallen comrades, stunned, trying to wrap his head around what just hit them. He tells himself. Red thunder sounds like lightning, but the way his men got wiped out screams something stranger, something only that freaky weapon could pull off. And now he's stuck, fighting the question he can't answer. How does a device like that unleash devastation on this scale? The onlookers, though, don't see it the same way. One advisor watching closely remarks that even with an enemy far above him in rank, the young man isn't about to back down. His resolve turns into raw power, shoving his opponents back one step at a time. With pressure crashing down on him, the scarred man bellows at his last remaining allies, screaming that if they lock arms and move as one, no one can beat them. But then the advisor in the crowd snaps his curse because the demon centipedes are everywhere, and there are way more than they ever expected. The brand new demon centipede fighters' elite officials, all of them massed together like one terrifying wall. From the sidelines, the advisor breaks down the threat in plain terms. Yeah, Wen's is dangerous alone, but the demon centipede's real power, and why they're the top clan in town, is the deadly teamwork in perfect sync. His voice snaps into panic as he shuts down his assessment, and they surge together, one body, one will, like a single living beast. Down below, the protagonist just watches, face locked and unreadable, as the whole group fuses into one creeping, shadowy monster, the spectral outline of a colossal armored centipede looming behind it. In the blink of an eye, the showdown ignites, and just as fast, it's over. The advisor's eyes bulge, and the whole room goes dead silent. Sweat pours down his brow as his mind tries and fails to grasp the unbelievable speed of what just happened. His shock hits like a punch because the protagonist is standing alone on the cobblestone street, boxed in by the fallen demon centipede elites, and one of the battered warriors can only gawk up at him in pure disbelief. He drops his weapon, disappointment flashing across his face as he realizes, in that single heartbeat, he couldn't save everyone nearby. The demon centipede leader slams down on one knee, stunned, while his thoughts spin because it all happened so fast he couldn't even process what he'd seen. Right there on the ground, the dazed demon centipede clan can't even wrap their heads around what just happened. And before they catch their breath, their leader Wins explodes into a roar, his face carved with raw fury, and he barks at the fools to get into position right now. His order hits too late, then the protagonist unleashes a brutal surge of electricity, standing stone still in the eye of the storm he sparked, while crackling lightning lashes out and devours the fallen warriors. The men get slammed by the violent current, their bodies jerking and convulsing as they tear through the water with gut-wrenching screams of pure agony. From far away, Wins clocks what's happening, and it's instant chaos. His eyes fly wide, the whole place goes dead silent, and his entire squad gets wiped out in one brutal flash. Cold dread crawls up his spine as he can't tell if this is really the end. One of the warriors, a dark-skinned man, locks eyes with the protagonist, who's now glowing with crackling, living energy. Terror floods the warrior's face, and one cold thought takes over his mind this time. He's definitely going to die. As his life hurls past his eyes, his past slams into him. He's younger again, laughing with his comrades in a noisy tavern, then charging straight at a monstrous serpent, shoulder to shoulder with his allies in the fight. He looks back with a soft smile, lifts a steaming mug of ale, and drinks in the memories because his whole life was built on adventure, and he never learned any other way to live. He suddenly remembered his old life fighting a monstrous armored insectoid in a grassy field, with a comrade right beside him as the battle raged. In that brutal fight, his arm got obliterated, shredded to nothing, and a cold certainty slammed into him he couldn't keep living like this. His sword grip stayed locked tight, but his other arm was just a bandaged stump, now an unshakable reminder that he'd paid the price and lost it. Defeated and shattered, he sank into a lonely stone alley, his massive greatsword jammed into the ground in front of him, while two bodies lay nearby, draped in sheets. His stare felt like a weight on his chest, and grim despair carved itself across his face as he stared down a future where his strength was gone. In the dead of darkness, a figure slid into view, an elegant man in front of him, clutching a shiny mechanical hand, and from that moment on, the world would swear this devil was real. Half hidden in shadow, his face snapped into a sinister grin as he leaned in and made his offer. He demanded a straight trade, that pricey mechanical arm, for the adventurer's help smuggling gold. The adventurer's memory kept pounding in his head. He already knew gold smuggling was a crime, and he couldn't ignore the fact that they were using him. But for him, really, for someone like him, none of it mattered, because he'd finally carved out a spot inside the Demon Centipede clan. Right now, Hasran's ally is overflowing with gratitude. He finally gets to fight again. He swears he'll make a way for Hasran to escape, but Hasran just hefts his massive weapon and shuts it down. They're not here to run. They're just thankful. They swore that for this debt of gratitude, they'll pay it back no matter what it costs. His aide pushes back on the conviction, demanding to know if he's still ready to fight for that one person, and reminds him that even the most rotten souls cling to a strange little code of honor. Hasiran whips his weapon around and slams a devastating arc of force straight into Sato and his crew. Hasran and his aide locked eyes, and in that moment, grim determination sparked between them. As his attack crashes down, Sato's age chakram-like weapon whirls with crackling power, and Sato digs in with a hard plant of his foot, ready to slam into the clash. Pastram slams his massive blade down with earth-shaking force, and right beneath him, Sato thrusts up his sword eyes blazing with razor focus as he braces to clash head-on. From the sidelines, his aide stares in disbelief at the sheer speed of the strike, and suddenly realizes the only way to beat that unstoppable momentum is to slam into it head-on. Sato snaps and unleashes his power, whipping up a spinning vortex of wind magic and all-out tempest built to crush that physical assault. A sudden gale slams into the adventurer and the twin daughters, and they hunch up fast, throwing their hands over their faces to block the violent blast. A savage tempest crashes into the Hasran's aide. His eyes blow wide as a magical gust hurls him backward, powerless. Even with the wind battering him, Hasran charges forward, his 8 spinning weapons whip past and hurtle right over Sato, who jukes away at the last second. Convinced he's got his rival cornered, Hasran screams, "I've got you now!" Right as Hasran closed in, one of his huge braided hair subordinates lunged into the clash, hurling a heavy, chained ring weapon, and as he saw it coming, dread hit hard. There was no way to block it head-on. The weapon slammed into him, but it didn't crush Boom. It erupted into a violent surge of crackling energy that swallowed Sato whole. The attacker froze mid-attack, his body jerking as the electricity ripped through him, and he groaned in shock because the weapon had somehow latched onto him all by itself from the sidelines. The twin daughters stared, whispering that someone out there was yanking the electricity with total control, making it move with insane precision. They couldn't stop thinking. Could it really be? He stood there, calm as a storm, and out of nowhere he exposed the truth. This phenomenon wasn't magic in the air. It was magnetic energy. The chain war ring was enchanted to summon magnetic forces, and Sato was steering them by hand, balancing repulsion and attraction until he snapped the ring into its wild root, then slammed it down with a thunderous crash without so much as moving his arm. That impossible level of magic control didn't just pop up overnight. It was the final hard-earned product of 9 years of brutal trial, all while he clawed for a way back home. Sato stared down at his beaten opponent, pinned to the ground as he spat curses and demanded to know who this monster really was. Sato didn't bother explaining. He just told him to take a rest, already sure the fight would be over in no time. His focus snapped to the last remaining fighters. Hasran's aide was already crumpled on the ground. When Hasran saw both of his men get wiped out, rage detonated. He screamed at his fallen subordinate, spitting out, "You're trash!" Sato didn't flinch. He just stared him down and demanded, "All right, so what's left?" When Hasaran's rage crashed down on him, the man snapped, his thoughts shattered, and dragged him back to the mess that got them here, his aides ripping into him over winds, yelling that he was a useless idiot. and demanding to know if he'd somehow forgotten the favor of getting that mechanical arm. His frustration bounced right off his aides because all he'd ever dreamed of was launching a new business with his saved wealth. But somehow every single person he hired felt completely useless. Failure kept crashing into his mind as his aide ranted that even the twin daughters were useless, just whining while he clawed for more money. All the while he fumed about inept morons who swore the old chairman was better, trapped in a crowd of dead weight that only complained while he wanted a company all to himself. That frustration finally snapped into one brutal, guttural roar, his last scream blasting through the air, all because he only wanted his own company. That roaring power got cut off mid-burst, and Hastron's body crumpled to the ground, still smoking. Sato stood over him with his hands held out, cold as stone, declaring that this is what useless people get. The twin daughters and the rest of the crowd just stared in silent shock. Once the dust settled, the city guard snapped into action and marched off Hastron's captured men, and as they passed, one guard leaned close to another, whispering, "We never thought Tora-san would be that legendary adventurer, Red Thunder." He sat there with his twin daughters, stretching into this huge yawn, and admitted he was wiped out. He'd spent the last 2 nights prepping for the arrest. Sure, it was finally over, but he couldn't help laughing at how mortifying it was that nicknames like Red Thunder kept leaking his combat style. He slumped on the steps in a strange crouch, eyes weighed down with exhaustion, while his twin daughters stood right in front of him and thanked Tora's sand for everything again. He snapped back, demanding whose fault his tiredness was, and one of the girls just smirked and said, "Even the mighty Red Thunder can't beat sleepiness." With deep respect, they bowed low together, their voices blending into a heartfelt, "Thank you so much." As they straightened up, big smiles lit their faces, tears of relief and gratitude still racing down their cheeks. He gave a quiet, almost dismissive chuckle, eyes slipping shut for a beat, and when they opened again, his face had already shifted into a calmer, steadier look as he focused on them. With the deal finally done, he spun on his heel and strode off into the bright morning light, waving goodbye with a quick flick of his hand. Then he didn't even look back. The 2 sisters stood there, watching him vanish. Right as they spun back to go inside, one sister spotted something Toru-san's spot had been hiding, a notebook left behind, so she blurted out, "Did he drop this?" The moment they opened it, their eyes popped wide together. One of them choked out a gasp, like they'd just seen the impossible. Meanwhile, far from their discovery, Sato jolted awake in a cozy bed, stretched both arms overhead with a deep, satisfied groan, and practically bragged to himself about how perfectly he'd slept. After 2 sleepless nights, he finally snapped awake and felt fully restored. Then the first thing on his mind was figuring out what he was going to eat for breakfast. His calm, lost-in-thought mood got ripped apart the second chaos burst back in those twin daughters he'd just said goodbye to, crowded over him, yanking at his head with playful hands, smashing his heart with pure energy until he could only blurt out a baffled, annoyed complaint. He jolted upright in bed, then snapped, demanding to know what was going on and why they were in his room, while one of the twins grinned and said the inn was tied to the Adventurers Guild, so the guildmaster just approved their access, and she even admitted it was an abuse of authority. His frustration kept climbing, so he pushed harder, shaking the room and reminding them that they'd already given a perfectly nice goodbye the day before. Sato tried to protest, but the twins ignored him and leaned in, eyes blazing with excitement. Then one of them dropped a shocking demand he had to invest in them, and Sato was left completely dumbfounded. Sato jolts when the twin daughters pop up in front of him, furious about his assessment, swearing they're reputable, clean, and totally safe. Grumbling, he raises the flower he was examining and snaps back, asking if they really hunted him down and crashed his personal space just to shove some sketchy investment pitch his way. They sit down at the table, and one twin blurts that they should knock the report out right now because a ruling is already in on the Abazu Trading Company. Sato can't believe how fast it happened, and the other twin nods like, "Yeah, we had to move that quick, given how things stand." She powers through the update, laying out the fallout. Hazran, Winds, and every one of their demon centipede subordinates all get prison time, and so do the people busted in the gold smuggling sting, while the Abaza Trading Company gets hit with a massive fine. His eyes flare open as the exact fine hits him 3,700 Kusum gold coins. Doubt hits them hard. Can they really cough up that massive sum? One twin cuts straight through it. No. She lays it out bluntly. They'll auction off Abazu's land and buildings to cover the fine, then use every other asset they can grab to slam the rest of the bill together. Sato hears it all and just nods. This was always the outcome waiting to happen. With calm resolve, the twins lock eyes with him and seal the inevitable. They don't have a choice anymore, and they shut down the Abaza company. He stares them down, face unreadable, while one twin blurts out their nightmare. They've got zero trust left, no employees, and not a single coin to their name. He hustled down the narrow street beside the twin sisters, tugging at his collar, and when he saw their trouble, he snapped, "So what are you planning to do now? Where can you even go?" One sister blurts that they're thinking about setting out on a journey, and before the other can even finish, she says an old man offered them a place to stay. Then the man shows up right then, arms wide, smiling like he owns the moment, and the sisters' eyes narrow with pure suspicion. Their excitement spills over as they dive into the dream, always chasing new lands to learn everything they can, especially the lost objects, and their hunger for answers has never, ever faded. But they snap back to reality fast. Two young women traveling alone is too dangerous, and they also admit they've got no money to hire hired muscle to protect them. In a sudden jolt, one of the sisters yanks Sato by his shirt front and startles him wide-eyed, then fires off a bold deal. If he backs their venture by guarding them, they'll fix the problems he just brought up. Stunned by the offer, she's trying to figure out what on earth she's even saying, because he can't wrap his head around how guarding his own problems could possibly fix them, and as he blurts out his confusion, the other sister starts slipping something from her dress. She shoves an item into his hands and tells him it's what he dropped when he got bossy yesterday. His brain stutters at the sudden turn, then his eyes go wide as shock hits, because yeah, he really did lose something crucial. He stared at the object with his brain screaming, "No way," and then it hit. It was his journal. He admitted he'd started saving it just to track and sort every possible route back to Earth, but even as he downplayed its importance, the worry etched across his face screamed that it mattered more than he'd ever say out loud. His words struck like lightning, and the twin sisters' eyes widened, sparkling with unstoppable curiosity. They erupted in questions, shouting that they couldn't believe Toru himself was a lost object from another world, demanding every detail: what it's like to fly in an airplane, what makes video games tick, and whether he'd ever encountered things called manga or anime. Hit by the barrage, he snapped, demanding they drop it and drag the talk back to their old chat about investment. Then one of the twins gave in and admitted their obsession with him never runs out, before insisting the best part of what they uncovered is still coming. As the chatter died down, he leaned in and started telling his past, replaying that crushing panic when he got yanked into a totally unfamiliar world without warning. He kept going, and the journal spilled the whole truth: the 9 brutal years he poured into hunting a way home, and how he couldn't live with this new reality. So he turned into a lone wanderer, climbed all the way up to B class, and finally earned a spot inside the Order. After 9 years with zero sign of teleportation, he says he's done waiting, so he's choosing to live in this world on that assumption, even if that peace of mind still doesn't wipe away all his fears. That fear won't let go the sickening chance he could get teleported again, just as fast and just as sudden as the first time he showed up. The twin daughters stare as he walks off, silent as stone, swallowing every ounce of his confession like it burns. After a beat, one of them snaps an apology for the long wind-up and finally blurts out the exact investment they want to pitch. They're basically saying, if Toru's ready to back us, we'll do more than help. We'll guide him to the one place that understands his fears, lets him finally belong, and drowns his anxieties for good. As they climb the stairs hand in hand, they swear their wisdom won't just sit there, it'll help. And they'll hunt down the perfect place together if it doesn't exist. They'll build it, and they'll stand strong because he's already charging straight into his fears. He cranes his neck from the bottom of the steps and fixes his eyes ahead, hanging on every solemn vow. He clamps his fist shut, panic surging through his thoughts. What if he teleports again? 9 brutal years of built-up anxiety crashing down on him as he weighs their offer to travel with him. His eyes squint as those years come crashing down on him, and a gnawing dread never lets up. As his turmoil churns, the twins fling their arms wide like they're unveiling the sky itself, then grin and promise they'll blast every worry out of his head, insisting that his 10th year will be the most thrilling one yet. Their words slam into the air and he freezes speechless eyes bulging as he finally processes the sheer audacity of that promise. His lips twitch open a little, but not a single sound escapes. Then one tiny chuckle bursts out, then boom! It turns into a roaring laugh. He fires back their own words like it's a game, declaring the most thrilling 10th year and calling their deal an unbelievable investment proposal. The twins just stare, thrown off by the sudden outbursts. His laughter keeps rolling, but then bam! A darker thought cuts through the fun, a journey to crush 9 years of anxiety. That sounds way too suspicious. Still chuckling, he walks off, and the twins bolt after him, swearing they're totally serious. He halts mid-thought as conviction crashes in, then he snaps his gaze back at the twins' determined faces because deep down, he's sure that with him on their side, this goal might actually come true. He flashes back to the 9 brutal years in that other world, fighting tooth and nail to get back while the twins hover nearby, watching him with worry in their eyes. He slaps his hand to his chest, stunned that after all this time, he finally isn't alone anymore. The twins' faces brighten into warm smiles, and they pull him in, telling him to soak up every moment of the ride with them, the 3 of them together. And just like that, their brand new life kicks off on the castle battlements, hands clasped tight, sealing the pact for good. Right nearby, Hassarin erupts in celebration, because after all those brutal hard times, he finally knows his journey with the twins can truly begin. Then the story explodes into a bustling tavern, loud chatter, wild cheers, and an atmosphere that screams things are finally thriving. At a table, a suited man clenches his fist over his mouth, coughing into his knuckles as he listens to the patrons who trade stories about how the former Abbasid Company's twin daughters crushed a huge incident on their own, with the powerhouse adventurer Red Thunder backing them up. He thinks about the backlash over the delay, but instead of joining the hate, he quietly nods along because to him, their choices are downright praiseworthy. He sank into the bar stool while Hasran mused out loud, staring ahead and wondering what the twins were really like. Then Sato smirked, like he knew something, and just said, "Who knows?" Elsewhere, a foot in a laced-up shoe drummed the floor, impatient and ready to burst. After days of waiting, it finally hit. One of the twins blurted out their first stop. Flaritaria, the dungeon city. They rushed into a heartfelt apology to Toru for the delay, saying the paperwork tied to Abazu was finished at last, and they were ready to go. Right before they left, Sato turned to Hasram and thanked him for the food. Just as they were about to leave, a loud, piercing wail ripped through the air. An older man with big round glasses had interrupted them. He blurted frantic questions to his daughters, Mayuri and Yuffie. Did they pack everything? Did they bring their self-defense weapons, then beg them to stay safe and swear they wouldn't follow any strangers? The twins sniffled and tried to calm him down, insisting everything was fine and he had to chill. His begging snapped into a loud, booming threat. Toru, don't move, because Hasran yanked his daughters into a crushing hug and warned the young man that any harm to them, or even the slightest touch, would bring brutal consequences. And while all that rage flew, Hasran still shrugged that it was just meant to boost their funds. Breathless with rage, Sato snapped that he finally got it and shoved everyone forward, yelling for them to move before night fell. Then they slipped through the city gates, and right after, the father crumpled to his knees, screaming their names into the dark. Sato's last words cut like a blade. If he laid a hand on them even a little, it wouldn't be the lightning that turned red. It would be the father's own face. He let out a strained laugh, nodding along with the twins' carefree vibe, but even with that bright energy around him, the road ahead still hit him with a gut-wrenching, uneasy feeling. As they kept giggling beside him, a wild thought snapped into his head, and in that exact moment, he never, not once, saw it coming. In the town of Flaritaria, they were about to stumble into events so priceless, they'd make gold look like trash. But that premonition didn't end there. It hinted at something worse, a collapse waiting right around the corner. A chilling certainty hit him. His downfall won't come from fate, it'll come from them. Still clueless about the monster waiting in his future, he and the twins kept moving boots, crunching along a dusty path straight for the distant mountains. Toru decided to hit the road with the boasting twins, grinning like crazy as they chased a wild new adventure, one that would blast his worries about that nasty teleportation away and kick off his 10th year in true grand style. They craved a carefree trip, but fate slammed the brakes and forced their first stop Dungeon City. Flaritaria money doesn't grow on trees, so they had to clock in and work at the dungeon and the twins. They were practically bouncing, chanting like the dungeon was the greatest adventure ever. With their course locked in, his 10th year adventure has officially kicked off. Now the three of them stride down the road, making straight for their destination. During their travels, the twins stumble into a slice of heaven, kicking back in a steamy hot spring, while one of them exhales, smiling like, "This is the best feeling ever." This detour slashes their momentum, and Toru, still stuck in the same spring but miles away from the others, looks ready to snap, wondering where their adventure went. Reality hits hard on this road. Those twins, leaning on walking sticks like it's a joke, pester Horu, "Are we there yet?" He snaps back that only 3 days have passed since they left, and the road ahead is still brutal. So of course they start whining, demanding real food, not rations, and begging for a soft bed and a hot bath. He takes in their complaints with a worn-out look, admits camping absolutely crushes anyone who's not used to it, and boom, those words drag him straight back to his days as a brand-new adventurer. He clocks that the twins still have some fire left in them, sighs and pushes for an early lunch break, and the twins explode with joy, cheering their heads off. They wasted no time jumping up and down with excitement. They threw a huge blanket onto the ground. While they slap together a little stove and start cooking, Toru passes out drinks to everyone. While he chews, he watches them work, and the way they move in perfect sync blows his mind. Then one of the twins spots him staring and snaps, "What are you looking at so hard?" She nails it. He's totally admiring their synergy, and her sister, eyes on the map, shrugs that it's just how they click. Sure, his compliments sound nice, but they're way more than they need. Her eyes snap to the map, cheeks blazing as excitement hits, and she blurts out that there's a hot spring town nearby. Sure, it's a little detour, but she knows they can grab horse carriages there. Horu stares in shock as the sudden proposal hits, because their insane mind link is already buzzing. Yuffie studies the map like a hawk, and Mayuri relays every detail. Hot springs are all she can think about, so she pushes them to bolt right now, dead sure they'll reach the town by evening. Their bond is unbreakable. Mayuri and Yuffie don't just connect, they sync, sharing every thought from the moment they're born, and even when they're apart, their minds still talk in flawless detail, so nothing ever gets lost or misunderstood. Their teamwork is freakishly precise. One reads the map while the other snatches the info instantly, and now that same hunger turns into one relentless unified chant aimed straight at Toru, "Hot spring, hot spring." He whips his hands up in pure exasperation, blaring that he gets it. Then he shoves them to move faster, snapping that if they don't hustle, they'll miss their chance before nightfall. Even with all his urgency, he gets left in the dust as the twins giggle and shout for him to speed up, laughing at his pace the whole way because somehow they've got endless energy marching toward a far-off pagoda beneath a crescent moon. Later, when they finally reached their destination, Toru collapsed in the dirt, utterly spent, while Haas tore through the last stretch and the twins kicked back near the fire. He admits he got overruled, but shrugs, since they're not racing against time. It's all good. And honestly, he still can't believe it when he first heard about their mind. The twins sink into the bubbling hot spring, and with a deep sigh, the tension just drains out of them. One of them marvels at how unreal it feels, like the grind of the last 3 days is melting away. Her sister nods along and says those last few days opened her eyes to Toru, and with that realization, they sink even deeper into the hot water, finally relaxing at ease. As they replayed everything in their minds, they realized the anxiety weighing him down was way bigger than they'd ever imagined. After a fresh talk, they begged Toru to stop calling them "you guys" and use their names instead because traveling together made it feel way too impersonal now, and Toru immediately got flustered and snapped back that he couldn't even tell them apart. His face snapped into a knowing grin like a brilliant idea just hit him. The two sisters stared at him, faces locked in unreadable calm. As they kept moving, they finally said their names Yuffie first, then Mayuri, and Toru shot back that he'd do his absolute best to remember them. Now it all clicks for them. The smile wasn't random at all. Toru probably thought he'd finally wrestled his inner storm into submission, but they could still feel the truth underneath. Even with everything settled, his fear of getting yanked away out of nowhere still lurked in his subconscious, waiting to resurface. This fear gnawed at him every second. What if every bond he builds in this new world, every companion, every love, everything he dares to cherish, gets ripped away the moment he's teleported again? He still can't tell the twins apart. He keeps blurting out Mayuri and Yuffie's names like they're the same, and the sisters sigh together, clocking that after all this time, he still hasn't even bothered to learn the difference. To fix this, they realize they've got to stop leaning on him totally, and they finally see the real root of his trauma, a brutal, deep fear of leaving others behind. That realization hits hard because it's real. Toru's unmatched gifts have turned him into a true pillar of support, and everyone leans on him without hesitation. He stepped in, reached out with open hands, and forged real bonds, throwing his strength behind anyone who needed it. But every time he starts to slip toward disappearing again, that fear gnaws at him because walking away means abandoning everyone who counts on him, and the bonds he builds feel so fragile they could crumble into nothing in an instant. He's stuck there, watching in horror as the people he's fighting for fall apart right before his eyes. As the last scraps of their form lunge for him, his very existence starts to unravel, and the panic hitting him is exactly the kind you can't help but imagine. The twins kept huddling in private, and the truth hit hard. One admitted that if Toru disappeared, they'd be in real trouble, because even with what they had now, they'd still buckle. The other couldn't shake it. How does someone that strong get so terrified of leaving others behind, yet still pick to work alone and make a real team impossible for him? Peeking out from behind the partition, one of them snapped that their new objective was set prove they could handle it, even if he vanished out of nowhere, and carve out their own independence. With tough, determined faces, they all reached the same conclusion: if they wanted his mind at ease while they left, they'd have to stop depending on him. They swore it would only become real when they could stand shoulder to shoulder with Toru, taking his hands as true partners, not dependents, because that's the only way they could face his fears together. After a while, Toru gulped from a tiny bottle, whipped around, and called out to Mayuri and Yuffie, asking if they were okay, because a wild thought hit him. How could they ever be on the same level as him? Toru kept talking as they slid in Mayuri and Yuffie, and immediately asked what he was sipping. He grinned and said it was a sparkling potion, a town specialty that hits with a recovery effect faster than the usual stuff. He even called it perfect for beating fatigue, then handed each of them a bottle and decided to grab 2 more. A nearby shopkeeper broke down why these potions were so special, how that wild fizz made them powerful, but also fragile. One rough shake during transport could ruin the effect, or worse, set them off, so they only got sold in this hot spring town. Toru finally realized he'd never even known a potion like this was real. He froze mid-breath, clutching that shimmering potion, and shot the twins a glance. Both of them went stone still with eyes shut, gripping their bottles tight while a weird, low buzz rolled out of each one. This was the real punch of their mind sharing once they connected. Their linked thoughts detonated into a wild storm of creativity. It was a power they could pull off only because of their one-of-a-kind bond, and it basically doubled everything: their memory, their real-world skills, and how fast they soaked up new knowledge, from dense science papers to medical journals. Inside that shared mental world, they traded every tiny detail with flawless precision: memories, feelings, the whole experience, until their minds fused so tight they stopped being two and became one. That breakneck, razor-sharp exchange forged a massive well of knowledge inside them, and suddenly they could tap into their shared genius: every tiny detail, even memories from their old lives on the otherworldly planet Earth. Their twins' mind lake sparked this rare kind of synergy where wild, offbeat ideas were born like a lightning strike. And it's how they finally cracked the gold smuggling playbook: by snapping together scraps everyone else ignored, random clues, badly made mechanical limbs, a pile of firewood, and all the little details that didn't look important until they fit. Then it hit an unforgettable rush of thoughts and visions from the old world crashing into their shared minds, bicycles, electric fans, guitars, and a flood of other inventions all spiraling into one jaw-dropping breakthrough idea. They jerk back out of their shared mind, flustered, hands up to their lips like they got caught mid-secret. Toru just stands there, baffled, blurting out whether they're plotting another meeting through their minds, and the twins immediately whip around to grab his attention, shouting his name. With a jolt of pure grit, they both scream his name together, right on the beat, Toru-san. They don't beat around the bush, pleading straight from the heart, begging him to teach them how to fight in the dungeon, because they're determined to pull their weight and boost the team's earnings, too. He's totally stunned by this sudden request, because what happened to their whole plan to just observe? Then one girl steps in and says, "I'm Yuffie," while the other goes, "I'm Mayuri," and they both lay it out. Things have changed, and now they're basically pleading with him for real. Toru even shrugs it off, saying the more powerful they get, the less he'll have to stress, like a weight finally lifted off his shoulders. He pushes for answers, asking what's going on and whether they've cooked up some new plan, and with matching mischievous grins they tell him, "Nope, it's still a secret, but our decision is already made." They snatch up a bottle each, lock eyes with destiny, and make him a vow, "We'll prove ourselves in the dungeon of Flaritaria City, and we'll fight side by side with you." His jaw drops as the twins suddenly explode with power, comically shrinking, vibrating like crazy, the potion hitting them full force. With a sudden shatter, a glass bottle bursts into pieces. Their cart rattles and clatters over the rough road, and Sato whips around to the twin girls, eyes blazing with pure exasperation. He reminds them he already warned them not to haul delicate carbonated potions here, because these roads aren't paved like on Earth. He even points out that one bottle has already smashed, and the fizz is completely gone. He shrugs off the loss and tells them to drop it, because an adventurer's brutal life would wreck anything this delicate, and no matter what, the fizz will eventually die out, taking their plans with it. Then he snaps his hand forward, steering the conversation as he urges them to stare at what's about to come into view. Right after his gesture, their eyes snapped to an insane sight, an enormous city tucked inside a massive, shimmering dome, and the twins froze, gasping in pure awe as Sato stepped forward and declared, "Welcome to Dungeon City Flaritaria." Flaritaria is like no other city on Earth. Its whole economy runs on the dungeons beneath it. And the towering magical barrier around the metropolis keeps everything safe from the endless monsters the dungeon's wild magic draws in from the wilds. At the city's core, the dungeons churn out monsters non-stop, feeding the economy with a never-ending flood of rare materials, powering a whole adventurer-driven society where people buy their gear, sell their supplies, and the adventurers keep the roads outside the barrier safe by hunting every monster and roaming beast. In just 30 years, Flaritaria exploded from a tiny village into a massive city ever since that very first dungeon showed up. And as Sato stares up at the grand architecture, he blurts that the whole economy here is messed up beyond belief. They stride up a huge staircase into the heart of the city, and one twin nods along with his take while the other snaps back that dungeons are straight-up death traps, the very force blamed for crushing the old world, and promises to break it all down next. He leaned in as their guide unraveled the city's paradox because trapping dungeons is the adventurer's main job, and those same dungeons keep Flaritaria's economy running on pure life. The guide kept going, telling us how that dungeon's first terrifying appearance back 3 decades ago wreaked massive destruction, and even with defenses up today, monster outbreaks still flare up and leave casualties behind. After that grim history, the guide couldn't help but point out the crazy irony, how they're earning a living off the same danger that nearly ruined them. Once the explanation wrapped up, the whole group pushed toward the dungeon's massive entrance. They kept marching forward, and the grand archway loomed over them, growing bigger with every step until it filled the horizon before them. Staring them down, set right into the stone structure, was an entrance, a shimmering, swirling portal of unstable energy guarded on both sides by the city's toughest fighters. Confirmed this was the real entrance. The twins, practically bouncing, asked if they should jump straight in, and Sato snapped the plan into place. This was a self-defense lesson and a way to earn money from monster hunting. But one rule: don't push too deep inside. Then they introduced themselves, Yuffie and Mayuri. With the plans locked in and the hellos out of the way, his face tightened and a razor-sharp, determined glimmer ignited in his eyes right as he stepped up to drag them into the unknown. He strides into the dungeon's massive entrance hall, an endless tiled sea packed with adventurers, and the twins trail right behind him, stunned. One leans close and asks if she felt that crushing presence, because there's no way he's a rookie. It swings back to them with a confident grin and says this dungeon is built for everyone, seasoned pros and total beginners alike. His confidence rattles the twins, and they stare in awe with a little fear creeping in. But he just stands his ground, hands on his hips, radiating pure self-assurance. They step into the first level, and bam, an endless open forest stretches out before them, the twins staring in awe at the sheer scale, while Sato lays out the dungeon layout. The first 4 floors are for beginners, the next 2 crank it up for intermediate adventurers, and the 7th floor and beyond are locked in for advanced pros, just like the ones they saw earlier. And the best part: each floor reshapes the world and swaps in new monster types. Then he shuts down the theory and snaps that it's test time right now. The twins steel themselves, faces set in iron resolve. Like it's summoned, a monster boar and all smashes through the brush, and 3 huge glowing eyes lock onto him. As he blurts out that the first floor might be way too rough for them after everything they've been through, and that they should rest while he takes over, his sentence gets chopped off mid-breath. The twins waste 0 time, snap into a full combat stance, and slam their spears straight at the beast. Sato just stands there, staring in pure shock. The sisters snapped into motion, one of them launched through the air with a spear locked on the charging 3-eyed boar. Her weapon slammed into the beast's thick hide with a deafening crack. Then the spearhead snapped apart on impact, shards flying everywhere like useless glass. The blast knocked her straight off her feet, sending her tumbling back through the grass while her sister stared in shock. The boar skidded to a stop for a split second, then kept going, fully intact. Right before the beast could slam its advantage, the other twin snapped back, firing 2 tiny glowing projectiles through the air. Her sharp, focused eyes lock onto the projectile's flight, and even with her weapon shattered, she doesn't blink or waver. The shots landed with a flash, 2 hits straight into the boar's eyes, and the beast buckled in agony as the sisters snapped into place on both sides, spears poised and ready to strike. From far away, Sato stared, stunned. Then it clicked fast. The guildmaster had trained them in basic combat, but he hadn't guessed it would look this good. He realized the plan instantly, one coordinated push after another, turning the fight into a total blowout, while Mayuri kept the creature busy, and Yuffie slipped in to zero in on its weak spots and tear them apart. He watches the twins in action and clocks it instantly. Yeah, their plan hits, but they don't have the raw strength or stamina to back it up, and he knows their teamwork is the real weapon. If they ever get split, their whole strategy collapses, which is exactly why they brought him in. Then he steps forward and offers to train them in body enhancement techniques, making it clear that building strength comes from steady, relentless effort. With sheer focus, he unleashes his power and casts an enchantment that snaps into a shimmering chain of energy. Then he tells you this is advanced magic, the kind of defensive technique only top adventurers can truly rely on. Under the fading evening sky, the twins shuffle back, clearly wiped out, breathing hard like they've been running. He gives them a light, playful scold, reminds them he told them to take it easy at the start, and asks with a grin if Mayuri and Yuffie are still breathing. They're so wiped out they can barely speak, just blurting their names back, and one even snaps that Sato's taking forever to return, so Sato nods at their exhaustion, reminds them they at least earned some cash, and tells them to grab supplies right away. When he spots them stumbling, he stops them cold and barks that no matter what they're thinking, they've burned through stamina and mana. His verdict is simple: head back to the inn, rest up, and recover. Little do they notice far off, a sharp, well-dressed man with a monocle has been watching the whole thing. The man strides up to the group, asking if everything's okay, and clocking that the young women look sick, so Sato, thrown by the sudden interruption, blurts out an apology, and asks the stranger if he knows anywhere nearby where they can sit. With a warm grin, the man tells him they've hit the jackpot, points straight ahead at the benches nearby, and offers to lead them right over. The man leans in and tells them he's happy to help, and as they stride down the paved promenade, Sato can't stop thanking him. He's just desperate to know the right way to properly repay their benefactor. He steers them toward a nearby bench and tells them that adventurers are basically celebrities in this city, and then he grins, still buzzing because he just sealed a deal that went perfectly for him. Sato's suspicion clicks into place the second the man talks. He's a merchant through and through, and his friendly act hits like fresh air compared to everyone else Sato's met. Curiosity flares, so Sato leans in and asks what kind of goods he actually sells. The merchant thrusts out a curious object, and the twins gasp together, eyes blazing with recognition as they blurt, "Is it a mystery clock?" Sato, though, has never even heard the term. The device is pure genius. Those clock hands sit on their own clear plates, and the gears are hidden inside the stand, so when you spin the discs, the hands look like they're floating and sliding across the face with no mechanism anywhere to be seen. The merchant swears he made the item from a real relic pulled out of a dungeon, and he's genuinely shocked that Sato even knows what it is until the twins light up and tell him this is their very first time seeing one in person. Because all they've had were dusty stories from earthen books, the guy can't help but gush, saying it's impossible not to admire how well they can read the relic's weird script. Snatching up the clock, Sato stared through its flawless glass, stunned it was way beyond any normal pain, while the twins kept their eyes locked on the real earth-made treasure. The merchant then fixed his stare on Sato, praising that unreal clarity, and Sato nearly jumped because that compliment had him wondering if the man could somehow read his thoughts. He kept his eyes locked on the clock as a nasty realization hit. This clear material was actually tortoiseshell, pulled from a turtle-like monster called a Cairo from the Flaritaria dungeon, and once he pieced that together, the insane quality finally made perfect sense. Watching the reaction, the merchant just smirked. Merchants are a different breed, and he proved it. While most people would be happy to own that rare relic, a real merchant would tear it apart to learn how it works, then rebuild it using their own materials into something new. This kicked off a full-on business brawl. Sato bombarded the merchant with rapid-fire questions about the clock's power source, production costs, target buyers, and the price, while the twin girls calmly swore the device had soaked up non-stop light for years with zero issues. Their chat got smashed to pieces by a sudden jarring interruption. Everyone snapped their heads up and blurted in shock. The commotion was all because a woman had just burst in and called the merchant Grand Merchant, then snapped. She finally found him. He'd disappeared while they were prepping the arcane vehicle, and everyone freaked out. The merchant only smiled and apologized, saying he'd just felt the urge to stretch his legs. Sato read the title and nearly choked on the surprise. Grand Merchant, so he runs every trade in this city. The thought hit hard, and the merchant just let out a quiet chuckle, apologized for keeping his name hidden, and finally confirmed it. Yep, he was the head of the Merchants Guild. He rose to his full height and boldly declared, "I'm the Grand Merchant of the Flaritaria Emergence Guild," then added, "And I also serve on the Flaritaria Council," locking in his overwhelming authority like a final seal. He wrapped up the talk, saying he hoped this wasn't the last time they'd meet, and pitched new commercial ventures right there, then tipped his hat and officially introduced himself as Matico as he walked away. The twin daughters finally exhaled, relieved they'd been worried sick about Sato, who was still reeling from the shock that the man's identity and that razor-sharp business mind were the real deal. He whipped around to the twins and praised how fast they bounced back, right as he told them to head back to the inn only for the girls, buzzing with business energy, to grin and announce they were ditching that plan for a full-on shopping spree. As he strode along, he couldn't help but blurt out why they were moving so fast. What were they rushing to buy? And was it tied to that secret they'd teased back in the hot spring town? Sato watched from afar as Matico, the Grand Merchant, vanished down the street, his footsteps thudding and echoing through the air. With his own business calling, he straightened up with a fierce look, eyes locked on that nearby building. That shopping trip turned up a weird hall-white powder from the glass workshop, a reddish-purple dust from the vintner's shop, and a bunch of potion vials from the local atelier. Back in their room, the twins spread the ingredients out on the table, hands flying as they sorted everything. Sato stared them down with his arms crossed, grumbling that they'd hauled their wiped-out bodies across town for this. Then he pressed for answers, but all he got was a cute little giggle. A bead of sweat slid down his temple as the twin daughters wrapped up their preparations. One gave him a sly wink and promised him a treat if the experiment worked, while the other just smirked and ordered him to wait and see. And yeah, his confusion was loud as anything. A few days later, they finally burst into the potion atelier and stepped right into the alchemist's skill. Inside, they shoved their creation in front of Chiron, the master alchemist and atelier director, and Sato just stood there, utterly lost, blurting, "What's going on?" Chiron went still, then stared, because she knew the substance instantly and swore it should be impossible to move since it only exists in the hot spring region. Her voice shook with disbelief as she demanded how they managed to drag it all the way here. Shock hit her hard, but the twins just grinned, flask in each hand, bubbling with their own wild concoctions because they'd actually brewed a sparkling potion right here in the city, and now they were ready to cash in. Money just not long ago, Taurus stared at a potion that was bubbling out of nowhere, and his brain spun because he couldn't wrap his head around how a normal draft suddenly started fizzing like crazy. He blinked like, wait, how is this even possible? But Mayuri and Yuffie, those twin troublemakers, just grinned, saying everything he'd done was only mixed into the powders they'd handed him, then casually reminded him that carbonation is just what happens when you lace a liquid with carbon dioxide. To prove their point, they broke it down with simple science tartar, the wine-making byproduct, mixed with seaweed ash. The white powder glassmakers swear by stir both into water, and boom, you get a fizzy drink that sparkles. With the fresh fizz powder and potions clutched in hand, they bragged they could whip up sparkling potions anytime, anywhere, so adventurers on the run wouldn't have to stress about their drink losing that fizz. Even with all that confidence, the twins admitted they weren't fully sure their plan would survive a real potion, so when Toru took a cautious sip, they finally exhaled and called it a win for now. He set the flask down and shot. All right, what's the next hurdle? His relaxed move instantly snapped the room into chaos. His sisters burst into panic, demanding to know what he was doing, and Toru stayed cool as he said he was only testing whether the sparkling potion was real. Just before anyone could react, he lunged in and grabbed both of their cheeks, then barked out that potions are made of mana and treated like medicine. Mixing their ingredients the wrong way could trigger brutal, dangerous side effects. He wrestles with the idea of making the twins, his face flickering between doubt and concern, because before he can move forward, he knows they've got to test the potion first and prove it actually works. The twins grin and happily agree, saying they'll start with animal trials. Toru bristles and asks if they're really planning to snatch rodents off the streets, but they just laugh, claiming the dungeon is full of volunteers, and they only need ordinary test subjects. Deep inside a dungeon, the clues finally hit out of the shadows. A massive hound with glowing white eyes rockets forward and clamps its powerful jaws onto a test sample with a brutal, violent crunch. Before anyone could stop it, that became the usual routine. Eyewitnesses started whispering about a shady crew that was secretly pumping dungeon beasts full of potions, one by one. These trials hammered the big shadow hound into the ultimate test subject, solid, reliable, and still downright intimidating. Now it just sits calm beside Toru, who's grinning like he nailed it, while the twin alchemists hover close, equally thrilled. After confirming the potion's effects, the story snaps straight to the present. Someone's gripping a bottle of the finished fizzing brew, standing right in front of the Alchemist Guild's prestigious potion atelier. Inside, Karen, the atelier director, and a master alchemist step forward and drop her official verdict. The liquid is a real sparkling potion, identical to the original with not a single ounce of difference, and she stakes her entire authority on that confirmation. She blurted out her gratitude, stunned they'd cracked how to brew that sparkling potion right there on the spot because there was no way to transport it. Kira couldn't help but marvel at their tech from another world, and that secret felt like a treasure she absolutely wouldn't poke at. Holding the potion up to the light, she practically beamed and said their invention was downright impressive. Kieran was convinced this would smash the old rules of potion making and open a massive business opportunity, while the twins' eyes went wide with pure, explosive excitement. She shot forward with the opening move and begged for a partnership, promising she could pull the ingredients for that sparkling potion straight from them, and Toru immediately freaked out, because there was no supply chain like that. He blurted that they'd love the help, but their ingredient pipeline was already handled a total lie that still didn't fool the master alchemist. Before he could falter again, the twins burst in with their own counteroffer, saying they'd happily sign a contract, but only if her atelier could tweak the potion's taste and flavor to match its fizz and make it even more irresistible. Kieran froze, stunned, and completely thrown off. They kept admitting how brutal the job would be, then explained they'd heard Atelia's craftsmanship was unmatched in the city, and if anyone could pull off a delicate adjustment like that, it had to be her team. Toru watched the master alchemist pause, and it hit him she'd stepped straight into their trap. Then the alchemist acted crushed, apologized like it was all a bother, and tossed the bait if it was too hard. They'd just move on. The twins burst in right away, begging for one shot and swearing they could pull it off. The story slams into a roaring production facility, heat hangs heavy like a furnace breath, and inside a glass workshop, a master craftsman yanks a glowing orb of molten glass from the fire, while an off-panel voice presses him for the details of the deal. The glass workshop, Master Langus, spotted the two young women at once, and his brow furrowed as he wondered, "Wait, are you the same girls who bought seaweed ash from me just the other day?" He leaned in and asked what they wanted this time, spreading out a detailed diagram, and one of the twins fired off their two-part plan. They wanted custom potion flasks made to order, and they also wanted him to hook them up with his seaweed supplier. Right as she started to finish, Langus snapped that snagging the materials was fine, but his workshop wasn't some place to loiter, so get moving. The twins didn't back down and demanded the flask design. The bottom had to be roughened to clamp a bag of fizzy powder tight, and the main body had to be shaped into a sphere so the boiling powder mixed up faster and cleaner. He hardened his expression and said with full weight that they take pride in their work at the workshop, and they weren't there to entertain some girl's heart, as far as he was concerned. With that dismissive tone hanging in the air, Toru snapped his gaze to the twins, sweat beading on his temple as he finally cracked their plan, and the two girls just stood there, grinning like they already owned the win. Their faces sharpened into something cold and dare-filled, and they hammered home the point that if he botched a request this basic, his reputation would crash. Then they finished with a cruel little twist. If it was too hard, he should have just admitted it. Taunt slammed into its target, rage flaring as Langus roared for everyone not to underestimate him, then snatched up his tools and started working at once. The twins just watched with smug, triumphant smirks, while he swore they'd see exactly what he could do. Next, they hit a vintner shop where the seller's front and center, with huge wooden barrels lined up on heavy racks. Inside, Ivan the vintner spots the twin sisters right away, breaks into a warm grin, and remembers they bought his wine crystals just the other day. Then he leans in and asks if they want to taste the real wine this time. One of the twins shoots back that they're here for round 2 of the wine crystals, and Ivan bursts into laughter at their weird obsession with what's basically leftover barrel cleaning muck. Then he tosses out a casual question. Do they keep livestock? Because he's heard some folks use those crystals as animal feed. Her reply knocks the wind out of him. She asks straight up if he'd sell them everything he has available. Ivan freezes, staring like, "You're serious," and instantly shrugs off the crystals as trash until the twins assure him they mean every word, shove a document into his hands, and say, "If our plan works, we want to lock it in with a real contract." As the vintner gapes in total disbelief, one twin blurts out their prize per weight and admits she can't blame him for losing it when his trash suddenly turns to gold. Oru watches them, and it hits him. Those twins are all in, throwing their whole dungeon earnings and even their travel money at this plan. And now that the containers and raw materials are locked down, they're finally ready to go. The twins stared on, eyes blazing, and laid out their merchant creed when a golden chance lands. You don't hesitate. You go all in, because that's how real merchants think. And then it finally clicked. He understood their whole plan at once. because they'd set up shop in the loud, crowded bazaar, right outside the dungeon's entrance. He challenged their plan, demanding, "Are you really going to kick things off by selling from a tiny stall like this?" One of the twins shot back that their money had been stretched to absolute breaking point, so this small, humble start was all they had. Her sister laid out the whole plan: take the first profits, pump them into mass production, build a reputation people trust, and finally get their products into the right shops, while Toru stayed unconvinced, grilling the idea like it couldn't possibly be that simple. Castron, though, was way more upbeat. He said they'd find out soon if the product was a smash, pointing out that with a hot spring town right nearby, every adventure knew just how insanely effective sparkling potions were. The twins said anyone would jump at the chance to make potions like that if they knew the method, and they were so sure the whole stock would vanish in under an hour. Even though their bull prediction was dead wrong, Toru stayed posted by the stall with his arms crossed, staring at the chaos of the market exploding around them while not a single customer came within sight of their display. He scanned the crowd, sweat slipping down his temple, and blurted, "What's happening?" His voice cracked as his confidence collapsed. "How have we sold a single thing? We were promised this would change everything." But one of the twins stayed rock steady, flat out saying, "This result was always the plan." She launched into why the customer was hesitating. This potion cost way more than normal ones, so regular buyers couldn't just grab it on a whim, and even worse, everyone knew true sparkling potions couldn't be shipped, so people instantly doubted it. Or adventurers whose lives hang by the gear on their backs, equipment is their lifeline, and they can't risk trusting anything that smells that suspicious. As the twins squirmed in place, he stared at them, utterly lost, like, "How are you so calm right now?" he blurted. One of them just grinned and said, "We're only getting started." Right then, the reality of the situation slammed into him, and he finally understood why the adventurer stayed on guard, because he'd been trusting his own tried-and-true items for years. She broke down her plan and pointed out that the morning rush was packed with adventurers, sharpening their courage to dive into the dungeon. But now the sun was sinking, and everyone was starting to fold up their day, exactly as she'd clocked it. This shift in the crowd was the spark that lit their whole plan by the time evening hit. More and more adventurers came staggering back from the dungeon, piling up steadily. He watched those worn-out figures stagger into view, and the twin kept talking because every adventurer crawling back from a delve comes home bruised, at least a little. And sure, most heal up by nightfall, but the ones who linger, battered and exhausted, are the shop's real customers. He watched the exhausted adventurers finally get it. The twins' real play was to heal someone's wounds on the spot, right in front of everyone, and turn it into a spectacle. The Grand Adventurer's station sat right there in front of him, the massive gateway where everyone who entered the dungeon and everyone who left had to pass. The demonstration hit like a thunderclap. An injured adventurer watched his wounds vanish right before his eyes, stunned out of his mind, while his companions gawked and demanded to know if that sparkling potion was real. Then the twins stepped in and snapped the air with their voices. Only 5 samples were left. In matching nurse uniforms meant to seem harmless, the twins stepped forward and shouted to the crowd, offering free sparkling potions to anyone who'd just come back injured. As they drew a massive crowd of potential customers, Toru's anxiety spiked by the second, while the twins smirked at how handy it was to have all these injured folks piled in one spot. Perfect, they said, for their loud advertising, though the other twin couldn't help wondering if those costumes were really necessary. Once the free samples were gone, the twins snapped, "No backing out." Then they shouted that potions were finally up for sale, and the crowd ate it up, surging forward like a storm, until the hype turned into a full-on stampede, and Toru got trapped right in the middle of it. The proof was undeniable. One sparkling potion worked like a miracle, and they whipped up a whole production line fast to keep up with the insane demand. He and the twins got swept right into the middle of a full-blown storm, and the word about their potions spread like wildfire until, somehow, 10 days vanished in a blur of non-stop sales and desperate, frantic production. Their success was jaw-dropping. Hundreds of adventurers from all across Flaritaria sprinted to their stall every day, snatching up those sparkling potions like they couldn't get enough. That potion hit like nothing else, shaking the whole region to its core because for years, every quest was stuck on the 8th floor, until a brand new elixir finally gave adventurers the push to break through to the 9th, igniting exploration like never before. After years of dead silence, this breakthrough finally shattered the stagnation, igniting fresh hope across the whole adventure crew, as everyone started believing they could break through and clear the entire dungeon at last. But this sudden flip in the balance of power didn't slip past anyone. In a calm, fancy office, a few people were straight up furious about everything that was happening. As the night deepened, the grand merchant Matico sank into thought, his monocle perched on his desk next to a ticking clock that kept beating like a warning. He raised the flask to the dim light, watching its contents swirl like they were alive, while the grand merchant's face stayed carved out of cold calculation, his eyes locked on the exact reason his plans had just blown up. With Miri and Yuffie's sisters flanking him, Toru just stares in total disbelief at the fortune in front of them because the pile of money is so massive his breath catches, and the twins grin as they announce they're swimming in cash. He slaps his tag on the pile and lets the coins spill stacks of currency tower high on the table. And he just can't believe it, sure. He makes a solid living as a ranked adventurer, but he's never seen a fortune this huge crammed into one single spot. Crowding around the table, Mayuri and Yuffie clap and swear their success was all thanks to Toru, but he swats the praise away, saying he only stayed because he was curious, and that their big win really belongs to their own hard work. Sure, he's basking in the praise, but deep down, it still doesn't make sense to him. Lately, their hard work has somehow produced results that blow his mind, and the why of it all is a mystery he can't crack. Just as he's scratching his head over their insane success, the twins grin and shut him down. Snatching the bottle and glasses, they clink everything together and push. Let's celebrate with a drink. They lay it all out for a doubtful Toro because in this world you hit adulthood at 15. So yeah, they're old enough. Then they point out how barely anyone here's had a proper, strongly carbonated drink, since even the beer is mostly flat. The twins grin and tell him they've figured out a way to fix that and they're dying to try it together. Even after they lay it all out, Toru refuses to buy it. He flat out says he doesn't see how drinking a soda has anything to do with it. And as the twins start pouring, one of them can't help but giggle at his confusion. They watch as the twins swagger through their celebration, pouring a crystal-clear liquid into a wine glass, then dropping in something darker until the two colors swirl into one bold mix. The drink bubbles softly in the glass sparkling wine, and he can't believe it's real. The twins lay out their master plan, get it into taverns, let people get comfortable with the fizz, and then their sparkling potions sell themselves. Next, they'll even brew non-alcoholic carbonated water. He finally nods. Yeah, that's actually smart. Beaming with pride, the twins lift their glasses high, call for a toast to even bigger prosperity, and insist they've just unveiled the world's first sparkling wine, so come on, enjoy it with us. He grins at their achievement, lifts his glass toward theirs, and calls out a simple cheers. He lifts the glass to his lips and takes a gulp, then his eyes immediately snap wide with shock. That unexpected flavor hits him, and you can practically see it register on his face. He blurts out that the wine's a bit bitter. Then the twins sip their own cups, grimace instantly, and nod like, "Yep, we can totally taste the seaweed ash you used in this." The whole problem snaps into focus. The potion's aftertaste hits hard in the line, and he realizes it's way too strong to ignore, because nobody's going to willingly drink something that tastes that awful, even if they tried to get used to it. The twins catch the issue instantly and pivot on the spot, pushing the idea of switching to a gasogene instead. They pitched their wild new invention, a gasogene, a fancy old glass contraption made to churn out carbonated drinks on the spot. You drop an effervescent powder and water into one chamber, it blasts out carbonation that rushes into the other, and somehow it dodges that awful seaweed ash aftertaste. Seeing this fresh chance ignite in them, they shoved forward and demanded an order with the glass workshop immediately, while Toru, sipping his drink, just stared, baffled by their sudden burst of drive and wondering why they were rushing so hard when it was already late. When he asked, one of the twins snapped into explanation. She reminded him that back at the start of their journey, it felt like all they were going to do was mess around, take lessons, fight monsters, and tear through dungeons. She kept going, saying they weren't just doing everything, they were sprinting to strike gold with fizzy drinks, too, and she couldn't help wondering what on earth the real purpose behind all this chaos was. They wanted him to finally see them as independent, so they turned to a baffled Toru, swallowed their pride, and shot her a heartfelt apology. They admitted they'd blown their promise completely sure. They'd grabbed the investment. But all they got from that hopeful toast was the memory of him hunting for a place where he could finally breathe easy. They leaned in and warned Torreson he might not even see it. But he's building walls all on his own, pulling away from everyone, haunted by that steady fear that he'll get yanked away again without warning, and worrying what happens to everyone he leaves behind. The words hit him hard. He shoots them a shaky, forced smile and tries to shut Yuffie and Mayuri down, insisting they shouldn't talk like that, then slips up and admits he can't even tell them apart, like that's some big proof he's detached. But the twin fires back that it's not a talent problem at all, it's that he never bothered to try. Holding up their glasses, they lay out the decision right there because the real mission is proving they can stand on their own, so he won't have to panic about them being left behind if he gets suddenly teleported away. They lay out the whole plan, sharpen their fighting skills, and stash money like it's mission fuel because their chasing one dream becomes so unforgettable that he'll finally stop mixing up their names and grow strong enough to stand beside him. His words hit like echoes in his head, every struggle, every Taurus caught in a knot of tight, brutal internal conflict. Right when the tension peaks, knock-knock, the door gets hit, and a voice from the other side announces snacks just to snap him out of his spiral. One of the twins grins and says, "We already stashed the food," insisting a late-night drink just isn't worth it without something to snack on. A big servant slides a heaping platter of food toward the twins, and Toru whips around to thank him, practically gushing about how unbelievably delicious everything looks. He lifted a glass of sparkling cider, slipped on that soft, accepting smile, and let it grace his lips like he'd finally decided, yes, he was ready to celebrate with them. The sky was blindingly bright and crystal clear, setting the stage for their brand new venture. On that day, the twins couldn't hold it in. They burst into his presence, grinning ear to ear, and showed off their creation, two massive honeycomb-striped spheres that crackled with raw energy, which they named the Sparkling Fruit Bombs. Their hard-won success drove them straight to a local tavern, where they shoved their freshly earned prize into the bartender's hands, and the guy stared at those weird, glittering orbs like they might bite. But the moment he tasted that drink, his doubts evaporated on the spot, and he just stared wide-eyed. Completely stunned, he grabbed another sip and let that one-of-a-kind flavor hit. Without another word, they sealed it one hard handshake, and a brand-new business partnership was locked in. The tavern filled up fast, buzzing with patrons dying to taste that brand-new concoction. The twins lit up the room, greeting customers and trading handshakes with fellow merchants, and their whole scheme hit pay dirt instantly. Meanwhile, Toru stood guard from behind the bar, keeping watch. Their new venture is a hit, and everyone cheers as they raise sparkling glasses. Tiny bubbles shoot upward like they mean it. The whole tavern erupts as they clink glasses together, cheering loud for the brand-new drink everyone's suddenly obsessed with. That sudden fame sends shockwaves when you dig into their accounts. You find that once the sparkling wine blew up, their potions started selling like crazy too, climbing day after day. As they soak up their win, one twin blurts out that word's already spreading and customers from outside Flaritaria are coming sooner than they think, and her sister nods like, "Yeah, this revenue boost is gonna hit hard." Toru watches it all and realizes a nationwide expansion isn't some far-off fantasy anymore. They're officially switched into serious merchant mode. He tails the twins through the busy streets, grinning at how hard they're going, and he blurts that he's got to give them props for showing up to dungeon training no skipping. Even with all their recent success, though, his mind keeps slipping back to one thing, the image of a shadow hound. Their steps skid to a stop as they huddle side by side in front of this massive, jaw-dropping building, and something up ahead grabs their full attention. Three familiar faces stand right before them: Chiron the alchemist, Langus the glassworker, and Ivan the vintner. So Toru leans in and shouts a warm greeting to his business partners. He spots Langus, Chiron, and Ivan huddled in front of the inn, faces set in grim silence, and rushes up to them, then demands from the twins what on earth happened to spark all this chaos. The twins whip around to face him, their faces draining of color with sheer panic, and one of them blurts out voice shaking whether their business deal is suddenly off the table. The group slips into a private room, and Toru looms over the table, grilling his partners for why this sudden turn happened while Langus just clenches his jaw and goes completely mute. Ivan goes first, wearing a tight, apologetic smile as he admits they're genuinely grateful for the partnership, especially because Toru bought the wine crystals they would have been forced to toss. Langus just listens, face completely unreadable. Tyron pushes the story forward, and she admits the truth. At first, she shrugged it off as just a hobby, but then she watched how hard they committed, and it hit her. Then she drops the real bomb. The Merchants Guild has officially warned them to cut ties with anyone who's making or selling sparkling potions. That declaration hits Toru and the twins like a truck. Chiron just keeps going, saying the guild has them backed into a corner. Join the guild, or keep digging into the sparkling potions, and either way, their partnership is getting cut off right now. That unspoken threat hangs right there in the air because the Merchants Guild is weaponizing a business embargo like blackmail. And yeah, sure, they're allowed to pick partners and cut ties, but this isn't just policy, it's pure power abuse, a bully tactic they're betting they can get away with. His old partners lay it all out. Kieran confirms this threat is serious, and Langus, perched on a tiny stool, snaps that the guild's moves may not break the law. But threatening people like this is downright unethical. Their reason for shutting down the sparkling potions is painfully obvious. He explains it plain. It all traces straight back to the dungeon because those recent wins and lightning-fast clears are wrecking the Merchant Guild's whole money-making plan. This isn't some empty threat cripple the dungeon supply and the guild collapses on the spot, and sealing it would smash the city's economy to pieces. Back in the workshop, Toru leans in as Chiron drops the bombshell. This isn't their first rodeo with these tactics. People swear the grand merchant running things now pulled the same kind of strings before, back when dungeons were in danger. Toru can't help but wonder, are they repeating history all over again? The moment the grand merchant is mentioned, one twin's eyes go wide like a light just flipped on in her head. She blurts, trembling with disbelief. If Matico is really pulling all the strings, and suddenly that creepy image hits them. A smiling man with a monocle, grinning like he's enjoying every second. He processed the new info, and Toru shot back that dungeons were still deadly rampages, casualties, all of it, so sealing them was a wild but necessary duty, right on the spot. But then he realized the truth. This wasn't a normal incident at all. It was sabotage, plain as day, and it screamed that the guild was terrified. Once the truth finally hits, the partners step out of their own place and slam down their final verdict, done is done, and they won't argue if everyone turns their hate on them for it. He stood there with his arms crossed and a grim scowl, while the twins leaned over the table, shoulders tense like the world was pressing down on them. He couldn't stop thinking about Matico, because the man had seemed so decent. One twin finally snapped the silence. Her voice rocked steady as she laid it all out. This is a dead end. No matter how they hunted for new trading partners or even packed up for another town, it'd be pointless, because finding a city with those perfect conditions, those matching resource partners, and adventurers who drink their sparkling potions would be almost impossible. He listened to her assessment, eyes locked on the table, and he muttered, "Is that so?" while the harsh truth of her words hit him like a punch. When it came to his own life, his thoughts drifted inward, zeroing in on his own path. He remembered the early days when the fear of losing everyone who'd helped him clawed at his chest, and the memory still hit like a fresh wound, his younger self dropping to his knees in total despair as his allies turned their backs and vanished into the distance. That experience scarred him with fear. He learned to cling to people, then to make them cling to him, until one day he'd become a lone, high-flying Burank adventure people called Red Thunder. But the stronger he got, the darker it turned, because now he was terrified of one thing above all, suddenly letting go of everyone. His eyes locked onto one of the twins' feet, planted like it meant something, but then he realized the truth. These weren't the kind of people who leaned on others, and they wouldn't let anyone lean on them. Now it hit him, they weren't asking for his protection at all. They were going for his level, to stand as his equal. With that thought in their heads, they've been going all in. He remembers them grinding night after night, poring over ancient texts, honing their craft, and refusing to break even when every hardship hit them like a wave. But that dream they fought for, built from blood, sweat, and hope, got ripped apart in the blink of an eye. The Grand Merchant watched without a flicker as the twins' spirits snapped and their smiles slid into shadow, while Toer stood there, utterly stunned. He'd watched them claw toward their goals only to get his hopes crushed by the results. Rage didn't stand a chance when the axe slammed into Toru with everything it had. The cold truth crushed him. Rage blazed through his veins, his teeth bared as he swore no way in hell he'd ever forgive this. He snaps his back to the twins and faces away from their panic, then declares, "Rock solid, I've got a plan." The twins stare up in confusion as he lays out his plan to boost their sparkling potions and launch them onto a nationwide stage. He keeps going, swearing he'll smash the excuse their rivals used to choke off their partnerships, and even after all that, the twins are still staring at him like, "Wait, what on earth are you talking about?" Toru steps up to the window and sweeps a hand across the massive city sprawled below, grinning as he declares, "With our sparkling potions, we're going to make it happen." His bold declaration hits like lightning, and the twins freeze eyes wide, shock crashing in, tears spilling as hope slips back in. Right in front of the Grand Merchant Matico, Toru squares up with razor-sharp resolve, then declares he's clearing the Flaritaria dungeon, taking the Merchants Guild, and making them regret every second they thought they could mess with him. Toru lays out his plan and breaks it down. If they can clear the Flaritaria dungeon, the Merchants Guild won't have a single reason to meddle in their sparkling potions. And if those potions become the breakthrough that finally conquers a dungeon that's been unbeatable for 30 years, they'll get bombarded with partnership offers and their name will explode past the city walls. He shuts it down with one clear conclusion: they just have to crush the dungeon sparkling potions in hand, and nothing stands in their way. With the plan locked in, he whips his attention to the twin sisters beside him, asks them straight if they're truly sure about joining, and makes it clear they're never pressured to. Staring him down, the twins' faces twist with worry. One blurts out whether he's really sure he should go this far for them, calling it a mess they brought on themselves, while the other instantly jumps in, saying they can't just dump everything on his shoulders and do nothing. He shoots back with a confident grin, swearing that as an adventurer, wiping out deadly dungeons is his sworn duty, and that this time, he'll also use it to smack the meddling Merchants Guild right where it hurts, because it's adventurers doing the fighting, so the guild has no business whining about it. The smile crumples off his face and pure determination takes over. Then he leans in and tells him, "Don't stress it," because he's got his own reasons to be fired up. The moment he hears that resolve, the twins lock eyes. Then one smirks and says, "Our latest training has us ready to hold our own." She adds that if he needs them as porters, she's not going to stop him. The other laughs and hits him with, "And honestly, extra hands would be great either way." Toru leans in and drops a terrifying warning. This huge dungeon is life or death, even for him, and says they won't be fighting on the front lines, but they'd better be ready for whatever danger comes their way. And with a bead of sweat on her brow, one of the twins snaps to attention and accepts the order. He whips around and ushers them down the stairs from the workshop, and while they move, he can't stop thinking. Shocked that they've gotten this strong so fast because, honestly, most people would have quit by now. As they keep moving, the twins whip their heads over and there's Master Hashran, smiling like he owns the world, handing a piece of bread to a dark-haired woman the second they see it. They freeze, faces completely unreadable. Their trail pushes straight into the heart of town, and then boom-loud commotion spills out from the guild's massive ornate building. The chaos is kicked off by a raging mob of adventurers. One guy screams over the noise, demanding answers about a sudden ban on sparkling potions, exploding that the Adventurers Guild is getting mixed up instead of the Merchants Guild, and shouting how many people are going to die trying to clear the 9th level without them. Inside the guild hall, a rep tries to calm a raging mob, swearing the guild isn't to blame. He says the supplier has shut down for good, and they're still digging for answers, piece by piece. From a safe distance, the twins watch the chaos unfold, and one sister points out that the adventurers are already lashing out, blaming the Adventurers Guild for screwing up the distribution Toru rakes through the mess in his head. Sure, it wrecks any chance of recruiting porters, but the chaos might just turn into their advantage. He stands before the gathered adventurers, twin sisters at his sides, and then hits them with a fearless promise: sparkling potions are coming back, no matter what the Merchants Guild says, because he's declaring they'll clear the entire dungeon. To pull this off, he raises one gleaming gold coin like a signal flare and says, "We need porters, not fighters pros who'll keep our cargo safe." Then he leans in and promises, "You'll get 1 gold coin a day." He shoots his hand up high and shouts for volunteers. If you're in, raise your hand now, and he'll spill every detail later. The crowd reels in disbelief, whispering whether clearing the dungeon is even possible and doubting the huge reward is legit. His arm stays locked in the air, but the guild hall goes death quiet. No one even dares to move or take his offer. The adventurers stared their fear down, hesitating hard, brows knotted, sweat pouring as they weighed the crazy pay against a risk so massive it didn't even need to be said. The twins hung beside Toru, trading hushed whispers as they sized up the offer because a porter with guard duties only earns up to 2 silver coins a day, while this one hit a full gold coin, 10 times as much. It was an absolutely insane generosity. Like the mission itself is crushing them. The Flaritaria dungeon waits ahead, an untaken labyrinth for decades, its true depths still a secret. And even with C-rank adventurers packed into the crowd, nobody steps forward. That dead silence screams everything. This is a brutal, suicidal job. That stunned silence after Toru's offer finally cracked when the crowd started grumbling. One adventurer outright snapped that they'd trekked all this way for a potion that was already discontinued. And just as Toru's call for brave recruits hung there unanswered, a razor-sharp voice cut through the noise. A woman with long, pointed ears and a sly, confident smirk pushed out from a squad of elven warriors, then leaned into the crowd with a mocking jab like, wow, their famous Red Thunder really had been stirring up a story for himself. Her words slammed into Toru, and his eyes went wide with pure disbelief. He just stared, confusion flickering across his face while the twin daughter beside him gasped in alarm because she'd just heard the woman call him out by his legendary nickname. The elven warrior sprinted right up to Toru, her razor-sharp eyes locked on him, then stood over him like a threat, silent, unmoving, and daring him to answer. Her patience snapped instantly. She shot forward, grabbed Toru by the neck, and yanked him into a brutal headlock, teeth clenched as she demanded, "How dare you forget someone as beautiful as me?" The twins went rigid, hands slapping to their chests in pure shock as they stared while the woman kept blasting him with her rant, reminding him that he and the twins had teamed up on that abnormal monster outbreak up north 2 years ago. Then she snarled his other name, Bastura, like a warning before the sheathed. That name tore through the gathered adventurers once they recognized it. The whole crowd erupted in a low murmur. "Wait!" Someone shouted, "Bastura, sheath strike!" The title hit like a legend, heavy with history in their mouths. The elven warrior who'd stepped up to him was the captain of a deadly party, 7 rare mountain elves hailing from northern Shirahel, and even if they were only B rank, they still clawed their way to an insane 41st place in order to dash. While the crowd digested the news, another adventurer shoved forward and demanded in right into the middle of it all. People went wild with whispers, because seeing a B-rank party show up in order was almost unheard of, a slot that usually belonged to A ranks. Then one guy in the crowd, he stared, and recognition hit him like a spark. He knew the newcomer. Meet Fudo the Bold One, a down-and-out adventurer with a legend hanging over his head. Famous as Flartaria's ultimate veteran for 10 straight years, he tore through that dungeon and crushed depth records, drilling all the way to the 9th floor. That bombshell hit the crowd like lightning. People snapped to attention and connected the dots. The elf had called him Red Thunder, and this wasn't some nobody loner. No, he was Dash's 17th-ranked fighter, the world's top individual combat powerhouse. Now the 3 adventurers stood together, and the crowd gawked like they'd just witnessed a miracle. Toru, the elf besterer, and Fudo the Bolder snapping into a team with terrifying power, while the twin daughters watched in silence, already convinced this crew would steamroll the dungeon. He spun toward the twins with a confident grin and said everything turned out perfect. Then his eyes caught the dark silhouettes of his new companions. and the mood sharpened fast. He could tell right away they didn't care about reputation at all. Their focus was locked in, full and fearless. Freshly formed, the party got ready to set it all apart. Fudo burst out that he'd take point, bragging he knew the dungeon inside and out, while Bastura spun to Toru and nicknamed him Red Thunder. She grinned, told him it was time to move, and basically said he wouldn't have much to do this run. The brand new party wastes zero time, plunging straight into the Flaritaria dungeon until they hit the 9th floor where the sky glows with multiple sun-like orbs. The second they step onto that dead, rocky ground, a brutal, grinding scream bursts up from under their feet like something deadly is about to break free. 2 colossal armored worms burst up from the ground, their ring-shaped mouths gaping wide as rows of razor-sharp teeth flash in the light. Before those monsters can fully break free, lightning-fast slashes snap across the air, trapping them in a deadly crisscrossing web. Toru is the one behind the attack. His eyes pinch with focus as crackling dark lightning energy spirals around him. In the blink of an eye, the fight is done. He's standing amid the split remains of those giant worms, and his brand-new allies just freeze there in stunned, breathless silence. Pudo, the battle-scarred adventurer, shoots a sideways wry look and tells them his advice isn't needed at all, while Bastura stands right there, pure disappointment on her face, grumbling that she and her elves ended up with absolutely nothing to do. With every step, Fudo couldn't deny it anymore. His power was massive, crushing, unstoppable, while Toru tore through every monster in their way, clearing a straight shot to the next floor. A trip that should have dragged on for 10 brutal days got slashed down to just 3. He kept hacking his way through the dungeon, effortlessly cutting down the giant worms that burst into their path while his friends were stuck watching from a safe distance. Bastura watched the chaos and felt her cheeks burn, ashamed to even call herself an order holder because Toru stood on a whole other level, and the elves around her whispered that his power was starting to get terrifying. After he wiped out the immediate threats, he snapped around to his companions and said he'd spotted a safe spot up ahead for a quick breather, and the way they'd just strolled through his zone, notorious for ambushes, felt eerily like a peaceful clearing. As the crew squeezed into a tiny alcove, she seized the moment, snapping open a set of small vials and gulping them down to kill her thirst. Pure satisfaction lit up her face as she let out a deep, happy sigh like that drink was exactly what she needed. Her twin daughters loved it too, praising the drink's crisp, fizzy freshness. Then Toru snapped his head toward Bastura with an annoyed look and demanded why she was drinking it as well. Bastura just shrugged, said it helped with fatigue recovery, and told him to stop being so stingy. He gulped a long drink from the bottle, his mind miles away until one of the twins clocked it, asking if he was okay and saying he'd been off for days. He waved it off fast, insisting it was nothing. Her question lingered in the air, and you could feel the sisters' shared fear tightening around them. One of them finally said what they both couldn't stop thinking. Are we really doing the right thing, taking the dungeon down this completely? Bastura cut in and basically confirmed every worry dungeons really are death traps. They churn out chaos like clockwork, and if some even bigger unknown threat is hiding in there, it wouldn't shock her at all. That sudden agreement hit Toru like a punch, and still she pushed on because this dungeon wasn't only a death trap, it was the heartbeat of Flaritaria, feeding everyone who earned their living there. She broke it down like this, from blacksmiths hammering weapons to alchemists brewing potions. Everyone's living depends on the materials adventurers haul out of dungeon monsters, and if the dungeons vanished, the whole economy would collapse overnight. That brutal economic truth was the reason they couldn't just shrug off their worries, and she even pointed to the glittering potion makers forced out one by one, with no escape because the dungeon's power rippled out farther than anyone wanted to believe. One of the twins nailed the whole dilemma. Sealing the dungeon would make the world safer, but it would also crush the livelihoods of countless people. Yet as she talked, Toru stayed stone silent, staring at the potion bottle in his hand like he was weighing every consequence of what they were about to do. As Toru wrestled with how the whole town depended on the dungeon, the veteran adventurer Futo hit him with a brutal truth from his own past. He said his mother died in a dungeon outbreak 20 years ago. The twin daughters froze in pure shock. One of them snapped that Flaritaria didn't become a solid, stable town until about 10 years after that dungeon first showed up. and supposedly they'd beefed up the security big time. His eyes turn ice cold as he slams back at their argument, insisting that dungeons are never something humans can truly control. He told me that even with danger lurking, the town kept expanding around the dungeon because everyone refused to let another tragedy happen. And when he finally stepped up, he became an adventurer with one obsession crush: that dungeon rank, fame, glory. He didn't care about a single bit of it. His push got slammed with resistance. The Merchants Guild panicked, desperate to save their cash cow, and started blocking him at every turn, bullying vendors into refusing his service and cutting off his potions and other essential gear. He kept going, saying that every time he clawed out a win, fresh sabotage plans would pop up again, and as Toru listened, the truth hit him hard. This wasn't new at all, because history was slamming back into place, and the exact same obstacles Fudo had faced were now being thrown into Toru's path. Udo's tail finally hit the finish line, at least for the moment, because his dungeon run totally stalled, and only by snagging sparkling potions through some seriously unconventional moves did he manage to shove his way to the 9th floor. He stared at them like proof, and the message was clear. The same nightmare was about to loop all over again. His tale of sabotage hit Toru hard. Her eyes narrowed with grim understanding as everything clicked into place. This was another disaster being planted right in front of them, and he couldn't stand how that merchant refused to change their ways, even if it meant lives were on the line. That realization hit the twin sisters like a gut punch, and they sat there, frozen in uneasy silence. Horu looked them dead in the eye and raised one of the potions like a smoking gun, reminding them of what they'd seen: dungeon reception packed with adventurers, all begging for those sparkling bottles, and then he hammered the point home: their creations weren't just helpful, they were real lifesavers for anyone brave enough to risk it all. He pushed forward with iron conviction, screaming that nothing, not a single excuse, could ever rip their achievement away, and that they should be loud, proud, and proud of everything they just accomplished. His fiery words hit home like a bell, and the twins snapped their heads up, eyes blazing with sudden dawning understanding. Right nearby, Bastura threw her support behind her words, warning that losing something that incredible would be a tragedy for everyone. Then Fudo, seated beside her, nodded like there was no question about it. That one push was all it took. Fresh fire flashed in the twins' eyes, and they declared in perfect unison, "We've got it." While the group caught their breath, Bastura shrugged off the setback like it was nothing, insisting they'd be fine without the work, and that the people they left behind would handle it, until one of the twins shot him a sharp, suspicious look. The twins, baffled to the bone, swivel toward Toru, then one of them fires a straight question at him. "Red Thunder, did you still not tell Bastura what's going on?" Right before he could even answer, a brutal, grinding roar crashed through the cavern. Then a colossal crystal shaped like a living nightmare burst up from the ground and towered over them. He clicked his tongue in pure annoyance, cursing the fact that nothing ever went his way. And as his chakram crackled with power, he snapped back into focus. All right, time to get back to it. He strode ahead, shoulder-checking past those little pale spirits stuck to the walls, then blasted a brutal arc of energy from his weapon, slicing through every obstacle while his companions watched in disbelief. His relentless sprint slammed them onto floor 12, and he wiped sweat off his brow like it was nothing. Then he halted, because other adventurers were already staring and whispering that he broke floor records with effortless ease. A terrifying new world sprawled in front of them, an icy, winding path hanging over a bottomless chasm, while cross-shaped monstrosities floated and blared through the sky. Toru stared at the madness, then spun back to his friends and demanded, "So how do we tackle this?" He sweeps his eyes across the odd 12th floor terrain, and yeah, crossing looks doable, but those huge, shadowy birds perched on the crystal rooftops are the real danger. He decides to wipe them out first, because if these creatures start hurling the huge sacks they're hauling, they'll be in deep trouble. He bets that's how they hunt. He whips around to one of the twins in her little creature form and orders her to keep guard, warning that the fog will make a fast escape a nightmare. Then he tells her to stick to the plan and do her part, since she's getting paid, and she just shrugs and agrees, letting him take the fight head on. Right after that moment, he snaps into motion and flings his ring like chakram electric crackles blazing around it as it rockets through the air. Toru rockets through the air with insane agility, and his weapon ricochets with deadly precision, smacking multiple aerial predators in mid-flight as it bounces between those weird crystalline trees. The way he handles his moves leaves the whole party staring in disbelief. Fudo even says Toru is just as sharp in the air, but Bastura shuts it down, claiming he's playing on a totally different level, and one of the twins chimes in that she's keeping watch. With the danger wiped out, the whole crew huddles up, and Bastura wastes no time. He snarls that everyone stays on edge, guards their gear like it's life, and warns them the cramped walkway ahead is the only road forward, because the party knows they can't afford to relax for even a second. She looks totally calm, stretching with her hands laced behind her head while Fudo shoots her a worried look, asking if she really thinks they're about to stumble into a colossal monster. She shuts down his worry with a confident grin, tells him to chill, and swears she's got whatever hits them next then. Right as she finishes, a deep rumble starts shaking the ground. The shaking doesn't let up, it rattles the ground under their feet, and one of the twins blurts out if the others felt it too, while Fudo confirms the tremor. Their faces snap to panic as the rumbling gets louder and louder. One of them blurts out that it's only getting stronger by the second. The tremor surges then, miles away. The forest floor blows apart, trees get blasted into the air, and something enormous starts to rise from beneath the earth. A gigantic, rock-skinned, shark-headed monster tore out of the ground, roaring so hard the sound hit like thunder, and the whole party froze, one of them screaming in pure terror at the monstrous thing. Screeching aerial monsters dive straight at Sado, and he whips his chained weapon to knock their attacks aside. Stunned by how fast they're coming, and how many there are, he can already tell this fight won't be over anytime soon. He keeps trading blows, but then, whoa, this fog thickens fast around him, and worry hits hard as he prays the others are still okay. But his companions are stuck frozen in place, their faces twisted with disbelief and shock as something crawls out of the mist. For them, a hulking monster of jagged rock bursts straight out of the ground, its massive mouth gaping wide with crystalline teeth, and the sheer size of it is straight up unbelievable. The whole group freezes in stunned disbelief. Bastura blurts that she's never even heard of a turtle monster this massive, and Fudo's eyes go wide as he blurts out, "Wait, could it be a Kuro?" The second the name hits, one of the twins suddenly remembers the Kuro is the very source behind the mystery clock. Mind racing, she realizes Cairo shouldn't be this huge, and even worse, they're supposed to be on the 8th floor of the dungeon, not the 12th. That mismatch slams them into a grim truth. This has to be an abnormal specimen, because its power is on a whole different tier, fueled by how it jumped between dungeon floors. Just as the party braces up, a frantic warning rips through the air. Then the thing hurls a magic attack, and vicious crystalline spikes explode up from the ground like daggers. Colossal Kiro roared into action, blasting a blinding wave of destructive magic straight at the party, and in the flash, their faces locked up in pure shock and desperate panic. Right in that heartbeat, when annihilation felt guaranteed, Toru's mind snapped back to a training day in a grassy field back when they asked, "So what's the secret behind a rock-solid defense and advanced magic?" Bastura kicked things off with a brutal warning: high-tier monsters exist that can fire magic blasts so savage they'll tear ordinary gear apart like it's nothing but paper. She then snapped a question at the twins. "How do you survive power like that?" One twin instantly guessed the answer. "Fight it with your own magic." Bastura nodded hard, declaring that the only real way is magic versus magic. But Toru didn't stop there. He upped the nightmare, making them picture a monster that could wipe out a whole town, attack after attack. Then he pressed them hard with destruction like that. Would their magic defenses even last? And with a human's magic supply running on fumes, he basically told them the brutal truth: maybe they could barely stop one single shot. One of the twins snapped, "This is where enchantment turns from theory into survival. This technique lets you keep protective magic blazing even against brutal spells without burning yourself out. And once you sync your magic with an object again and again, it starts defending on its own, resisting and even pushing back other magic like it learned how to fight." Toru replayed the exact moment the lesson clicked for him. Now he understood why the demon's centipede's enchanted limbs rejected the pull of his magnetized weapon. He wrapped up the training with a chilling promise. Once that technique is mastered, It forges the user an unbreakable shield against even the strongest magic attacks. As he and his crew squared off against the colossal Kiro, Fudo couldn't help but laugh bitterly at the irony here. They were fighting a merchant guild monster, and it was packed with magic-repelling power. Still, he felt destiny tightening in the air, a pulse of thrill surging as he readied his counter and attack with a penetrating magic enchantment. Just as he was about to move, Kiro's maw lit up, turning into a magical power booster, and blasted out a brutal beam of energy that tore through everything. That blast tore the world apart with terrifying force. Then Futo stepped up and stared the monster down, swearing he'd make it understand why they call him the Sheaf Strike. But Bastura cut in with a smug grin, swearing she'd pummel it into dust without even drawing her blade. Then she blasted her own stone magic enchantment straight at it. Her spell, Rockstar, blasted up out of the earth and slammed into place as a towering stone wall, snapping the monster's attack out of the air while the twin daughters stood frozen, breath caught in their throats, stunned by that unstoppable power. With the dust finally settling, Fudo leaned in and said it straight: this kind of skill, the power to come out alive through countless battles, is what makes a real veteran adventurer. She soaks up Fudo's praise, and he straight up tells her she's good enough to join the order if she could just stop getting stuck on that one dungeon again and again. While the twin daughters stare in awe at how Toru must be, he doesn't budge for a second, locking in on the truth their only priority is survival. Right in front of them, her gigantic stone barrier still loomed steam hissing off its face, like it was bragging about the power it just swallowed. Their figures shrank to nothing against the brutal, jagged, artificial mountain range roaring between them and the monster. Udo finally lets out a breath of relief, because they actually managed to slow that beast down. Bastura can barely believe it. Stunned, they lived through an attack that powerful, completely in. She tells them they don't have to fear the thing charging down and tearing up the road anymore. Then, right as she talks, a sharp crack booms through the cavern. A crystal growth rockets up out of the ground right beside them, and her confidence wobbles as she admits, yeah, this might not be the end, while Toru's tight, tense stare says the same thing. In that instant, the stone wall rips apart in a deafening blast, and Fudo wastes zero time. He hurls himself through the wreckage with his weapon out and primed for the fight. He barrels forward with death grip resolve on his face, and beside him Bastura clutches her weapon, trembling with worry right behind them. The rest of the party scrambles for cover as the earth tears apart in chaos. The attack detonates into a massive explosion, tearing through the landscape and blasting a brutal shockwave of dust and debris across the clearing. After it all went down, the party stumbles inside a brand new crater, the ground torn up and speckled with jagged crystal spikes. One of them finally exhales in relief, admitting their escape was way too close for comfort. Bastura snaps her head toward Fudo, urgency sharp in every word, warning that at this speed they won't last long enough for Red Thunder to show up. Then she demands to know if he's spotted any weak spots on a normal Kiro, and Fudo just grimly shakes his head, saying they don't really have any. He breaks down the creature's whole deal for Toru, how Kuro usually cram themselves inside brutal, impenetrable shells, then strike without mercy until the area gets wiped clean. They move slow, so most of the time they're just a low-level nuisance, and a strong enough adventurer would normally shatter the shell. But Fudo stops him cold. This one is a mutant, and cracking it won't be that easy. Oru stares at the beast and blurts out that it'll probably have to rise and breathe sooner or later. Then Fudo shuts that down fast, saying a real hero can hold their breath for hours, and this mutant could stretch it even longer, plus there's no crack or opening to exploit. The truth hits them like a brick. This is bad, like really bad. Bastura takes one look at the situation and knows they're in serious trouble. Her crew is built for defense and support, not for tearing things apart. With no raw power to overpower it, she clenches her resolve and admits their only shot is to brute force their way through that creature's shell because it's damn near impossible to crack. She and the others braced hard as the ground ripped apart beneath their feet, and Fudo spat out a curse for their blunder until the elf warrior leader roared, "No time to talk!" Then their footing vanished in an instant, the whole floor shattered, and the entire party screamed as they dropped into the blackness below. Fudo's eyes went wide, frozen in shock as gravity yanked the ground out from under them all. Mayuri and Yuffie, the twin sisters, lock in together, staves blazing with light as they chant in perfect sync to supercharge their water magic. The spell surges harder, and they wrestle with the runaway power teeth clenched tight while the magical energy crackles violently around their staves. Their staves collide, and a burst of water magic whips through the air, sparking wildly between them. Final shark crack. The enhancement shatters to pieces, and a thunderous burst of magical power detonates outward. A brutal shockwave tears through the area, slamming a bunch of mountain elves to the ground, and right away Toru rushes over to check on them, firing off, "Are you okay?" while Bastura just watches, frozen in place. Then he whips his focus to the twins and throws out his thanks for helping him out while Bastura freezes in shock, unable to believe the two of them can already use enchantment magic, and insists it all boils down to Toru. She keeps gushing, amazed they can fling enchantments after just 10 days of training when it usually takes years. Toru cuts in, saying they're not strong enough for this kind of enemy yet, and they still lose control if they overcharge their magic right as they witness it. They're sisters. Those twin sisters stood there with disappointment carved into their faces, and they couldn't stop lamenting their situation. They felt like they'd become a burden, even after Toru poured everything into training them. And when Bastura watched, he just nodded grimly because, it was getting desperate fast. Their minds snapped back to the dream standing beside Toru as true equals, holding his hand as partners, but then despair hit like a tidal wave, and they couldn't shake the fear that, in their current state, reaching that future felt impossible. That helpless rage boiled over as they shoved their heads together in pure frustration, and then boom, their hands clenched into fists with a hard, unstoppable determination. They stared up at the colossal, star-sprinkled shell towering above them, this rock turtle monster looming like a nightmare. One of the sisters snapped that whining about their lack of skill wouldn't change a thing, and with that, there was no turning back from where they stood. Their faces hardened with that promise, and they swore to make it happen because if they wanted to stand equal to Toru, they'd have to stop waiting and figure out the next move on their own. They started cooking up a plan, and Fudo's eyes locked onto the creature like a trap snapping shut. Those crystals on its back were huge, and he muttered that things were about to get ugly again. The twins stared, fully locked in, realizing they needed a real strategy to beat it. Then Fudo barked for everyone to keep sparkling potions in hand, ready to swing fast if this fight flipped against them. Suddenly, their voices snapped through the tension, and Toru and the others turned their heads fast. The twins declared they had a plan, bragging that defense and support were their specialty. But before they could even wrap up, the ground started to crackle and buck, and brutal, jagged pillars of ice blasted up from the earth all around them. Meanwhile, two mountain elves, Bastura and her companion, tensed up and blasted out their full power with a thunderous roar, while her companion clenched his jaw, bracing for just how brutal this mission was going to be. Their combined stone magic spell detonates against the cliffside, blasting out shockwaves and tearing debris into the air as the rock splinters and shatters under the raw force. The barrage keeps hammering down massive impacts thud across the land, each hit smashing the earth and gouging out fresh craters. With the dust finally settling, the spiky-haired elf lays out the first move, stop the creature's next strike cold, and make it burn through its crystal energy. They lay it out. The beast's biggest crystal isn't just a weapon, it's its armor, too. So they plan to bide their time, wait for that main crystal spike to swell, then bait the thing into attacking. And he hammers the point home unless they soften those defenses first, any straight-up strike is pointless. He tells himself the plan is simple, drain it until every last reserve is gone. Once they've forced the creature to burn through all its crystal energy, the next phase finally kicks in. With the plan locked in, he shouts for his comrades because now it's their moment. Bastura and Toru explode forward, blades burning with power, her weapon draped in rock magic, his laced with penetration magic, and they slam straight into the chaos. The ambassador cut loose with a perfectly timed assault. His enchanted blade lunged in one brutal, piercing strike, while her massive hammer came crashing down in a thunderous rockstar swing, both of them smashing straight for the same point on that towering monster's head. The shockwave blasts through them as their weapons scrape, grind, and crunch against the creature's rock-hard shell. The blast shockwave hits the earth with a thunderous slam, tearing the rocky ground apart in a wild ring around the impact point. The blast hurls him back, and he gapes at what they did. Then disappointment slams into him like a wave. After all that hard work, they only clawed out a tiny puncture, a laughable little crack in a monster's armor. While he struggles, Bastura drops down with practiced ease, flashing a confident look as she studies the tiny crack, then whispers, "Even so, this is enough." On the ridge, everyone can practically see her confidence radiating off her. Meanwhile, Fudo, lugging two elves on his shoulders, stares at the chaos unfolding and wonders out loud whether the damage they just dealt will actually be enough. One of the mountain elves answers his question by smashing a huge crystalline stake into the ground. Thud. The others watch with hard, satisfied eyes, and one of them erupts in a triumphant shout. Yep, it's more than enough. One of them breaks down the whole idea behind their attack right there, mid-breath, because their enchantment is still raw, and if he pours in too much magic, it turns deadly unstable as he talks. That crystal stake jammed in the monster starts to splinter from the sheer pressure. He can't stop thinking, what if that instability hit inside something cramped, like the creature's own shell? Then the answer slams in instantly, the stake detonates, and a deafening concussive blast rips through the scene. That explosion rips in like a thunderclap, catastrophic, brutal, splintering the rock turtle from the inside, blasting a sickening storm of shattered stone and internal fluids across the cavern. After the dust settles, the whole party gets soaked in the creature's vile remains. Fudo wipes his face and admits, sure, he expected it, but nothing prepares you for how disgusting it is. Bastura, just as drenched, nods along with a grim, resigned grimace. Nearby, two female mountain elves hurled thick, viscous spit. Bastura stared at them, awe creeping into her voice. She couldn't believe they'd turned their shaky lack of magical control into a weaponized strategy. A proud grin bursts across her face as she sings praises to the two elves for their brilliant plan, calling it worthy of Red Thunder's party, while behind them, a worn-out Toru can't help but stare, fully impressed by their sheer ingenuity. As the exhausted group starts to shuffle off, one elf lets out a tired sigh and wishes for a hot bath. Futo just chuckles weakly and admits they're totally out of mana, barely able to move. He barked at his drained companions to get moving, telling them to chug those sparkling potions and fight back then. Right before they could do a thing, the ground buckled and a fresh set of crystalline teeth erupted straight up in front of them. The creature finally burst into full view, an enormous shark forged from jagged rock, its mouth a gaping abyss packed with crystalline fangs, and then it screamed with a roar so deafening it shook the entire earth. The roar crashed over the battered party, and the mountain elves just froze. Stunned, Bastura and Fudo braced anyway, every step weighing them down with brutal exhaustion. Meanwhile, their twin daughters, so drained they could barely breathe, stared with wide, terrified eyes. Just as despair started creeping in. Then a man dropped from above and crashed down on the rock shark's head with brutal force. Toru. He landed right beside the twin daughters, threw out a quick apology for being late, and praised them for not giving up. One brutal final strike boom, the giant rock shark monster slammed into the ground, and the whole party just stared in stunned, breathless silence. Bastura leaned on Fudo for dear life, staring at Horu with bone-tired awe because after everything their group had poured in, he still dropped that beast with one clean strike in her mind. He wasn't just strong, he was a whole different kind of monster. He snapped his gaze to the group, face deadly serious, and told them he'd cleared out the birds blocking their path, but warned the swarm could be back even heavier soon. He told everyone to grab a quick breather before they had to move again, because that weird monster popping up meant the area was about to get far more dangerous. His eyes pinched shut with pure grit as he tells the others they're closing in on the deepest floor. Right on this last level, you'll finally reach the dungeon's core. This core is the wellspring of every drop of mana that feeds the dungeon. But right beside that blazing power, something terrifying is waiting the dungeon's mightiest monster. And sealing the core isn't just a victory move, it shuts down. The monster spawns for good, proving the dungeon has finally been conquered. Ahead, swallowed by crushing darkness, The dungeon boss waits an awful tangle of shadowed limbs, packed with glowing eyes that stare back. The party huddles up, staring down the dungeon's deadliest monster and weighing their next move while the elves panic, saying everyone's mana is running dry even after potions, and asking how Toru, the one who got hit the hardest, is still standing. Toru just steadies them, saying he's not about to charge in reckless for some bragging rights kill. They set the course, and on the 13th floor, the doors open to a dead, empty nightmare where giant monster bones crunch across the ground. Toru puts on a brave face, but inside, he's thinking the same thing. He doesn't stand a chance. All he wants is to clear this dungeon fast, stop more casualties, and take the mission, not his pride, straight to the finish. The sheer pile of corpses is unreal. One adventurer spots a giant, skeleton-still mutant hero, and it screams that whatever's lurking on this floor is brutally terrifying. They don't have to guess for long. The dungeon boss is the one wrecking everything. It confirms every dread they've been holding on to, laying out the brutal truth of their situation that Dungeon Core keeps pouring mana non-stop, and the powerful monsters start flocking in, all hunting to claw their way into the next boss spot. The longer it ticks on, the more magic the boss stacks and the stronger it gets. After 30 years, he finally admits it. Its power has to be terrifyingly immense. Pastura leans in and drops the real reason adventurers get sent to sealed dungeons. There's always the risk the boss grows unstoppable, shatters its chains, and comes roaring out to wreak havoc on the outside world. Hearing that, Toru whips around with fresh grit, telling the group, "Good news, weak monsters won't come near this spot." Then he snaps, "If we just stand here, we'll lose," and orders everyone to back off while he steps in without a single ounce of hesitation. His resolve is ironclad. He races through every brutal thing he's survived, and he knows, deep down, every step they took was forged with relentless effort to finally get here. Clenches his fist, remembering the comfort of his friends, something he never felt when he fought alone and right in front of him. His whole party stares back with worried eyes as they hand him the reins to his final battle. That bond in his chest spikes his courage. He turns his back on them, squares his shoulders, and swears, with their backing behind him, he's got to be fired up for this. Right before the charge, Bastura, the elf leader, cuts in with a sly voice, teasing him as she asks, "Friends," and reminds him they're nothing but hired help, then snaps that he's killing the vibe, while that heavy, ominous webbing in the boss's lair looms right overhead. He flashes a grin at her, try to break the tension, then launches into action, charging straight through the thick webs, yelling that the boss is about to show up, just like he'd been expecting. From the shadows above, the dungeon boss drops into view, an enormous mottled carapace spider with blazing white eyes and massive hairy legs stretched tight, ready to pounce. The creature blasts off a furious volley of razor-sharp projectiles, and Toru barely twists out of the way, kicking himself because his sneak attack to catch it off guard totally flopped. Then he tightens his grip on his glowing ring and snaps that it's finally his turn to strike back. The moment it happens, the colossal spider rockets forward and slams down with brutal force, trying to pin him under the weight of its terrifying eggs. The creature's shadow surged forward, its glowing eyes locked ahead as its razor-sharp limbs cut through the air like blades. With one brutal hit, it burst out in perfect ruin, its delicate, feather-like appendages unfurled wide, and suddenly its whole terrifying shape was right there in the open. On the sidelines, his party yelped in pure disbelief, because they just couldn't wrap their heads around it how Toru's attack, the exact one that split the rock turtle Kiro in two, somehow didn't land. Toru said nothing, but his face tightened, grim focus locking in like a blade. He steadied himself fast, refusing to panic, and decided he'd just watch clock the chaos. The creature's strike speed looked nothing special as it skidded across that huge, tangled web. Toru's eyes narrowed as something dark and sharp hurtled down those legs, slammed into the ground with insane speed, and he just couldn't track how fast it moved. Then the creature launched a dazzling projectile. Toru's eyes shot wide as it tore across the air at blinding speed, and she realized it wasn't just any weapon. It was a lance, spun from reinforced silk threads. He flung himself aside the instant that silk lance slammed into the bone-strewn floor, then hardened thread shot up like razor stalagmites, tearing through the chaos. He landed light as a cat in the middle of it all, already ready to launch the next assault. He froze in disbelief when he realized those powers weren't just about shooting this creature, could also rip traps out of the bone-strewn floor, snapping them into place the moment it wanted. To dodge these fresh threats, he hurled himself into the air, soaring over a massive dome of web the creature had slammed across the battlefield. From where his companions stood, grim faces tightened as they watched, while Fudo broke down the monster's brutal game plan out loud, web traps snapping onto the ground, timed strikes firing from its silk lances, and deadly aerial decoys thrown in midair to crush its opponent. He twisted and dodged through the brutal onslaught, hardened silk pellets smashing down from every angle around him, and the terrifying truth hit hardest. The attack didn't just come fast. It came in 1,000 different twisted forms. While the dungeon erupted in chaos, the boss didn't flinch. Its many limbs hovered like weapons, ready to strike, and it bragged that its silk armor could shrug off every single attack. From the pitch-black shadows, countless unblinking eyes pinned you in place. This is what you get when a monster stays undefeated for 30 years. The terrifying boss that rules the Flaritaria dungeon. The twin daughters stared at the terrifying onslaught and could only whisper his name. But Toru stayed locked in jaw set tight as he faced a foe that looked unbeatable. His signature magic red lightning looks flashy, but on its own it doesn't hit hard. Compared to other spells, this one guzzles mana like crazy, and when you cast it straight on, it only works if the enemy is already worn down or can't pump themselves up with their own power. That harsh limitation shoved him into action. Then he realized his magic wasn't just magic. It sparked a magnetic force as a side effect. And once that clicked, his adventurer career ignited as he forged battle techniques built around electromagnetism. But once he finally cracked the technique, his own body started to betray him no matter the upgrades. He couldn't keep up with the raw, mind-blowing speed of his electromagnetic weapon, and that gap only kept growing as his power kept leveling up. To crush that gap, his eyes narrowed with pure resolve as he cooked up a whole new way to use his power. He pulled that red lightning into himself, flooding his body and supercharging every electrical signal inside. Then his strength skyrocketed so hard the crowd could only stare in disbelief. This power detonated a blinding burst of speed in him, sharpening his reflexes until he could finally match his own ramped-up assaults. He tore across the battlefield with impossible speed, just a streak of motion. And the enhancement didn't stop at raw velocity. It handed him razor-precise control of every muscle, letting him slip through the dungeon boss's raging storm of attacks like he could read the future. He didn't just dodge the rules, he wired those red lightning pulses straight into his body, cutting the brain out of the equation, and instantly shattered his physical limiters so his body could slam through the brutal recoil of his own attacks. With this power, Toru shoved past every limit humans have ever had, sprinting at combat speeds you can barely even picture. A living thunderbolt cracking through the battlefield. The dungeon boss's many eyes strained to keep up, but the moment he tore forward at full speed, the thing's senses got totally overwhelmed. It ground to a halt, hemmed in by the leftover ruins of the creature's defenses, and he realized the silk lances and threads couldn't tag him anymore because he'd already charged through the whole area and yanked every one of those miserable traps. So the route was finally wide open for him to unleash an attack hard enough to slice through the monster's thick armor. That's the real punch of the Chain War Ring, a mysterious artifact that lets whoever wields it blast past the speed of sound itself. Then, boom, a burst of red light tore through the dungeon floor's darkness, blazing like a sudden scream of power. Did that supersonic strike really land so hard it vaporized the dungeon boss in a blinding burst of pure power? When the light fades, the whole team freezes, staring at nothing but an empty patch where the monster stood. Someone blurts out, "Wait, what happened at the very end?" And all they get back is one-word silence, just a stunned note. He stands there alone as the creature's dark energy finally crumbles away around him, and from a distance, Fudo can only choke out, "That man's a monster!" The brutal strain of the attack finally slams into him, and he clenches his teeth through the agony. Rage or not, he can't breathe easy. The other adventurers rush over, Bastura immediately snapping, "You good," while they start guessing what the cost of that kind of power must be. Toru just grimaces and says, His whole body feels wrecked, like a middle-aged guy who's way out of shape, and that's exactly why he avoids using that ability in the first place. He waves off their worry and insists that the brutal strain only left him with sore muscles. Then he snaps his focus to the huge, throbbing thing the boss just dropped and declares the next move is simple: seal the core. Dead ahead, the dungeon's core pulses with a violent throb. Dark, unstable energy twists into a furious vortex. Legends whisper about an ancient civilization that cracked technology so wild it basically became the blueprint for every modern magic device and protective barrier. And they chased even more power, tearing open gateways to other worlds again and again to steal whatever resources they could find. Their big, bold plans backfired hard. No new worlds conquered, just monsters bursting through the very portals they opened, smashing everything in their path and sealing their doom. Now those gates run wild, popping up at random and tearing open warped pockets of space, turning into the dungeons we know today, and spawning more of those invaders non-stop. Deep inside these dungeons, right at the center, the cores sit like beating hearts according to the Dungeon Research Society. They're the real power source. And Toru, Bastura, and the twins close in on one now, a gigantic, swirling mass of dark energy. Twins' eyes snapped wide open, blazing with pure, unfiltered wonder as they stared at what was about to blow their minds. Their awe bursts out in a tidal wave of excited chatter. One blurts that it looks hazy and squishy. The other can't stop marveling at how huge, fluffy, and floaty it is. Then both snap to the same truth: they can't touch it. Bastura steps in and says, the core is harmless on its own, but warns them to stay sharp, because it's the very source of every monster spawn. She admits that over history, people have stared at a dungeon core, so she gets why they're so hyped, and then she leans in with her own. Take the space feels dead mysterious, pitch black, and sharp-edged like it was carved from shadows. Bastura then blurts out that this core is on a whole different level, so she won't even blame them for losing their minds, while Toru, standing right next to her, gives a small smile and quietly agrees, admitting it's definitely on the bigger side. He stood right before the colossal core while the elves argued over what it really was, because for centuries, everyone swore dungeon cores were just leftover gate tech from ancient civilizations. Yet the truth stayed maddeningly unclear, and new theories kept exploding every day. One of the twins leaned back and wondered if the textbooks were lying, secretly craving the day she could rip the truth out for herself. As they talked, Fudo blurted out that the sealing magic device was finally ready, and he lifted the intricate metallic gauntlet in front of them. Then he shot Toru a worried look, asking if it was really okay that he'd be the one to use it, because the hesitation in his chest screamed that this felt like taking someone else's credit. Toru cut his hesitation off with a steady refusal, saying if anyone was going to feel guilty, it should be him for barging in on her 10-year mission, and then he insisted Fudo should take over for this last step. Fudo froze for a second, then his face eased as he finally understood. He swallowed his hesitation, apologized, and gave a simple, heartfelt thank you. As they watched it all unfold, the other elves clocked how weirdly laid back Toru was about the entire mess, like it was nothing, because in their eyes, he was just hired help with zero real ties to the mission's history. Once everything was settled, Fudo's resolve hardened like steel. He stared down the device in his grip, hit it with sharp shark clicks, and the sealing mechanism snapped awake, primed to spring into action. He gripped a magic sealing device, and that metal surface flashed like a beacon. Koru leaned in and told the wide-eyed twins it was rumored to be tech pulled straight from an ancient civilization. He remembered this device would drink in the mana leaking from the core and choke the magical energy flow to a full stop. With a violent surge of power, it snapped to life, blasting a brilliant magic seal over the dungeon's core and holding it shut. As the lights faded, Toru snapped into action and explained what they'd unleashed once the magical energy stopped spilling out. The monsters would stop spawning inside the dungeon. One of the twins then blurted out, "So does that mean the monsters we already have will disappear?" But her sister snapped back, "No, idiot, they stay. The only thing that's ended is the birth of new monsters." The mountain elf dropped one critical truth: those monsters could still breed on their own, just like any living creature. And once the core was sealed, Toad snapped that their job was done. Then he pushed for a quick pause before they escaped, warning everyone to stay alert, because the monsters were absolutely going to come back. Once their lowest-level mission was crushed, the crew kicked off the climb until they finally burst back into the familiar Floor 1 canopy. Getting back to the surface has wrecked them. Bastura, the elf warrior, just slumps forward, too exhausted to even fire off a snarky line, and one of the twins says they're basically there. Fudo exhales, admitting the ride back was brutal, while Toru, worn to the bone, nods along with no hesitation at all. As they walk, one of the twins lets out a breath of relief. The monsters really have stopped spawning, a brutal contrast to the constant ambushes they'd been getting the whole way down. That observation makes Toru jab a finger toward the glowing light up ahead, saying, "No monsters" means they're sealing the core work the right way. Then he shoves them to check the dungeon's exit, because it's finally right there in plain sight. He leans in, like it's the last piece of proof, because that shimmering boundary line marking the dungeon entrance is totally gone now, and beyond the stone archway, a huge crowd is packed in, all waiting. With a hard, confident stride, one adventurer barrels through the dungeon doors and steps into the open air like the world is finally theirs. The second they're spotted, the crowd erupts into a massive cheer, faces blazing with pure relief as people shout, "The heroes are back!" As the whole party bursts into view, the place explodes in celebration. Crowds roar their approval. Stunned, they really crushed the feared Flaritaria dungeon. One citizen yells, triumphant, that this win means the Merchants Guild can't silence Sparkly anymore. He stands tall with Bastura and one of the twin sisters, grinning wide as the crowd erupts in cheers for their win, and everyone lifts a sign with 4 potions high like they're celebrating something legendary. But not everyone's buying the hype while the adventurers are cheering their hearts out. A dark-haired young man stands apart, staring down with a heavy, troubled look, and can't bring himself to join the celebration. A fellow adventurer clocks his gloom, slaps a hand on his shoulder, and asks why he's wearing that long face at this massive celebratory moment. He tilts his head up, sweat pouring down his brow, and admits in a low voice that if the dungeon really vanishes, he's done for completely. His companion snaps with explosive disbelief, asking if he's lost his mind, and Toru blasts back, "Remember the towns and everything around them that got wiped out by those dungeons?" The argument kicks off, and right as Toru and his party stride past, the shaken adventurer's mind spirals out of control. He can't see another way to make a steady living, and doubt takes root. Maybe sealing the dungeon was the wrong move. That creeping dread suddenly breaks into speech. Someone yells down the hall, loud enough to smash through the chaos. "Hey, is it true they sealed the dungeon?" The question snaps the celebration in half panic, and rage explode through the crowd like a wildfire. One man wails that if it's true, their city is finished. Another man rages at Toru, Bastura, and the twins, screaming that the adventurers are trying to wipe them out, cutting off their lifeline, the glittering potions that kept everyone breathing. And Toru, Bastura, and the twins can only stare, stunned, as the crowd they adored turns into a vicious mob. Deanna and her crew don't get cheers. They slam into a storm of rage as the citizens yell over each other, their desperation pouring out, dismissing the monster victims' pleas, screaming that without the dungeon their livelihoods vanish and they're basically already dead. Their voices roar into a furious chorus, faces twisted with rage and terror as they shove forward, and that raw collective resentment targets the heroes without mercy. The crowd's venom hits like a wave. Both daughters go completely speechless, sweat popping onto their brows as they lock eyes with all that hostile fury. With the tension snapping tight, a man with slicked back hair strides forward and tells them the truth when a dungeon gets sealed. It's usually a reason to throw a celebration, but this time, it's obviously something else entirely. He steps forward and officially introduces himself as Rasteria, the boss of the Flaritaria branch of the Adventurers Guild, then throws out a huge congratulations for fully conquering the dungeon, thanking them for rescuing the city from disaster. Rasteria insists the guild tried to stop things from spiraling, but when he points at that far-off seething mob, you can tell it all fell apart because not everyone's willing to smile and celebrate this win. Oru spots the man's total exhaustion and blurts out an apology, saying they should have asked for help before charging into the dungeon. Rasteria cuts him off fast, snapping that the real problem isn't them, it's the guilt. Then he lays it out. It's their job to deal with this kind of mess, so adventurers can stay focused on what they're best at. Rasteria, the guild rep, told Toru's team the whole town had split wide open, then promised she'd talk to the Merchants Guild and the council herself, while they stayed hidden and stayed low, because keeping adventurers out of messes like this was their job. Then he whipped around to the gathered crowd and, with his voice booming, officially introduced the makers of that sparkling potion, Yuffie-sama and Marie-sama, along with their bodyguard, Toru-sama. Right after he finished, a sharp-suited man strode forward Matico. He was Flaritaria's counselor and the Merchants Guild's president, and he bowed to apologize for barging in, especially since everyone looked utterly drained. His apology wasn't the end, it was a warm-up, because then he stepped forward with a hard, undeniable request he was begging for a meeting with him. Then right on cue, a dazzling magical carriage rolled up like it owned the night Matico stood by the open door and, with forced humility, asked them to come. The crowd instantly buzzed, side-eyeing the mighty man and wondering what game he was playing. Toru clocked it immediately for what it was, a direct summons, while everyone else just stared at the sheer extravagance of the ride. Matico even admitted his own audacity, yet he didn't let up, insisting they follow. In the dim shadows inside the vehicle, Matico felt the weight of everything pressing down. This meeting, he knew, would decide the city's fate, and it was going to be brutal. Outside, Toru stood silent beside the twin sisters, and the summons hung over them like a storm cloud while everyone in the crowd stared, waiting as they wrestled with the sudden twist. He steadied himself and slammed a hand down on the solid surface in front of him. One of the twins reassured him that everything was fine, while Rasteria, the guild rep, roared from the sidelines, blasting encouragement and swearing the guild had their back. And the twins locked eyes with the man. Toru admitted they'd been hit with shock for a moment. But now they were ready, no matter what came next. Their grit matched the hard stares of the other adventurers packed around them, Bastura and Fudo included, when someone shouted, "This final battle ends it all for us." The weight of every moment crashed down on them, their fate-tied connection to Matico, and even the city's future, all dangling on a knife's edge. Beneath a lone moon, two figures stood amid a wrecked city's ruined shadows, staring at a jagged wall of crystal mountains and the brutal devastation stretching out before them. The moment crashes into a brutal memory. Matico, the grand merchant, clutches a tiny, lifeless body to his chest, dropping to his knees on the cracked ground as grief carves his face. From this memory, a fierce conviction ignites in those wide, intense eyes. The memory's grip loosens, yanking Toru back into the moving vehicle right in the present. He glances at the spotless interior, and even as a luxury magic ride, it feels far too rare, meant only for the elite. Then his fingers drift to the seat, and he can't help wondering if it's been stitched from a monster's hide. He isn't riding by himself. One of the twin sisters sits right beside him, catches his curiosity, and tells him to relax in the fancy ride. She beams and says it runs on magic stones, so it's unbelievably quiet and silky smooth, way better than some clunky common carriage. Her head buzzes with pure excitement, and she insists they should head straight to the magic city of Fangero to grab a magic vehicle for themselves, because that would make their travels so much easier. The crazy part. The thought that Toru would buy a luxury item just to travel blows her mind, like it's the most unexpected kind of logic. When their car rolled up to this grand mansion, one of the sisters leaned in and grilled Toru about what he said to Fudo earlier, yet he dodged the question like it burned. When they arrived, two sharply dressed men stepped up, flanking the huge double doors, bowed so deeply they made the welcome feel ceremonial. They got marched inside to a huge, lavishly laid dining table, and their host rushed in with a loud apology for the short notice, then admitted their dungeon win had lit a fire under him to throw a celebration right away. Toru just stared like it was nothing, and snapped that they should quit stalling and get on with it. The man stepped forward and introduced himself as Matico, councilman of the Flaritaria Council and guildmaster of the Merchants Guild. Then he poured out his heartfelt thanks for their dungeon conquest. He kept blurting out how shocked he was to learn they were the masterminds behind both the sparkling potions and the dungeon defeat, and he finally admitted he hadn't put the pieces together until now. Then one of the sisters smiled and thanked him, politely, for being invited into their private room. Matico mused about how weird fate can get. And then Toru's patience finally snapped. He grunted, cut the man off mid-sentence, and demanded they stop with the empty formalities. Matico shot back with a straight accusation, yet he hadn't just tried to sabotage their sparkling potions to guard his own dungeon profits. He'd also bullied their business partners into line. Toru watched Matico visibly sweat as he denied it all, claiming Toru had the story backward and insisting he was only reassessing the contracts because inventory ran short. He swore his guild was just consulting, not pressuring anyone. Then Toru rolled his eyes and called it a pile of excuses. With frustration roaring in his chest, a hand slid in softly to stop him. She shot him a fierce look and told him, "Stop wasting time arguing," like she meant business. The young woman looked Matico straight in the eye, snapped that they'd had enough of the formal dance, and praised the role he was meant to play. Then she leaned in and said it was time to cut through all the noise and get to the real reason they were meeting. One sister flashed a totally disarming smile, while the other locked in with unbreakable focus, watching every single move. Matico let out a chuckle at how tough she sounded, then admitted she liked his honesty when she said it straight. It hit home, hands clasped tight. He nodded and agreed to move forward. Then he shot his offer across the table when the Merchants Guild demanded the sparkling potions rights for just 10 measly gold. The room went deadly silent with shock. Toru's pathetic offer got shut down on the spot. Matico's words didn't even land before Toru slammed both hands on the table, snapped at her to explain what she was thinking, and reminded the Grand Merchant that he should have known better than anyone how much profit that potion could rake in. Matico spoke up calmly, laying out just how shaky the city's situation really was, because now that the dungeon was finally conquered, Flaritaria had to build a brand new economic foundation fast, or it wouldn't survive. He raved about the sparkling potion like it was pure magic, and then he laid out his plan using it. They could whip every city resource into line and build a world-spanning business to lock their entire economy in place. His posture snapped. He bowed his head and admitted it all, saying the potion was worth way more than the money he'd brought. Yet he insisted the city was on the edge of collapse, and that 10 gold coins was the absolute max they could scrape together. Sure you didn't buy it for a second. His face tightened, cold and unreadable. He couldn't stomach Matico's talk about compassion, not with the way he bulldozed everything with that relentless attitude. The Grand Merchant pushed forward, his voice cracking with desperation. Then he practically begged, "I beg of you." Then he bowed so low his forehead nearly kissed the polished table, begging Toru to take it for everyone's sake, selling the bargain like a lifeline to the whole city and its tens of thousands of souls, because the final choice was laid right on Toru's shoulders, and Matico snapped that if the city fell, it would be on Toru's head. His plea surges harder and harder, his voice breaks as he demands, hand over those sparkling potions. He practically begs them, "Please!" Strike Toru with a brutal force and terror hits him. This isn't a deal, it's a threat. He flicks his gaze to the twin daughters, curled up together and visibly shaken by the sudden surge of tension. When Toru sees their fear, a dangerous thought snaps into place in his mind. Before Matico can even spit out his anger, he drops into a desperate bow so low his forehead almost smashes the table, and Toru jerks up, baffled, demanding what kind of pain could be breaking him this badly. The move snaps so suddenly that one of the twins jerks back, and Toru just stands there, staring down at the man, completely stunned by his abrupt shift in stance. And just like that, Matico straightens up. His panic evaporates into a calm, almost cheerful grin, and he shoots out a rhetorical question like, "What are you talking about?" saying anyone would be worried for the city's fate. But while he talks, one twin suddenly senses something off in his approach. Pressure builds. Interference creeps in and chills her to the bone. His bright smile crumbles, and real worry flashes across his face. He tells them that seeing them again proves they're hurting, that they're swallowing their feelings right now, and that this pain isn't who they truly are. The twins fire back by reciting the exact words their parents who once ran the Abaza trading company left behind. Then they lay it out. Business isn't about cash or goods, it's about the bonds you forge with people. Matico takes their words to heart, then stands at the head of the dining table and blasts out a bold declaration he won't move an inch until he knows what's really haunting them. And if they spell it out, Maybe he can strike a deal on their terms. Toru, though, suddenly snaps and starts losing patience. The twins shove forward, eyes blazing, and demand to know what's driving him like this. They even beg him to tell them the truth, straight up. His eyes burn with exhaustion, quietly admitting, "Yeah, I hear what you're asking." He shuts them tight, then slumps a breath out like he's finally given up. He makes his decision, glares across the table, and admits it. There's no other way. With shaking hope, he braces for what he's about to do, praying it finally wins them over and makes them sell the rights to the sparkling potion. He kicked off his tail and poured a dark, ominous liquid into a glass while he talked. The liquid churned in a dark spiral, matching the crushing weight of the tail that was about to hit. His tail kicked off about 30 years ago before the dungeon even showed up. Flaritaria, he said, was just a small, humble town back then full of young hunger and big dreams. He'd built a trading company from the ground up, grinding day and night to keep supplies moving and make the town richer. And through all of it, his drive and his power came from the one thing he loved most, his wife and their newborn son. His hometown sat cradled between jagged mountain peaks, the same place he met his wife, married her, and welcomed their child into the world, and the chance to help the town grow filled his life with everything. Then one day everything flipped on its head, and the townspeople's smiles shattered into pure shock. A strange, swirling sphere suddenly tore into the sky above their homes, dark, unnatural, and screaming trouble. A dungeon suddenly ripped open out of nowhere, and monsters poured out in a violent tide, wrecking their town and smashing the peace they'd always had. He relives the crushing despair after it all got destroyed when hope evaporated. People just quit, scattered, and ran for their lives, abandoning everything, one by one. Even after 30 years, that razor-sharp, brutal memory still bites, forcing his hand to clamp into a tight, trembling fist. Even after all that wreckage and grief, he still couldn't force himself to abandon the town he loved more than anything. His resolve wasn't matched by the other survivors. Panic exploded as the remaining merchants screamed that they had to grab every last supply and run, wondering why adventurers should even bother fighting it all. But then he flipped the script. He swore they'd see waves of adventurers storm their town and pushed them to build the ultimate setup, stocked with every single supply those heroes could ever need. The plan hit the group like a bomb, pure outrage. The others screamed that it was way too risky, that another monster outbreak could strike any second, and they snapped back. "We're merchants, not soldiers." He planted himself there, fully admitting they weren't fighters strong enough to guard the dungeon, but he snapped that only merchants like them could bring the must-have supplies adventurers needed to stay sharp and fight their hardest. He kept pushing forward, replaying the instant he faced the other survivors, his voice shredded by emotion, and he demanded they help him save the town, begging them to stand with him. His desperate plea hit the air and everyone just froze, stunned and worn out. The other merchants staring back in shattered silence, bandages on a few of them, all of them weighed down by their losses, eyes screaming doubt and exhaustion. But his passion snapped into a hard, concrete plan, spreading documents across a shaky table as he insisted they'd need solid lodging and food setups, because the nearest town was days away. He kept pushing that having beds and meals close by would make dungeon raids run like clockwork for the adventurers, and the moment his logic clicked, the merchants' attitudes flipped fast, with one even starting to argue over which inventory they should stock first. Watching their despair snap into action, a faint, determined smile crawled onto his lips. His confidence spread like lightning, and suddenly the merchants rallied around him, dropping their hesitation for fierce debates and battle plans, while behind a curtain, his wife watched every move, unseen. She stepped right in and laid a comforting hand on his back, and that warm, proud smile told him everything was going to be okay. And over the next 10 years, the dungeon kept pulling in new adventurers. Their trade kept piling up, and the whole place roared back from crumbling ruins into a thriving town. His hard work had finally paved the way for 10 years of prosperity. Then fate hit like a sequel, because history was about to repeat itself. Another brutal outbreak tore through their town again, but their hard-earned preparations held strong, so they dodged total destruction. Even with everything contained, the price was still brutally huge, and in that chaos, Matico's son was just 10 years old. And right in the middle of all that chaos, he suddenly lost his wife. That tragedy crushed the surviving merchants into pure despair. One cursed his luck like it had turned on them, right as things finally seemed to calm down. Another snapped that their greed had gone too far, and they'd never survive by pretending they could just walk away. And a third urged them to quit immediately before it stole everything they had left. Hearing those defeatist words, Matico's face twisted with rage. He shouted in pure disbelief, blasting them with how much effort they'd poured into this town, warning them that walking away would waste everything they'd fought for and leave them betraying every single person they'd brought to Flaritaria. He kept at them, begging them to flip their viewpoint because their best defenses still weren't cutting it, and he wanted to know what choice they even had left. Then he pushed the idea hard. This wasn't a failure, it was the opposite. They pulled off the impossible and somehow contained a massive outbreak. Now that's a win. He fired up and swore they still had a lot to level up, then dropped the news that fresh materials had just arrived, and he insisted those supplies would let them forge the ultimate dungeon town. Even with his fierce drive, the merchants still hesitated. One of them blurted out that if another disaster hit mid-construction, everything could collapse again, while someone else shot back that they'd already come so far, and that history didn't usually repeat disasters this fast. With their support locking in, they erupted into chants, "Guildmaster Matico," and he fired back, urging them to charge ahead, his face set in grim, unshakable resolve. His grit came from a wound that never healed his wife's death, and when he faced the merchants, he warned them if they quit now, then her life would have been erased for nothing. He dug up the vow he'd sworn back then, building a dungeon town with his own hands, taking the whole burden on his shoulders, and doing whatever it took to keep that place alive. That same certainty slammed right into the present Matico, older and alone, his face swallowed by shadow, swore he'd use the dungeon that had taken his wife, and he vowed that not a single up-and-coming merchant would stand a chance against him. At the dinner table, a fresh blow landed yet another dungeon-linked tragedy, and Fudo finally spilled that his own mother died in a dungeon outbreak 20 years ago, which crushed vendors into selling potions and gear. He snapped at Toru, not to let him know Mitiko's devotion to her son would stop him from squeezing the life out of what stole his wife. When the truth hit, Toru and the twins were left completely stunned. That past history crashed into the present because it was Mitiko's own. A memory tore open his hand, cradling the head of a young man with spiky black hair, his son. The weight of that untold past pressed down so hard that sweat beaded on Toru's face, and on the twin daughters too, as their eyes went wide, brimming with disbelief and sharp fear. Horu finally sank into the lavish dinner seat and blurted out pure shock. How could Matico go this far, even dragging his own son into it? Matico just tightened his grip on his glass, cool as ice, and said his pain was nothing more than a trivial thing. He laid it out plainly. This town kept exploding in size, and the price in lives it demanded had been swallowed by the value it brought. His hand pinned itself on the table like a vow, and he swore right here, in the most critical moment of all, that he still stood behind every single choice he'd ever made. His eyes snapped over, landing on Toru and the twins, his face showing nothing. Then he leaned in just a little, and the question he asked hung there like a weight. "Shall we make a deal?" As rain clawed down the windows behind him, he shot his hand forward and made his last chilling offer: take his deal or burn everything he'd built to the ground and, along with it, end his life. In a fancy room with the air thick like trouble, Matico leans in close and fires off a brutal ultimatum to Toru. Will she refuse him and doom the whole town, or will he have no choice but to end his life? Staring down this brutal, impossible choice, Toru snaps his tongue in pure frustration, jaw tight, irritation blazing across his face. Right beside him, his twin daughters sit perfectly still, their expressions locked in blank silence. He feels how deadly this moment is. One single rejection and it's over. It's a brutal choice, like handing his last lifeline to someone else, then being left with nothing but helpless rage. While Toru takes it all in, Matico presses on with full confidence, no refusal. Period. Then he eases his voice and admits he gets Toru too, just like she's finally gotten him. He pitches the whole thing like a win-win deal, zero harm, zero loss, and it's basically free. Now, settled around that huge formal dining table, Toru finally breaks his silence, admitting that Matiko's argument isn't wrong after all. Across the table, the veteran adventurer Fudo, who'd been silent the whole time, cuts his eyes tight and fires off a counterpoint, starting with one sharp warning word. Right before he can press on, the twin daughters lock onto those closed double doors, and with deadly calm, one of them bluntly declares, "We can't." The chamber doors slammed open with a thunderous crash, and a voice blared for everyone to accept their fate. Toru's eyes popped wide with disbelief. Fudo and Bastura were inside, and so was a whole crowd of townspeople standing right beside them, while Fudo looked rock solid and declared they were all on board. Toru's shock got cut off the second a woman he didn't recognize stepped in and said the twins had hired her to follow the group and bring them here. Then she smirked like it was the easiest job in the world since they were already in the city, and Toru couldn't help wondering what kind of trap she had cooking. Across the room, Matico slammed his fist down on the dining table, and the fine china rattled like it was about to shatter. He snapped his eyes to the unexpected crowd, his mind spinning hard, desperate to figure out why this sudden intrusion had just crashed into his life. He shot up from his chair, composure crumbling as he stared the crowd down, and he demanded what they thought they'd win, because this move wouldn't help them at all. It would only swell the ranks on his side. He kept going, admitting he only called the three of them in the first place to stop his own support from ballooning too big, saying he'd planned to back them until they shoved the moment past his control and forced his hand. As he wrapped up, one of the merchants shoved forward and said he'd been mulling over Mitiko's words. Then he stopped mid-sentence and corrected himself, because what he figured out hit him even before this meeting. For a while now, he'd been thinking it right on the tip of his mind, building up day by day. He clenched his courage and marched right up to Matiko, blurting out his fears. Could they really keep their heads high in a town where they were forced to stay bound? Matiko's face stayed stone calm, and only that ruthless, calculating glint in his eye gave away his true intent. The worry wasn't just his other powerful locals finally spoke up, admitting they'd also fought for the town's survival, even shelving their rare carbonated potion sales. And then it hit them hard the better life got here, the more terrified they became of the day the town would finally collapse. As he listened to their confessions, Toru felt guilt crash down on him. He admitted they'd ditched their duties, crushed by the dilemma, and begged them to hear him out, even if they weren't ready to forgive him, because he just wanted a chance to apologize. He spilled the truth about the crushing deal they all lived under, calling adventurers to their doom in the dungeon, then panicking and risking everything to stop them once the wind got too close, so they could ignore the victims of their whole staged standoff. And in the end, he finally confessed even the heroes who cleared the dungeon still got forced to sell off their prize. With their shared guilt finally exposed, every merchant's doubt boiled over into raw defiance. Then he spun back to Matiko, voice shaking as he demanded to know what it all even meant. Matiko's voice rips through the crowd, his face burning with pure desperation, as he roars that you can't survive on pride and self-respect alone. Then he steps up and grabs the blame, promising he'll carry every ounce of guilt, and if the townspeople won't get behind him, he'll push his plan forward anyway, even if it makes them pause and endure the pain to make it happen. With his father's desperate words still echoing, Toru's eyes snap wide. Painful clarity hits like a punch, and the question slams through his mind, what was all of this really for? He steps forward, locks his arms around Matiko, and hauls him into a tight embrace. Then, with his head resting on his father's shoulder, he whispers, "That's enough now." He keeps talking, assuring his father that he never thinks he was wrong, just like the twins insisted. Then Toru blurts it out. All he could really see was how wildly his father was gripping the town, scrambling to defend every choice he'd made. His face turns grim the moment the memory hits, and he straight up admits he couldn't bear seeing his father that way. So that's why he set his sights on sealing the dungeon. Then he digs deeper, revealing a personal reason, and he can't stand the thought of more victims, especially after what happened to his mother. After hearing his son's real reasons, Mitiko's stubborn resolve finally snaps. One tear slips down as he stares ahead, wearing quiet acceptance like armor, and he whispers that yes, this is enough now. Toru stood shoulder to shoulder with the twins, stared at his father and said, "We handled the dungeon, the curse that trapped the whole town and even Matiko himself. One tear slips past Matico's shut eye as he digests his son's words, and he murmurs, voice heavy, "You've taken it away for us." An understated confession that they did in fact win. The merchants of Flaritaria, having seen the whole exchange, closed in around the father and son. Then one of them stepped forward and begged Matico to stop shouldering everything by himself this time. With that brutal public showdown finally settled, the crew slips back into a quieter place where relief hangs in the air, and Toru and the twins stand face to face with Matico. The twins, still reeling from what just happened, grilled Horu. Did he really plan all this with the townspeople from the very beginning? Horu shut it down fast, saying he didn't need anyone else because he only trusted the people of that town to truly save his father. Then he snaps his focus back to Matico and lays out his plan. His whole goal was to pull his father's real feelings into the open, hand the outcome to everyone in the room, and seal it with the promise he'd made he'll see this through to the very end. And his face cracks into pure, satisfied relief, because he can't deny he's honestly impressed. Then he brings his hands together, claps hard, and announces that now they can finally strike a real, good deal. With the crisis finally shut down, the twin daughters practically bounce forward, clasp their hands, and eagerly push the next move. Remember that chat about selling the rights to the sparkling potion. They crowd in beside Toru, whispering their acceptance as they square up to his father, Matico, while Matico gathers a lineup of merchants. Matico straightens his glasses and admits that, with this new angle, the setup should work, leaving the merchants stunned at how smoothly he agrees. Then they remind him they'd already promised to sell under his conditions as soon as they felt convinced. His eyes tighten just a bit as the deal's final blow fully lands. Right when everything feels like it's finally settled, Toru jumps in and shocks the twins with his voice. Then he thanks them for thinking it through, only to slam the brakes and say he can't go through with the deal after all. He locks eyes with his father and tells him straight buying out the rights to the sparkling potion was never the plan. It was only meant to be the final last resort. He lays out his logic if the very merchants who tried to ruin the market end up owning the rights. The adventurer's rage will blow the roof off because even a friendly deal signed in front of everyone can't instantly scrub away the bad reputation that's already spread. He kept laying out the nightmare dungeon sealed or not, the world still crawling with monsters and magic beasts. And if that rift with the Adventurers Guild stayed stuck as a permanent wound, they'd lose every bit of support, meaning they'd be left exposed to those threats non-stop. Matico winced and hated that truth if they'd kept to the original deal. They'd just shrug off the damage like it was an unavoidable price of doing business. His unspoken question just hovered in the air like, so what were they supposed to do now? The whole group froze in shaky silence. Then one hand shot up to cut in. Bastura stood there as every eye snapped to her, and one of the twins fired back asking what she was getting at, so the elf warrior decided to hold the current economic foundation steady for now. She launched into a deep theory sealing a dungeon guzzles insane amounts of mana, slashing the mana density around it and sparking a brand new anomaly. One magic bees can smell from miles away, so they swarm in like a living storm, and her fix was brutally simple hire adventurers to deal with them. She figured this whole mess would feel like firing up an active dungeon all over again, and she swore it would spark an insane economic boom while her twin daughters stared, mouths slightly open, completely stunned. Matico's proposal hit like a punch. She froze in total shock, and when he turned to her, he was drenched in sweat, insisting that after digging through every academic study on dungeons he could find, he'd never seen anything this devastating in any of them. His shock made total sense. Bastura told him it wasn't some mystery he'd missed, because most people would never even hear about a phenomenon like that. It was the kind of niche tale a long-lived elf might toss out as a rumor, and even then, it barely existed. The truth was, successful dungeon conquests were already rare, so once adventurers cleared the place, they had zero reason to stick around in something this deadly. And even if they did, chasing the aftermath meant setting up an entirely new survey team because chances to confirm the anomaly were so thin, they might as well be mythical. She pushed the idea further, saying that if anybody else didn't, it would only be because they weren't the type who clears dungeons officially or not. And Toru, arms crossed, snapped back that they didn't start believing it until he'd watched that exact phenomenon happen in a dungeon he himself had conquered, calling it nothing more than a monster-like thing. Their faces were locked in fierce focus eyes blazing wide like they'd lost their minds because what they were about to suggest was pure, reckless audacity. The story cuts to the Grand Manor's entrance. A driver stands by the motorcar, begging forgiveness because he forgot something, while Matico's voice blasts out from inside, roaring, furious and demanding to know why this life or death secret was hidden. Oru told them this shockwave wouldn't last forever once the density man stabilized. It would be done, so they'd have to slam a whole new economic foundation into place before that window closed. And as he spoke, Matico felt the truth hit her like lightning. The idea slammed into place then. Right behind Matico's glasses, a sharp glint lit up, and the twin daughters beside Toru matched it instantly with the same spark. They were racing the clock, and right then, something brilliant was taking shape. His face burned with wild, manic energy. Then Matico whipped around to his twin daughters and announced his new plan with those multi-eyed beasts lurking behind a nearby fence. He insisted they could use the old dungeon space to domesticate monsters. He lays out his wild plan to the gathered merchants, and once the dungeon is sealed for good and the monsters stop spawning, he declares it's finally time to tame them, turning them into livestock and locking in a steady supply of magical beast meat, instead of gambling on adventurers to hunt it. He drives the proposal forward, insisting that even taming beasts like these will still demand adventurers giving fresh work and fresh purpose to anyone who got pushed out of the dungeon and left jobless. Bastura couldn't hide her shock at Matico's foresight. This wasn't just a lucky guess. It was an idea she'd been holding in her head for years, an impractical theory she'd been secretly prepping, with only a faint hope it might someday work. And now he'd somehow pulled it off in record time. So yeah, the whole room immediately erupted with stunned whispers. She watches everyone light up now, the twins, and even Matico and Toru's eyes start to brim with tears, overwhelmed with relief and joy, until all he can do is give a small, shaky nod. His stare snaps with razor focus, and his mind races straight into the next phase of his massive master plan. He whips around to the twin daughters and flashes a whole new side of his operation. Now he's weighing crop cultivation, growing ingredients for sparkling wine, and crafting dishes that'll pair perfectly with him. With that said, Ivan steps up to the crowd, lifts his glass, and bluntly admits he's stirred up a mess, then tells them his next request might not feel like a real apology. Still, he begs for their help. Get the sparkling potion out there and make it famous, using the already loved sparkling wine as the spark that spreads it everywhere. Mayuri and Yuffie, the twin daughters, step right up and lay out their plan flat out, saying they want to do it as a way to atone, even if it's only a little, for the adventurers, and they beg everyone to agree. They break down every detail of their pitch, then hand the sparkling potions rights to the Adventurers Guild, while the sparkling wines rights get sold to the Merchant Guild. Matico and Ivan just sit there, locked in, faces impossible to read. The nerve of that offer slams the whole room silent. Bastura, Mitico, and Sato can't even find words, their faces packed with shock and pure disbelief. They keep badgering the Merchant Guild to unleash its massive distribution network to help the Adventurers Guild sell that sparkling potion, pushing it right alongside the new wine until one lone voice in the quiet room lets out a disbelief-filled echo. Ivan's mind races through the proposal because if they go through with it, it won't just dump more work on his shoulders, it'll also stitch up the broken bond with the Adventurers Guild. And he's convinced Bastura, the chief of the Flaritaria branch, wants that same comeback just as badly. Matico's jaw drops at how casually they toss out two items that could rake in unimaginable money. Things he wouldn't sell for a single coin. So he blurts, "Am I even the right guy to be hearing this?" The twins cut in fast, smiling as they explain that, yeah, they've got conditions. The word conditions hits, and the whole air snaps cold. Bastura, the sweating Matico, and Sato whip their eyes forward as their faces harden, suspicion sharpening by the second. He kept tapping his foot as one of the twin daughters finally broke the silence, admitting their condition might sound a little greedy. With a celebratory pop, she dropped the one and only demand they wanted: first dibs on the sparkling wine. The whole group just froze in stunned silence, then disbelief hit like a wave, because they couldn't believe this was all the twins really wanted, and they started whispering, arguing about who got priority purchase rights. Their jaws dropped in unison, and the twins burst in with a grin, claiming it was all handled and shouting that it was time to start the paperwork. Still, watch everyone else erupt into celebration, and he couldn't help wondering if they were really fine with it. Because even though they'd hit their goal, this change was huge for everyone. He leaned in and spilled his private worries to the twins, telling them that with their perfect leverage, they should have squeezed for way more, maybe even a share of the profits. The twins shrugged it off and said it was fine, like if things went sideways, they could simply launch a new business next month. But more than anything, they believed it was just wrong to walk away from something this huge so easily. Later, while he sat with one of the sisters, she leaned in and spilled the real reason this sparkling wine was the first of its kind they'd ever tasted anywhere. And to them, it wasn't just a drink. It was a priceless keepsake packed with their shared memories. He stood next to the twins while one of them teased that his real motive was just making sure they'd always have that sparkling wine within reach. His face eased into a reluctant, low-key confession. He finally admitted they were right. Right there, the grand merchant Matico caught the whole exchange in his sights, his eyes sharp and thoughtful as he watched the group. He flicked his eyes up to the sky, shut them tight, and a crooked smile tugged at his lips. Then the merchant finally admitted the truth. As a businessman and as a man, he'd been completely outplayed. A few days went by since the Flaritaria dungeon got officially sealed shut. After all that chaos, Toru and his crew finally nailed the sales contract for their carbon potions and sparkling wine. Then they threw the biggest victory party of their lives, heading back to the hot springs town where Bastura and the twins were already unwinding, and Bastura let out a happy sigh like, nothing beats a good soak. As the warm water soothed them, the twin daughters turned toward Bastura with eyes shut tight. Smiling in quiet gratitude, they just had to thank him again for every bit of help he'd given them. Stura cut through their formal talk, warning them they would have been in real trouble without her intervention, and then bluntly admitted that hashing out the legal rights to their discoveries was way beyond what she could handle. Meanwhile, in the men's bath, Matico clasped her hands and prayed to Toru the red lightning would smash the dungeon all by his own power, while Fudo grinned and yanked him straight into a headlock. Back with the women, Bastura spilled the whole prize big rewards, endless free drinks, and VIP seats stacked with luxury food at a celebration party they'd hit later. One of the twins still shivered at what Kiro did, freezing her solid, while the other kept worrying that their benefactors might go broke from that kind of generosity. One of the twins leaned in and wondered why Fudo didn't just join them, since they were having the time of their lives, but Bastura's smile vanished. Rage of silence, and she snapped that there was nothing they could do. Flaritaria is on the very edge of a revolution. Right in front of the merchants of Flaritaria, Fudo straight up declines their invitation, wearing a real, heartfelt apology. Then he tells them the truth. His top priority right now is backing the man he calls his father. Hearing that, Matico flashes a relieved smile and blurts out how happy he is that everything's finally been fixed, and the rest of the crew, including the twin daughters, just watches their heartfelt moment. Kudo nods, and for once a rare smile lights up his face as he confesses he never thought he'd see his father back in such lively spirits again. That sentiment hits Matico hard, so he thrusts his hand forward and tells him straight up that this is exactly why he has to thank him again. Before he even gets the chance, his daughters Mayuri and Yuffie yank forward and grab Futo's hand, thanking him loud and clear for wiping Dungeon City off the map. Then they add, with this awkward little stumble, that it felt straight up unsettling, like their father casually used a dangerous-sounding line, almost as if he were thanking someone for wiping out a whole city. Later, back in the steaming hot spring, the sweet mood snaps into focus. Bastura swivels to the twins and wastes no time, grilling them about what they pulled in from the rides and how much they got for the carbon potions and sparkling wine. Mayuri, flustered but trying to keep up, blurts that they sold every last bit, and the grand total came to 100 coins. She let her thoughts spill in the steaming water, wondering if they'd really made the right call. Sure, they could have squeezed out even more money, but what they got was already more than enough to live comfortably for years. The twins snapped back with Matico's words he'd demanded the deal, swearing it was the bare minimum he could offer to prove, in public, that they'd patched things up and that their venture had truly paid off. One of the twins burst into giggles, calling out that Toru's reaction matched perfectly, and Bastura just gave in quietly, admitting that if everyone was happy with how it turned out, then it was fine. Her curiosity hit a breaking point, and she pivoted, blurted out questions about what's really going on between Toru, Futo, and Bastura. Then she remembered the chaos from back when they were trapped in that dungeon, and she couldn't shake it. The guy everyone calls Red Thunder never looked like the type to lose his cool and swing into action for someone else. Fastura started to explain, her thoughts snapping back to that brutal, snow-choked mountain where she first met him, cold, stern, and always keeping everyone at arm's length. He stood alone on those jagged peaks, staring down a dead, empty world, a true lone wolf with the whole desolation closing in around him. The twins snapped out of her sentence, stunned by how he'd changed, because the same man who once had such sharp edges didn't just soften, he even charged into a dungeon for their sake, and that felt unreal. Right beside her, Futo stayed quiet, eyes focused, calmly crushing a little orb in his hand as he thought. Bastura's eyes snapped wide with a wild idea. She leaned in toward the twins and insisted Toru might be dating one of them, or even both. But the twin she targeted shut it down on the spot, swearing he was absolutely not. In the water, Futo just muttered that Toru's guard duty lie was both sweet and bitter and damn. It was hilarious how he'd say that right in front of all those gorgeous women. Bastura reeled in shock, insisting they couldn't possibly be anything but dating. Then one of the twins stayed cool and flat-out explained that Toru's interest was purely about the investment. That explanation crushed her joy flat. Investment, she repeated, like the word punched the air out of her. Then she sighed and said they were leaving the bath. After they dried off and slipped into their robes, one twin shivered and snapped that the cold was brutal, while the other turned to Bastura with a straight-faced, professional tone and made it crystal clear they weren't merchants careless enough to leak personal details about their investments. Once everything was finally settled, the whole crew marched down the wooden corridor while the twins sprinted ahead, leaving Futo and Toru to follow right behind. While they walked, Futo stayed stone quiet, his mind racing as if something big was about to snap into place, and one of the twins shot a glance back at him, her eyes full of pure curiosity. Meanwhile, Toru slid up to a huge window and stared down at the sprawling city, a faint, satisfied smile tugging at his lips. From a secret hiding spot, two sets of identical eyes fixed on the scene, burning with curiosity. Their mission zeroed in on Toru alone by a giant window, fully locked in on a map so focused he didn't even feel the eyes watching him, while the twin daughters and their father hovered by the nearby doorway, peeking in, curiosity blazing. They stare him down, eyes wide, faces caught between shock and pure curiosity as he stays locked in on the job. A sass deciding to act, and one of them lunged forward, yelling his name. Toru snapped out of his focus and shot his eyes up, startled. The twins stepped up, grinning warmly as they each held out a glass of sparkling drink, and they pulled him in for a quick chat before the evening's banquet. He took their offer, snatched a glass, and the twins immediately insisted there would be only one. Each. Toru nodded along, then warned them not to overdo it because they had a celebration party later. When one twin caught him staring, Toru laughed and said he was double-checking their route on the map to a place called Fangaro. He took a sip, and the bitter taste hit like a punch, lighting up his face with instant shock. The twins snickered and told him he'd skipped the gas gene. Then they leaned in, grinning, saying this was a special kind of liquor only they could handle, and that everyone should enjoy it. He lifts the glass to his lips, takes a sip, and grins because the taste actually hits right. He mutters to himself that it's not bad while the twin girls stare at him, faces unreadable. They whirl away from him, heads bowed, and the twins apologize with their whole hearts so heartfelt it leaves him totally stunned and confused. They spill their regret, reminding him of that promise they made back when he first downed that sparkling wine to stand by his side and tackle his teleportation fears together. Still, even with their promises, they can't deny it. He was the only one who finally stepped in and saved them all. They spilled the truth of their shared insecurity, both terrified they'd never measure up to his attention, and convinced it would take him forever just to tell one of them from the other. Horyu slices through the gloom and demands why Yuffie and Mayuri are suddenly crumbling with weakness that doesn't fit them. Then he looks each of them in the eye by name, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. The twins go stiff on the spot, eyes bulging with pure shock. Then a bead of sweat slips down as it finally hits them. "Wait, what?" one of them blurts, stammering through total confusion. They froze in place, bodies trembling while Toru kept pointing and nailing each one's name again and again every single time. After he made his point, he spun away, took a quick sip, and admitted that back then he'd never dared to push this far into the dungeon. When he replayed that moment in his head, his face shut down because somehow, before he even noticed, rage surged through him, and he felt driven to step in and fight for them. Then he finally admitted it. He was honestly terrified they'd get teleported out of nowhere, especially after how much he'd already poured into it. As he talked, he softly rested a hand on one of their heads and shrugged. Those worries didn't even matter to him anymore, which is why he pushed things to the extreme for them. His stern face cracked wide open into a huge, joyful grin as he proclaimed that this 10th year was lining up to be absolutely awesome and thrilling. His words slammed into the two sisters so hard they couldn't even speak. They just stood there, staring up at him, cheeks burning, eyes wide open with pure shock and total disbelief. Their heads stayed bowed, and a deep blush flooded their cheeks as they finally processed what he said. He shattered the silence, rubbing the back of his head with an awkward little grin, then admitted that his earlier rage had totally blanked on the fact that a mana irregularity could happen, and he felt awful for missing it. Without warning, the twins spun around, cheeks burning and hearts racing, and they snapped that the steam and hot water must have made them dizzy. Then they bolted for fresh air. He watched them leave, brows furrowed in confusion, and he couldn't stop wondering, did he accidentally say something weird that set them off? As they drifted farther away, one twin leaned in and murmured a worried question to the other, begging them to swear it really was the steam that made their heads spin like that. The truth hit them both instantly, plain as day, because that unmistakable burning blush was still pounding hot on their cheeks, and those wide, staring eyes couldn't hide how totally flustered they were. Meanwhile, Toru stood there by himself, clutching a document, smirking at the fact that he'd never once thought he'd wipe out a whole town so early in his trip. This had to be the most thrilling 10th year ever. He sat there, staring at the map sprawled in front of him, already bracing for the twins' moans, sick of trudging, fed up with camping, and begging for a smooth ride in a magical vehicle like it was their right. That's the kind of tantrum talk you do, he thought, then decided the next move was clear head for Fangaro, the magic machine city. Either way, the whole reason they'd come to Flaritaria snagging the travel money was finally done. A sly little smile tugged at his lips as he weighed what came next. Then he started talking out loud. If it was a wild ride with Yuffie and Mary. The idea practically crackled in the air this time, too. It promised a wild ride while fierce, flushed determination burned on one of the twins' faces. Just as he was about to get lost in planning, the twins burst back in and grabbed him, one swearing the celebration party mattered more than their next stop, demanding food and drinks on the spot, while the other, still rattled, nodded along like, "Yeah, this banquet's about to be a blast." The road stretches forever, and all you can hear above that endless open sky is his strained breathing, ragged and relentless. Two sweaty twin sisters, leaning on their walking sticks, shout for Toru like they've got news, "Tell us we're there." And when one of them jokes that everything feels weirdly like deja vu, Toru trots ahead, then spins back with a grin after 20 days on the road, with nothing but quick town stops. He says his stamina's jumped a ton and urges them to take a short break. That idea gets a tired nod, and one twin slumps against her sister, groaning that traveling is brutal and they have to grab a magic vehicle. Now Toera turns back, clutching a pouch of water, and quickly dashes their hopes, saying a top-tier magic ride can't be pulled off on that kind of short notice. He lays out exactly what kind of vehicle they need, one that's fast, comfy, and tough enough to survive monster and magical beast attacks, and then he doubts they'll find it anywhere, even in Fangaro, the magic machine city. They trade a quick look. One blurts, "What's wrong?" And the other shrugs, saying nothing's off. He's just shocked she's accepting the deal so fast. She muses that if they have to wait a few days for a custom order, they could kick back and relax in Fangaro for a while. They plopped down to catch their breath, legs burning, and blurted out how shocked they were because they'd fully expected him to shut the idea down, calling private ownership reckless. The way they always say it goes, those vehicles usually belong to city councils ferrying VIP guests, or to big loaded adventurer clans gearing up for massive expeditions. He whirls around and strides on, and the twins keep right on his heels, gripping a tiny pouch that looks way too heavy for its size. He admits it. Yeah, that purchase is straight up outrageous, and it's not just the jaw-dropping price tag up front. The truth hits harder. The high-parity magic stones they need to power it cost a fortune, too. By the campfire, he ranted excitedly about his dream of cruising into a carefree life in a camping car, and the twin girls listened until one of them grinned and said Toru sounded like an old man. The twins burst into laughter, nodding like, "Yeah, it finally feels normal again." But Toru springs to his feet in a ridiculous fit, insisting he's still a young man, no ifs, ands, or obviously not. Their laughter dies off fast, and a messy, flustered look snaps across their faces like, wait, were we overreacting this whole time? Still totally oblivious to the mood shift, Toru bursts into a loud, hearty laugh while the twins just stare up at him, their faces burning with emotions they won't let anyone read. His laugh dies off the second he finally spots what they're doing, so he leans in fast and asks Yuffie and Mayuri what's wrong, because their faces are blazing red, and he can't help wondering if they've caught some kind of cold. It totally floors them. His concern spikes while his eyes linger, and the twins suddenly jerk and flail their arms in panic, blurting that it's nothing. They're just not used to hearing their names yet. Thrown off by their excuse, Toru freezes in bewilderment, then instantly dodges the topic, awkwardly ordering they start guard duty, and blurts out whether the area around Fangaro is really safe and if there's a magic mechanical beast lurking. He took his post over the campsite, and that creeping unease sank deeper and deeper as he stared into the blackness around them. Then he couldn't help whispering that he might have bragged too early about the dangers waiting up ahead. Suddenly, a blinding burst of light tore out from the trees, hitting him like a punch and stealing his breath. Out of the light stumbled a hulking mechanical horse beast, and it ripped its glowing chain weapon through the night, sparks and crackles snapping in the air. The weapon crashed into the ground right in front of them, blasting dirt and rubble everywhere. Toru and the twins just froze, staring in total disbelief at that brutal, sudden attack. Then they pushed deeper into the woods and the trees themselves started closing in, like something ominous had just revealed its presence. In the crushing dark, a second monster loomed bigger, meaner, and made of machinery, its many eyes blazing like warning signs as its cannon mouth snapped to life right beside it. A strange, white-haired man with hollow, shadow-dark eyes stood frozen, staring it down. His face looked carved out of stone, blank, emotionless, while those hollow, round eyes swept over the travelers like nothing could shake him. Before the white-haired man could even swing, a blinding, lightning-fast strike tore through the air, ripping toward him. The sound crashed through the air, then vanished, and in its place, the world went dead quiet, with a misty clearing ahead where their bags sat abandoned. Huddled behind a fallen log, the twins peeked out, eyes blazing with confusion. One of them hushed. What just happened? Because they remembered being attacked right before Toru vanished. Then Toru stood up in the foreground, calm as can be, and told them it was already over. They stared in total amazement as Toru pointed out clear as day that the creature they'd just beaten was a sniper-type shellhound. Rushing out from behind the cover, the group closed in on the giant, stone-still creature. Toru instantly confirmed it was a magic mechanical beast, and admitted that while he'd only seen things like this in reference books, it was the first time the twins had ever laid eyes on one up close, marveling at how half-built and half-mechanized it really was. He dropped to one knee beside the creature, telling it he was coming to collect the mana stones and that they needed to watch every move closely. Mana stones usually sit right by the heart, but in insect-type magic mechanical beasts, they're locked inside the torso. He shot a glance back at the twins and muttered about how downright sinister those beasts looked. Then he noticed their eerie silence and snapped, "What's wrong?" The two sisters just traded a troubled look, saying nothing, yet their faces screamed pure, quiet dread. Toru noticed the stunned silence and immediately spoke up about what he'd just dropped. This thing wasn't an ordinary monster. It was a semi-mechanical magic beast, forged by an ancient civilization to hunt monsters down, and he could tell it was stuffed to the limit with mechanisms, built for one brutal job killing living beings. He kept going, telling the legend everyone agrees on they didn't create these things out of thin air. They carved them by twisting monsters. Then the ancient civilization lost control. The beasthood snapped into full predator mode, and it started hunting every living thing in sight. People say that disaster is what finally buried that empire. And even today, he warned, you can still find these monsters being made in the ruins scattered across the world. But the real reason that ancient civilization armed with mind-blowing tech couldn't ever get a grip on the magic mechanical beast is still totally unknown. He snapped everyone's attention back to the here and now, his face deadly serious because these things were built to take down monsters, and the fact they even exist is a real nightmare. He broke down exactly how deadly they are on top of the original base monster's power. These things are boosted with combat muscle, lightning-fast mobility, and magic machine durability, and that instantly bumps their threat to several times a normal monster's. No wonder they're behind most adventure injuries and deaths. Hearing that grim verdict, one twin stared him down, asking without words if their supposed power was real. How did he wipe it out so easily? Her sister chimed in that, with a handful of these same units and the right conditions, they could even go hunting a dungeon boss. He spun back to them, a knowing little smile on his face, and he nodded at her point. Yeah, he hadn't told them. Then he started to explain. Just as he starts to explain, he gets cut off right behind him. A hulking, muscular man with a mechanical right arm and a cylinder strapped to his back appears out of nowhere, and the twins immediately burst into alarmed cries. A towering stranger blocks the forest clearing, and before anyone even speaks, a brutal metallic clang erupts from deep in the woods, jolting everyone to attention. Meanwhile, at the heart of the chaos, a hooded figure crouches over smoking wreckage, and their left arm and leg are all cold, flawless cybernetics. That brutal, jarring sound slams the twins into pure panic. One blurts, "What was that?" while the other shouts that the ground just shook. The source stays a mystery, but right by the beast's remains, that hooded figure's metallic hand shows up again. Their focus snaps right back to what happened after Toru's fight, and they're stunned, gawking at that giant magic mechanical hand he must have unleashed, amazed at how totally he obliterated the beast. Toru's face scrunches with confusion as their praise hits him. Then his eyes, right along with theirs, snag on a lone figure in the distance. The hooded man spots him too, staring hard, wondering if it's truly Toru. The man strides up with his hood slipping off, and bam, spiky white hair and dark, hollow eyes stare back as he blurts out with excitement, shouting that it's Toru and demanding if it's really been 8 years. Toru just gapes in total confusion and fires back, "Who are you?" A guy with glasses and a huge, welcoming grin blazes up and shouts, "I'm Rocky." The second Toru hears the name, recognition flashes across his face, then Rock waves like a goofball, cheering that they both showed up as adventurers the same day, in the same place, and even finished their training side by side. He erupts in a hearty laugh and says he didn't recognize Toru at first. His build and looks are totally different now, but then he grins and insists Toru hasn't changed much at all. Toru looked a bit rattled, turned to the twin daughters beside him, and confirmed the man's word, saying he and Rock were in the same class, then quickly tossed out a short apology for the mix-up. Rock slips a friendly arm around Toru's shoulders and beams, then drops a big, proud declaration, "Toru's the guy who saved my life." As the twin daughters lean in, Rock doubles down on his claim and spills how Toru saved him when a monster came for him. Toru tries to cut in, brushing it off as luck from back when he didn't know what he was doing, then snaps, "Why are you still going on about this, Rock?" But Rock won't let it die. He demands they hear the whole story. His face hardens the moment the story ends. He even tried 12 times to thank Toru, but Toru just brushed him off with cold indifference. Then, out of nowhere, Toru vanished from town, and Rock hasn't heard a word since. He kept going, and Toru's face lit up as he confessed he couldn't believe the rumors now people were calling him Red Thunder, and he even shot straight up in the rankings as a solo adventurer. His twin daughters listened in silence, one staring with a big, questioning look, the other finally nodding with a shaky, reluctant, "Yeah." He suddenly snapped his focus forward, leaned in close, and demanded answers. What was the deal with those insanely beautiful twins? And were they really Toru's escort targets? Toru calmly corrected him, saying, "Those are my companions." Rock froze, then blurted that he'd been sure Toru was a loner like the rumors claimed. Without missing a beat, the twins stepped in and introduced themselves as Mayuri and Yuffie even nudged Rock to shut up with a playful grin. They lit up when he spoke, turning to each other like, "Do you hear that back then he'd call us protection targets straight to our faces, and the fact that he was saying companions so easily filled them with pure, blazing joy." Spotting everyone huddled together, he threw a friendly arm around a totally baffled Toru and instantly guessed they had business in the nearby city of Fangaro. Then grinned and offered to show them around, proudly flashing his massive mechanical left arm and bragging that he was an exclusive adventurer for the city. The Fangaro symbol, a crest of two hands gripping a massive cog, was slammed securely into the city's stone wall. They hit the city entrance, first towering fortified gate and all, and one of the twins gawked at how huge it was, while Toru just said, dry as dust, that the gatekeepers probably had a nightmare getting it open. Rock only heard that and burst out laughing, brushing the whole thing off. He flashed his credentials to the gate guard, and the guy leaned in with a sharp, skeptical stare, grilling the adventurer. "So you really know where you are?" After a quick check, the guard snapped his gaze to the control panel, and with a heavy, gut-deep hum, the giant gates started sliding open, pulled along by glowing tracks. When the heavy doors finally swung open, Rock just stood there, calm, locked in, like he already knew what would happen. Right behind him, Toru and the twins gawked in stunned silence, their faces caught between pure awe and raw nerves. With everything finally in plain sight, he whirled back to his crew and flashed a huge grin, practically bragging about the grand welcome ahead while Toru just stood there, stunned, because he couldn't believe something that massive could be dragged and moved on its own. He shot his arms wide and proudly unveiled the world's newest marvel, Fangaro's Magic Machine City, where towering clock spires pierced the sky, steam-powered machines roared in motion, and a massive automaton patrolled the streets, leaving Toru and the twins staring in stunned, breathless awe. Rock lets out a booming laugh, greets the trio, and immediately calls out that they've never been to Fanguero before. Then he sweeps his arm across the place and explains why it's packed with magic machines. This town is drowning in materials, components, and magic stones that power everything, and that wealth is what kicked their tech into overdrive. He and the twins stepped into a roaring, tech-drenched city, and pure awe hit their faces like lightning. The scale was way bigger than he'd ever imagined. Rock steps forward, and the whole town lights up. Townsfolk greet him like a hero. Cheers erupt from the crowd, praises fly, and they shove gifts into his hands, while others hover with worry, begging him to slow down and not burn himself out. Popularity hit like a tidal wave, and everywhere he went, fans followed, eyes locked on him like he was the main event. Sato stares in stunned silence as the crowd's love for his guide hits him like a wave, cheering without stopping, calling Rock tough and effortlessly cool, and bragging that he'll smash any enemy that comes for him. Their hero they idolize erupts into a hearty laugh, swatting away the praise and saying his legendary iron arms can't do a thing without everyone's support. Then he swings his attention to Sato, smirking and telling him straight up that in all of Fangaro, he's known as the strongest adventurer, and suddenly the meaning clicks as understanding lights up Sato's face. The twins gawk in pure amazement at Rock's massive magic hands, swearing they've never seen anything like them and blurting out if these are some kind of new model. Rock grins and proudly tells them they're called overarms, combat-ready armaments built for fighting. He keeps talking, spelling out how those huge metal pieces and ultra-pure magic stones get transplanted straight into the user's body, and how the overarm's power output blows everything else out of the water with its magic tech mechanisms, even pumping up the wearer's own strength and life force. Masato takes it all in, remembering how, 8 years ago, Rock's arms looked like something out of a magic beast. Rock nods and admits the truth back then. Everything was forced on him 5 years ago, and these overarms were only a rough prototype. Still, they're exactly what kept him alive when he had no other choice. His face lights up the moment he says Toru's finally here, then he hurries to the magic workshop and offers to personally lead them around. He strides them straight to a grand entrance, where a sharp man in a formal suit and bow tie opens the doors and welcomes them in. The moment the gate swings open, it blasts you into a massive showroom like a secret garage packed wall to wall with mind-blowing magic-powered vehicles. While the host shows off the models, Sato slides into the driver's seat, eyes shining with real curiosity, and the twins swarm the other machines, even crawling all over a brutally armored vehicle. They checked the vehicles inch by inch, and one of the twins snapped that the candidates had been cut down a ton. He strode through the machines, clocking prices so high they were almost unreal. Then the twins' father, right there with him, nodded along and said, "Yeah, those are true luxury items." Rock then smashed the costs wide open. The average vehicle started at 70 gold coins, add-ons tacked on 10 to 15 more, and every 1 to 2 years maintenance demanded a full engine replacement, another 10 gold coins to keep it running. Sato's brow knitted tight as he shot the idea down. Why rip out the whole engine when they could have just swapped in a fresh magic stone? Rock's eyes shot open with shock. He checked and realized Sato was right. Then he hurriedly thanked him, saying an adventurer named Toru once taught him the real principles of enchanting. He brought up his alias, hand hovering on the hilt of his sheathed weapon, and as the memory hit, faint energy sparked around it because every time a user's magic sinks into an item, that thing powers up and even starts fighting back with anti-magic properties. It even gets elaborated for the group. The stone's magic doesn't just feed the engine, it fuses with it. So the engine spits out its own anti-magic field, and that shield stops any new stone from being accepted since it won't let different magic slip through, meaning you've got to swap out both parts completely. He listened as the twins' father dug into the real nuts and bolts of magic-powered vehicles, how a tiny model could churn along for over 10 years on one magic stone. But the moment you scaled up, the power drain would explode into something totally unworkable. The twins shot each other a worried look. Then the nightmare of maintenance costs came rushing back. They whispered in panic, shocked that the problem was this huge. Their worries hit Sato hard and made him rethink everything. While the twins kept going, saying those sky-high maintenance costs scare off most people, and that Toru's take felt way too ordinary, nothing like what they expected from the guy he was trying to be. Just a beat later, their faces lit up matching smiles because they couldn't wait to blurt out one specific phrase just once. Sato snapped at the chance and started rattling off upgrade ideas first, winkers as an option, then suspension to slam down the shaking. Then he kept going, listing feature after feature, and honestly he couldn't believe the audacious twins had him this completely won over. Then he slammed down a document like it was a victory trophy, declaring he'd never let anyone beat him and that this was the ultimate magic-powered vehicle he'd just dreamed up. No matter what it cost, the twins erupted in cheers, but their father just gaped in total shock. The father got totally rattled, stammering that he had no clue what to do, saying their shop just couldn't deal with that huge mix of choices because they mostly built everything with the usual standardized vehicle parts. He raises that massive spec list, eyes darting across the dense lines, then talks to a Koan Sin like it's a mission briefing, wondering out loud if the demand is too much, while Sato and the twin daughters stare him down, caught between blazing anticipation and deep worry. He keeps talking. This Koan may look like a golem expert, but his real superpower is being a magic engineer with freak-level talent. People say he fixes machines everyone else has given up on, rebuilds things thought to be gone forever, and even takes custom jobs no one's willing to touch. When Sato hears the name, recognition snaps across his face. Elsewhere, Hasran leans in and starts telling a quiet, towering golem a story how Koan once showed up to sell a golem so ridiculously overpowered it got crowned as the world's greatest masterpiece. Then Hasran fires a question, asking whether the golem still remembers what Koan told the magic engineers who couldn't stop begging to build it, calling that part the wildest shock of the whole saga. That memory snaps back with a cold, ruthless line from the creator himself: failure. Then it gets worse. Use it for hauling cargo. The words slam into the room like a warning, proving the standard is brutally untouchable, right as the shadow of that masterpiece loan looms over everything. Toru stands there, dead silent, caught between the twin sisters Yuffie and Mayuri, while their father wrestles with his first suspicions, realizing the young man hasn't been linked to anything shady at all. And then his thoughts snap to the wild request the Adventurers Guild dropped on him, a job tied to a rare metal called aluminum. Then it lands on a messy pile of cast-offs, empty cans, a roll of foil, and a few coins. And right when Toru spots it, his face lights up with a sudden, weird familiarity as he whispers the name of the thing he just recognized. They press on, and the father suddenly turns to Toru and fires, asking straight up if he knows what aluminum is, confessing he's never even heard the word before. Toru hesitates, admits it feels totally unknown in this world, but the name hits him like a ghost from his past, familiar in his bones. The moment she hears it, one of the twins snaps forward and declares, "If it's aluminum you need, we know the stuff, and we'll take the job for you." Sister lights up and jumps in with their plan: finish the job, get a success bonus, and have Magician Cohen build them the finest magic vehicle, all while forcing a meeting with Cohen, who's apparently hungry to see their collection of lost items to them. It's the ultimate 2-for-1 deal. Father bursts into a proud, booming laugh, declaring that this kind of audacity is exactly what he expects from Yuffie and Mayuri, while Toru, right beside them, pinches the bridge of his nose like he's done with all this. With a thunderous, grinding clang, the massive gate slams shut behind them, locking them in as they finally reach their destination. The whole crew rolls up to a massive industrial complex, and the air itself rattles with clanking machinery. Toru cranes his neck at the sprawling place, wondering if this really is Cohen's workshop, and thinking it's wild that anyone would live out here in the middle of nowhere. Takes in the scene, Rock grins and says he's got business to handle back at the Adventurers Guild, then announces he's leaving while Toru frets out loud, worried they can pull off the negotiations with someone this difficult on their own. Rock just waves it off, cheerful as ever, promising that with him around, it'll be a total breeze. Meanwhile, the twins' father hunches over the commission request, replaying every word like a riddle he trusts Yuffie and Mayuri. But something feels off. The request is written in the language used for the lost items, and he can't believe anyone would have taken it without first checking with an expert. Yet his daughters are handling it like they were born knowing the code, and that utterly freaks him out. The guy they came to see, the Magician Cohen, is a huge, muscular wall of a man, all stern eyes and cold judgment. He takes a puff from his pipe, wears pure skepticism like armor, and basically laughs in his head at the idea of bargaining with some brat, especially one who can't even understand the language of the lost items. Harbor doesn't get swept up in doubts because one twin laughs off the fear and insists everything's going to be fine, pointing out that even nobody else knows the lost items' names. Their secret knowledge is the real key. Their swagger hits a brick wall, their ears catch a massive door grinding as it shoves open in front of them, and Toru and the twins stare in shock while the workshop entrance finally shows itself. The moment they step through, it isn't a workshop at all, it's a massive, star-filled universe staring back at them, and when that door swings open like a portal, Toru and the twins freeze completely, stunned into total silence. From the starry void beyond the doorway, a hulking dark silhouette drops down into view, swallowing the light and forcing the wide-eyed twins to crane their necks and gape upward, completely speechless. Just as that looming shadow is about to slam into them, a new figure rockets out of the dark and hits the grass with a crushing thud. Toru yanks the twins close, demanding answers. Then the newcomer, a young woman, flashes a calm smile and tells him everything's fine. He jerks his gaze off the woman and locks onto the colossal, silent automaton looming in front of them. And he blurts out Cohen because he'd pictured a legend, not this. The twins don't even blink, they tell him this is nothing but a diversion. They say they already got the warning Cohen is running an experiment with a golem right now, so they shouldn't be shocked. One of them even shrugs, like it's probably the best thing that could happen. They start talking, and the woman who showed up with the machine reaches out to pat its cold, metallic leg, then blurts that maybe this is the one they're after because it doesn't look like it's built for the Almi project at all. The golem's head tilts just a little, like it's studying every word. She whips back to the group, hand on her hip, and demands to know if they're the ones who know about the golem's operation experiment, while Toru just freezes, stammering in total confusion. Without waiting for a clear reply, she turns and strides off through the tall grass, waving them after her, then fires off one last question like she's suddenly certain one of them is her real contact. "You're Cohen, aren't you?" she scoffs, voice razor-sharp with impatience. "Of course it is!" she snaps, like the answer was staring everyone in the face. She keeps pushing the golem forward, then whips a glance over her shoulder and hits the real problem hard. "Wait, is this about the Almi matter?" A young woman with dark hair steps in immediately, eyes locked and voice sharp as steel. "If you're wrong, I'll dismantle you." Sato, boxed in by the twins' sisters, stares down a weird duo, an enormous hulking golem, and a young woman with goggles perched on her head. Then he blurts out that he knows the name Magician Cohen and asks if she's really who they're hunting, only for the woman to lock eyes with him, unblinking and ice-cold. Her face stays cold and stubborn as she finally speaks, her voice dead silent, stripped of warmth, and that blunt question slams into the air, catching Sato and the twins off guard so hard they just stare back, totally thrown by her short, cutting attitude. The pilot pushes forward anyway, her eyes widening just a bit as she snaps, demanding to know why they've been sent to handle the matter of it all. That first wave of confusion flips straight into irritation. Sato snarls that they keep grilling him with the same question, says he's never even heard of a golem that talks, and brushes the whole thing off as nothing more than a fancy puppet. Right after that tense intro, the whole group starts moving shoulder to shoulder across a grassy field, and one of the twins points out, "The request only named Almi," so they hunt down every scrap of info they can find, then compile it all. She whips around to the pilot, thrusting the notebook in his face with a fierce, determined grin, and the twin makes an official request Cohen-san has to spill the exact details about what she wants to know concerning Almi, so they can help her the right way. The golem pilot lets out a sharp grunt, and her towering metal partner surges with sudden purpose, shouldering through a field of tall grass. In a blink, it tears across the air and snatches Mayuri the twin from the ground so fast, Sato and the other twin can only stare, completely frozen in shock at how quick it is. The golem pauses mid-motion, staring into its own strange purpose. Sure, most golems are built for brutal labor, but its movements are sharp, refined, almost flawless, light years beyond some clumsy adventurer. And the pilot can't shake it either, stunned by the insane technical mastery it takes to forge a machine like this, wondering where it came from and what's hidden in its mysterious past. A magic-powered ride is waiting up ahead, and out steps a short-haired young woman with dark locks and a mark on her cheek. She points to the city and declares it the most advanced in the world, clutching a document and urging them to pick up their conversation inside. Inside, the young woman shoots straight for the truth. She needs people who can be put to work right now. No excuses. If they balk or turn out to be dead weight, she orders them to get out the moment they're judged. Sato hears every word, and his face finally locks in. The vehicle whisks them into a massive industrial workshop, where the roof is packed with pipes, and a vent blasts steaming clouds straight into the sky. They burst into a massive manufacturing cavern, where golems loom in every stage of assembly, and one of the twins lets out a shocked gasp. This workshop is bigger and more complex than anything they've imagined. They gaped at the massive workshop in pure, wide-eyed wonder, mouths hanging open, while Sato, standing right between them, laughed at their reaction before his own face shifted into sharp curiosity. His eyes locked onto one golem slumped there, perfectly still, and the second he looked closer, he knew its design didn't match a single one he'd ever seen. The deeper they got into the facility, the dark-haired girl cut straight to the situation, complete the request, and they'd earn an optional customization for their magic vehicle. Then she snapped that the idiots shouting and gesturing at the twins had zero chance. Up front, the golem pilot trudged along and quietly accepted just how brutal her words were. The twins didn't even flinch at the insult. They just grinned and said, bright as ever, that they could dish out as much of that kind of thing as was needed. After they fired back with that fearless confidence, the golem pilot whipped her gaze over her shoulder. She agreed their part mattered. Then her words stalled, like there was a danger she couldn't bring herself to say out loud. The dark-haired girl burst in and hit the point hard. She laid out the request straight away, saying the one thing she needed most from them was the exact details for refining aluminum. Refining hit Sato like a flashback from school, and one of the twins jumped in fast. Refining is how you strip out impurities to boost a metal's purity, and tons of metals, even aluminum, won't cooperate unless you upgrade them to a higher grade first. They kick off their spiel by praising aluminum to the skies, light as a feather, tough as nails, and protected from rust by that oxide layer, plus it gleams with a gorgeous silvery shine, which is exactly why it's the perfect material they're hunting. They tell him they've hit every dead-end scouring markets for the metal, chasing every rumor, burning through leads, yet the stash they finally drag in is nowhere close to what they truly need. He leans in and listens, and memories hit his own countless attempts. He'd grilled metal in every way he could, swapping materials and gear like a mad scientist, yet he still couldn't pull out pure aluminum. That crushing failure is what finally forced him to chase their help, even if he hated admitting it. Sato's thoughts get yanked to a halt when the dark-haired girl cuts in and demands to know what info they've gathered so far from the materials. She's so blunt that Sato can't help but blink in surprise. He fires back, asking if they know anything about the refining process, and one twin grins, straight up admitting that aluminum probably wouldn't be the first thing Earth folks think of, then wonders if he's even from one of those rare countries. The other twin fires back that, yeah, the base material is just as plentiful on Earth as it is here, but people there also lean on it for things like leather tannins. They lay out the real problem. Aluminum clings to oxygen with an insane grip, so refining it is a nightmare compared to other metals, and that struggle once made aluminum pricier than gold. To prove it, they bring up 19th century Emperor Napoleon III, who would impress his top guests with aluminum tableware, while everyone else got gold. So when Sato hears this, he can only stare in shocked disbelief. He leans in as one twin fires off their plan, saying this job will be brutal, but she's not worried because they've got the raw materials stacked up: bauxite and cryolite. And with those in hand, she's convinced they can purify the metal through a hall of roll process. Her sister then explains it's the usual way to refine aluminum on Earth: heat the materials until they melt, then use electricity to pull the metal out. The word electricity instantly spikes Sato's curiosity, but the dark-haired twin just smirks and assures him it's important, not a problem. His expression snaps into pure shock at their rock-solid certainty, then they slide to either side of him, grinning wide, and cheer, like it's obvious. The reason we're so sure is simple: it's Toru. The dark-haired twin keeps going, claiming that with him, the whole electricity problem is finally, totally solved, leaving just one last worry: the gear and Cohen's technical skill, which Red Thunder will take care of. He stammers as the sudden weight of her expectations smashes into him, and when she sees him flailing, she settles him down with a soft, reassuring pat on the head. She grabs his hand with a firm squeeze, stares at it like it's a miracle, and admits she never thought the day would actually arrive when she'd get to use his power. She looks up at him with stars in her eyes, calls his talent incredible, and then drops a bold deal: if this refining works, he lands lifetime employment with them, and when that sinks in, a confident grin lights up his face. He snaps a glance sideways, and there it is, sweat beading on his brow as the twins lock eyes with him, staring back like they've just seen the impossible. Out of nowhere, a young woman with goggles around her neck yanks him in close, slapping down the fact that his salary can be negotiated and they'll sweeten the benefits if he's got any other demands. Then she fires back, asking why he's suddenly talking about leaving, calling him selfish for only thinking of himself, and demanding to hear what kind of logic even got him there. As she clings to him, the twins scramble onto his back, cheeks burning with pure determination, while he just stares in total shock, completely lost as all three women crowd in on him with sudden, forceful attention. One twin blares his name, her face split between pure desperation and unbreakable resolve. They tell him they can't just swap him out, they need him. Period. Then they promise if they keep refining enough aluminum, it'll pay off. The whole crew begs him, admitting it hurts even to think about losing him, and insists this choice is purely for their own selfish reasons. The woman with the gobbles nods along like, if the money dries up, we'll just go find more. Now the ball's in Toru's court, He has to decide if this deal is a trap or a lifeline. He blurts that they've got to wait totally swamped because he needs to lock in what they're using that aluminum for, and the woman with the goggles answers like it's obvious they're going to build a golem. His mind spins at the shock weight, a golem, and suddenly he regrets using his electricity at all. "What is happening?" he blurts, but the three women keep yanking him down, pinning him hard with grips that won't budge. The goggle-wearing woman glares at him with pure impatience, and the twin sisters stare back, torn between worry and fear. Noticing his hesitation, she snaps into action. She yanks his leg, her hands blazing with power, and declares she's slamming an anti-magic enchantment onto him. She breaks down the whole problem, how the refined metal inside him, when it merges with his magic, turns into a brutal resistance against other magic, and how that exact power causes the goal's magic stones to glitch and fail. The twins' father jumps in and confirms it's the exact same anti-magic nightmare they hit before with their magic-powered vehicles, and because of it, they're stuck swapping out the engines every 1 to 2 years. The woman with the goggles sighs, folded her defeat, and admitted that enchantment won't cut it, so she said their only shot is building a generator, but aluminum is a total power hog, the so-called electricity eater, meaning they'd need a mountain of energy and trying to build a generator on that scale. She just clicked her tongue. Too much time, too much cost, flat out not feasible. Frustration bubbles up inside her, and she whips around to Sato. Still sprawled on the workshop floor, she tells him that now he gets it. He has to admit there's no way this works, and then she cuts him off, barking that he should just go home. As he stares up, confused, the twin sisters lock eyes and share a knowing look. Then one of them drags her hand to her chin, and you can practically see the idea ignite in her head. They hit their words in perfect sync, faces giving nothing away, so yeah, there's no getting around it. As Sato and the golem pilot tune in, one of the twins starts talking. She admits there's barely any records, but an ancient, clunky technique still exists, straight out of the Napoleonic era. The pilot whips around, eyes screaming, "What are we even supposed to do with that?" The twins slam into a twisted multi-step chemistry spell, whipping up sodium carbonate and charcoal, distilling to pull out elemental sodium, then mixing bauxite with sodium hydroxide until they heat it, filter it, and finally force aluminum chloride to react with sodium to get pure elemental aluminum, and Sato just freezes, completely lost. What the hell? He bolts out. Then it hits him. This kind of crazy advanced knowledge could only have come from Yuffie in Mayuri. The moment the thought lands, the golem pilot clamps his gloved hand tight around one of the twins. The pilot's eyes flare with fresh hope, and she blurts, "That's incredible!" Like the impossible might finally be within reach, and it hits Sato in that instant. The twins aren't just smart, they're true geniuses. He panics and blurts to himself he was meant to be the brains, the replacement for Red Thunder. Yet he's got nothing to spit out, and all he can remember is this cobalt comes from the alchemist's workshop. Sodium from the saltpeter one, anything past that, and he feels completely useless. He whips back to the group, stammering like his life depends on it, begging to be useful any way at all. "Let me help at least with something," he blurts out. The golem pilot steadies him with a reassuring hand on his shoulder, then asks, "And you are Tora, right?" He can only squeeze out a frantic, embarrassed sound. She's trapped in a memory loop. Those cutting, furious words from the dark-haired girl slam over and over in his head, and her face twists with pure frustration as she storms out, calling herself a useless burden. The memory crashes through him, wrecking his composure as his own insecurity echoes every word she throws at him. A massive wooden barrel crashes onto the table in front of him, thud, and the shock jolts him back, right into the president's space. A sudden crash snaps his restraints loose, and he erupts in a furious shout, calling himself worthless, drowning in guilt, and apologizing for not having a single magical ability. Rock clocks his sweat-drenched temple as he tries to dodge the topic, then blurts out his thanks for Sato's help getting around and admits he's got something he needs to talk about. He quickly snaps himself back and admits, "No, this is my story I want to tell," then dives into how he ran into a sniper-type shellhound out on the road. Sato, still shaken, finally looks up like, "Wait, what kind of story is that?" The moment he hears the name, recognition hits like a spark suddenly. His mind flashes a picture of that monstrous cannon-snouted mechanical beast. He leaned in as Rock pressed on with his tale, showing how, in Fangaro, food wasn't comfort, it was survival. With the land barely producing a thing, they had to import almost everything they ate. Rock hit Sato with the truth. This story was tied straight to the problem we're facing right now, so Sato snapped, worried sick, and demanded to know how anyone could call it safe for those mechanical beasts to rampage across the highways when the whole flow of goods hangs by a thread. He went on and on, wondering out loud if this was really okay, even if the locals were already used to magical beasts roaming around while the question just kept hanging there as the weight of it hit him. Then the tale snapped into a past memory. A man with sharp teeth and glasses laid out the direct plan to strike and obliterate a magical beast's nest, hiding inside the ruins of an ancient civilization, while behind him, a grotesque horde of mechanical monstrosities writhed and churned. Amid all that chaos, the dark-haired girl stood her ground, eyes blazing and locked on her target as she made a bold proposal to someone you couldn't see, begging them to take on the terrifying request with her. In the land southwest of the old civilizations, the Fangaro ruins sit in silence right at the center of a mechanical beast factory that churns out the very monsters terrorizing the area. In Fangaro, crews occasionally storm these facilities and smash them down, forcing the mechanical beasts to drop back into dormancy, but just when everyone thinks it's over, they crawl out again, rebuild their nest, and start wrecking everything all over. Rock breaks down what's happening to Toru and confirms they've got no choice. Countermeasures are a must, because those mechanical beasts didn't just fix their facility, they wrecked everything around it, and the ones sent to repair were locals from that very region. Toru explains that the destruction plan was already on the books, but they had to yank it forward because the mechanical beast started showing up on the main highway, and he's like, of course this is exactly what happens right when the repairs are almost done. His tone sharpens the moment he lands the real point. This isn't just any production facility, it's the biggest in the whole area, and the mechanical beasts it spits out are on a whole other level. Toru calmly scans the intel, and the moment he clocks the danger level, he grimly decides it's major because the odds of death and injuries are way higher than you'd ever get in a normal dungeon crawl, and it's nowhere near as terrifying as a full, long, all-out war. Rage sharpens since the stakes are sky-high. Rock declares they'll hunt down top-tier adventurers and unleash a citywide operation at full power. Then he locks eyes with Toru and lays it out plain. He needs her help, no matter how much strength they've got. Toru hit back with a calm smile, took a steady sip from his wooden mug, and agreed because he knew the Lumi refining and customizing a magic car would eat up way too much time. So this was the cleanest, quickest move. Then he flashed a cocky grin and swore he'd never let Rock believe he was useless. He was going to prove how much their peaceful life relied on a Lumi refining. So he told Rock to stop circling the issue with his requests, and behind them the golem pilot looked completely flustered by his loud, unruly attitude. As Toru talked, Rock kept his eyes on him from afar, realizing that while Toru's look hadn't really shifted, the kid's attitude was completely different, brighter than the Toru from 8 years ago, the one he knew who would have flat-out rejected an offer like this. His eyes locked onto the table right where Toru was now sitting between two beautiful twin girls, and it hit him hard. This is not the person he'd ever pictured Toru becoming. Toru still couldn't shake his doubts, and one shaky thought hit him as he finally admitted, yeah, he'd been scared to leave the city behind. Rock's warm smile snapped his thoughts mid-sentence, and he told Toru that even if his face looked different, the person inside hadn't changed at all. Then he admitted he never figured out why Toru used to be so guarded, but seeing him finally loosen up and enjoy himself made it all worth it, leaving Toru frozen in stunned silence. Seeing the shock on his face, one of the twin daughters leaned toward him, eyes full of real worry, and quietly asked if he hated Rock. Her question hits Toru like a sucker punch, and he just freezes, flustered, stuck, and unable to speak. The twin keeps talking, saying that when they reunited she felt something weird in her gut, but she can't explain what it is. Her sister then points out the real problem. Toru might seem like a good guy, but he's so reserved that he's hard to read. He shoves their worries aside and realizes something Rock's actually a genuinely good person, and the real problem is the rivalry he keeps feeding inside his own head. That thought slams him with a gut-punch memory of a past struggle, one brutal life-or-death fight he'll never forget. The memory locks in. He was still a rookie adventurer, fighting for his life in a thick, choking forest, shouting the name of his prey, a horn rat. He remembers it like it happened yesterday, back when he was nothing but a newborn E-rank adventurer, cursing his own weakness because he couldn't even handle a low-level request without getting wrecked. His desperation hit like a punch. If he failed, he might never get back home. So he tore through everything, frantically hunting for any path back, and then he clenched his weapon, making sure his 10th horn rat kill was locked in. Long before the big conspiracies and looming threats ever showed up, his life was a non-stop fight to stay alive, always on edge, grinding through day after day in a world that wanted him dead. He remembered it like it was yesterday, so locked on surviving that he barely noticed anything around him until he stumbled on another adventurer in trouble, trapped in a tree. The guy asked if Toru had been watching him pick fruit, then grinned sheepishly like, "Wait, did you just save me?" A man dangled upside down, then roared, pure gratitude exploding out of him, and he told Toru how he'd been ambushed while picking Gonliga fruit, left totally pinned in place. And it hit him. That was the moment he first got tangled up with a man named Rock. Then it hit him Toru. He remembered how they'd first met during adventure registration and even trained side by side, and that's when he confirmed, "That's your name." The man snapped, calling Toru his savior, and swore he'd repay him for the life he saved someday. After that heartfelt confession, Toru just turned away and walked off, no words, no hesitation. As Rock walked away, his voice snapped, asking if Toru was even paying attention, so Toru whipped his head back, still rattled by that sudden gut-deep unease that hit him the second it happened. That unease crawled up from his situation. He'd been so desperate to get stronger that he refused to trust anyone, and that choice left him stranded, powerless, and completely alone. But he didn't flinch. He'd already decided to survive, to fight, and to claw his way back stronger from nothing if that's what it took, just so he could find a way home. Even after everything he did to be left alone, Rock still showed up, pushing forward like he had one mission: repay him for the rescue. With a bright grin and a thumbs up, Rock promised, "I'll buy you a meal." Even when Toru brushed him off, Rock wouldn't back away. He shadowed him everywhere, jumped in to help with every request, kept offering food, and even pressed him about his weapon, demanding to know who the blacksmith was that forged it. Toru realized Rock had always been the kind of guy who couldn't look away from someone's need, while he was the total opposite of her, always stuck right at the heart of a crowd. Looking back, he finally got it. He'd been dodging Rock for nothing, because it always found him again. Training days left him wrecked, staring exhaustion in the face, and then Rock crashed back into his life, calling out like it was inevitable. Rock thrust his hand out like he was ready to pull Toru up, asking straight away if he was okay then. With a flicker of concern, he leaned in and wondered if Toru was angry. He reached for that offered hand like it was obvious, but when he clutched his chest, a jolt of truth slammed into him. He finally got it. Right here in the present, Toru snaps out of his thoughts, realizing he'd chosen to live on his own. Yet somehow Rock had become his quiet lifeline all along. Now it hits him he can finally stand on his own, because Rock was there when it mattered. He remembered the day he couldn't even reach for the hand being offered to him. In that instant, panic for his new life hit him like a wave, so he vowed right there that he'd cut everyone off and live completely alone, a choice he sealed in his mind like it was permanent. That vow shut the door on every close bond after he fled his hometown, until Yuffie and Mayuri finally broke through. He even recalls a one-sided rivalry with Rock, and somehow, no matter what, Rock still showed him kindness. Just thinking about that humiliating past makes him flinch like it still stings. As he stumbles, the twins lean over and soften their faces, reassuring him that the person he's becoming is okay, and that now he can finally reach the hand he couldn't grab before the one he truly wanted to hold. They hook you with bright, confident grins and their promise of a guarantee. Their words hit him, and a small, relieved smile finally blooms on his lips. His memory slips away, and suddenly he's back in the present, plopped in a tavern. Rock sits across from him and demands why he's staring off into nothing. Toru finally admits he was just lost in the old days. And yeah, he couldn't stop thinking about Rock himself. He burst out with a sudden apology, admitting he'd gotten completely swept up in it. And with the table strewn with empty dishes, Rock only looked up and asked, straight up, "Are you really okay?" Yeah, when Rock's energy snapped into something sharp, his companion demanded what was wrong, but Rock swore it was nothing while that mechanical fist clenched tight like it was holding back a whole storm. Then he snapped that he was too drunk to stand, said he'd head home to crash, and before he left, he dumped a stack of papers, everything for the demon beast subjugation plan, plus the money for their meal. Toru sat alone at the table, poring over the papers, and then it hit him. These documents could lock in their whole strategy. His thoughts got yanked to a stop when the tavern door slammed open. Rock shot off one last apologetic farewell, then bolted out. He glanced at the papers again, stunned by how casually Rock had just tossed them into his hands. Under the crescent moon, he took a drink and told himself it wasn't worth losing sleep over. Yet he also knew they'd have to hammer out the demon beast subjugation plan again later. Elsewhere, Rock storms out of his meeting, then slams a heavy metallic gauntlet into the stone wall, teeth clenched tight, sweat pouring, fist crushing down as he fights an invisible strain that won't let up. The strain is brutal. His eyes sharpen behind those glasses as he mutters to himself, forcing himself through the pain, one hard breath at a time, a little more. He whips around and slips back into the tight shadows of a narrow alley, his cloak disappearing as darkness swallows him whole. Then, beneath the glow of 2 crescent moons, his strained voice rings out one final time, stretching just a bit longer. Chaos erupts as the golem pilot screams in heartbreak, her creation obliterated right in front of her, while Sato stands there sweating and slack-jawed, unable to process what just happened, and the dark-haired girl just watches, stone cold, like none of it even matters. Soon after, relief hits Sato hard as he stares out at the sprawling industrial cityscape, right after he's done with his Mia. Strolls through the building, lost in thoughts of Fangaro, how its mind-blowing refrigeration tech has spawned a crazy spread of food and drinks, to the point that he's almost forgotten he's on his way to pick up Yuffie and Mayor. Now he's got a report in hand, and when he reads it, he realizes the magic beast capture operation is raking in way more profit than he ever expected, so his mind immediately spirals to the spoils, especially how those valuable metal parts ripped from the creatures are getting split up. His eyes rake across the page, then suddenly blow wide because he just spotted something that flips the whole meaning and makes him doubt every word he's reading. One discovery rockets him into the industrial district, where thick smoke belches from the rooftops of massive workshops beneath a gloomy, cloud-choked sky. He storms up to the building, shouting for Yuffie and Mayuri, waving the papers he's been studying only to get nothing but dead silence. He looked around and found nobody, then blurted, wondering out loud if they'd skipped out, turning to show he even brought them a souvenir, lifting the little basket he had cradled in his arms. He pops up inside a basket, and the whole place is pitch black. Then a thought hits him. Maybe they've already pulled off the aluminum refinement. He lets out a shaky sigh, and a cold shiver crawls down his spine. Something about this whole mess screams wrong. So he decides to cut his losses, turns back, and heads toward his inn for now, ready to move. Suddenly, a nightmare wail blasts out from behind him, and the twins' faces twist into dark, monstrous masks, screaming for souvenirs, water, and food. Elsewhere, a half-eaten pie slumps on a plate beside a teapot, and a voice you can't see fires a sharp question. So what, in the end, you still couldn't refine that aluminum, huh? The twins, back to the size of little kids, plop at a table and devour everything in sight, while their dark-haired companion blurts out to Sato that they haven't stopped eating since they finished their work. Apologizing for the mess, Sato waves it off, but tells the twins, "Don't stuff yourselves, you'll make yourselves sick." He finally gets why they crashed, because they came armed with sodium as the reducing agent, but the salt they were handed wasn't salt at all. It was an aluminum compound that refuses to dissolve in water, so extraction is basically impossible. And as he processes it, he realizes this is the first time he's ever seen Yuffie and Mayuri fail. Talk about proof this mission was brutally hard. Everyone's huddled around this huge table, buried in tools and machine parts, and the dark-haired girl shoots Sato a sharp question. "What happened when you came back?" Sato nods and confirms it did. then smirks that maybe it was actually a good thing they botched the refining process after all. Then she drops a brand new clue rock, and the others who took part in the recent Magic Bee subjugation were handed materials tied to it. Tucked inside those documents was a wild find, a special silver that, once you scratched it and dripped mercury on it, would spit out soft, cotton-like fibers. The three girls lock eyes on that bag of white powder, and it hits them hard. The dark-haired girl snaps, panicked, because the metal that reacts like that with mercury isn't silver at all. It's aluminum. A diagram lays out the deadly chemical setup. Pure aluminum sits safe under an oxide shield until someone scratches it open. Then mercury slips in and forms an aluminum amalgam, which then snarls with the air to grow fibrous aluminum oxide. One of the twins warns that once the chain reaction kicks off, it keeps chewing through every last bit of aluminum or mercury, which is why bringing mercury into the facility is absolutely no exceptions forbidden. Sato let out a breath of relief. Turns out his modern knowledge finally mattered. He flashed back to that chemistry class, where a video showed aluminum and mercury snapping into a violent reaction, and he couldn't stop feeling grateful. The dark-haired girl next to him shrugged and admitted she never bothered to pay attention to stuff like that. Right at the worst possible moment, the truth drops, and while adventurers are still stamping their guild paperwork, the job of hunting down the magic beasts that supply this stuff is already done, but now the incidents with these creatures are exploding fast. The dark-haired girl spots something terrifying. Maybe it's the material itself, and she leans in like, what if tons of that aluminum are already being stockpiled inside a magic beast's nest? The moment he clocks the meaning, determination hardens his face, and he vows he has to go grab the mercury, handing his whole mission off to Cohen to make it happen. When he spills the plan, the twin daughters cling to him like anchors, eyes locked in determination as they demand to join the operation. The golem pilot steps into the volunteer lineup and snaps that Toru can't possibly tell aluminum apart on his own, and he sure can't lug a huge load by himself, so they're marching straight to the ruins of the old civilization, the magic beast production facility, and for that mission, her golem is non-negotiable. While one twin yanks him back and forth, ordering him to calm down, she snaps that Cohen isn't needed. Her golem is made for this, and only she can pilot it. Sato feels overwhelmed and spins with dizziness, so all he can spit out is a shaky, weak agreement. His choice to pull the others in instantly got shut down. One dark-haired girl yanked the golem pilot's face in her grip, snarling that Yuffie and Mayuri were fine, but Cohen, the pilot, was a hard no. She kept blazing through her tirade, demanding answers on why anyone would drag a non-adventurer into a magic beast nest. She even admitted the pilot had picked up real combat experience fighting monsters after arriving, something Factoru himself had noticed, but she shot it down fast, asking whether the pilot had ever been an adventurer in the first place. She pressed her point hard and spelled out the truth about their enemy. One magic beast is tough, but a whole swarm. It multiplies into exponential danger, and once they feed combat data through the control facility, their attacks lock in like a perfect plan, turning them into an almost unstoppable unknown force. She turned straight to the golem and admitted she'd already seen what it could do, but then snapped that brute strength alone wasn't the answer. An escort meant to protect you is worthless if anyone can knock it down in seconds. Her brutal verdict slammed the twins into silence, and their eyes went wide as they stared up at that monstrous machine. Sato dropped into a deep, exasperated sigh while they argued, and the dark-haired girl clocked it instantly, then calmly said, his words must be hurting him. Then she spilled her real reasoning, saying the golem was a flawless masterpiece, forged to rip materials out of the deadliest zones. It wasn't the pilot she had a problem with at all. Her fear cut deeper. She worried she'd become the one dragging him down. While she talked, the golem and its pilot waited behind everyone, the machine glowing faintly like it was ready to move. Sato shut down her worries with a rock-solid reassurance, telling her she had nothing to fear, no matter what Red Thunder was called, because he'd back both her and the golem with everything he had. Right in front of them stood the real threat, a combat-ready, versatile golem, an unstoppable ally for what came next. Sato's words hit, and then everything snapped into chaos. The huge golem slammed into the ground, instantly knocked out. Behind it, Sato stood wreathed in a swirling surge of power, while the golem's pilot and the twin sisters stared from afar, frozen in stunned silence. He stared at the wrecked construct, stunned, and when no one was watching, he admitted to himself that the result hit him harder than he ever expected. Then he whipped around to the others, and as the golem hauled itself back up, he laid out his plan. If they stuck to defense and dodged the fighting, he promised the golem would be more than enough to escort Cohen safely. His tactical assessment got interrupted by a curveball. The golem's pilot stared at him with suspicion and snapped, asking whether he'd ever truly meant to bring her along at all. The question stalled the room, and Sato plus the twins spun toward her, baffled. The golem pilot sobs, tears pouring down her face, and screams in heartbreak over her wrecked construct. She's convinced her golem is shattered while Sato and the twin daughters just stare, completely stunned. While she's sobbing, their wails keep roaring in the background as she grips her golem like it betrayed her. The twins rush in, calling out to her for Cohen's sake, but she won't hear a word. Sato jumps in next, insisting he only meant to blow something away, not smash her machine to pieces. She whips around, rage twisting her face, and hurls a storm of insults at Sato, screaming that he's a loud, stupid fool and that he's got zero intelligence at all. The tirades fade as they finally reach their destination, and one of the twins yells that they're here, telling Cohen to finally calm down. Heavy breaths rattle in her chest, but that scorching peak of anger finally eases now. She just stares ahead with a simmering, unshakable glare. Sato creeps up to her carefully, apologizing as he goes, and admits he meant to hold back but thinks he may have pushed it too far. Then the golem pilot turns her head, a hot blush flooding her cheeks, while her golem just stands there in total silence. Her apology leaves her frozen, pouting, cheeks puffed up with silent outrage, and Sato just watches, thinking her anger comes straight from a kid who's mad in the classroom. He awkwardly stands there while one twin points out that for Cohen to even need something as rare as a loomie for her golem, it has to be real love. The words hit Cohen, and she gently cups her hands against her golem's chassis, her face melting into pure, deep affection, while Sato and the twins stand frozen, stunned by the tenderness that just burst out of her. Her thoughts tumble straight back to childhood, back when she first climbed into the pilot seat of a golem, and pure joy lit her up like nothing else. She swears she still remembers it being a tiny baby in her parents' arms, her dad a magician, and her mom whispering that their love would last forever. But that sweetness curdled fast. Her father hooked up with someone else and then vanished on the spot, leaving her with nothing. Then the accident hit. She could only stand there, eyes wide as everything around her shattered in a brutal storm of metal and stone. Right then, a child's despair sank its claws in. She started to believe that humans, always shifting and vanishing, can't be loved for real. She stood next to that giant, motionless machine, and grief just hung there then. Even in that emptiness, a connection started to spark. Even with that heartbreak tearing her apart, she finally understood something that hit her like a wave of tears. No matter what happens, the goal is the one thing that will always stay with her. She clung to that idea like it was truth carved in stone, real, eternal, and never changing. Then, as the memory faded, she just stood there in the present, eyes distant, while Sato and the twins watched her with growing worry. Sato finally broke the silence and, right in that moment, understood her fierce attachment to the golems and why she seemed to run from people. He asked if that was exactly why she'd been acting that way. His words snapped the air. She whirled around and fired back that it wasn't like anyone could be a golem, then brushed off the prototypes and the little toys she'd sold to the city as nothing but failures, making it crystal clear they weren't her kind of work at all. She leaned in and her voice softened as she stared at the case in her hands, admitting that the eternal, unchanging love she craved was still a goal she couldn't reach yet. With that, she popped open the case, and inside, a glowing screen lit up everything. Sato and the twins froze, staring in disbelief, because the moment they saw it, shock and pure confusion hit them at the same time. Cohen and the others froze as the case clicked open. No screen at all, just a sparkling pile of magic stones, and Cohen snapped that they were the cores of every golem she'd ever built. Sato couldn't hide her shock at the sheer pile of them, and Cohen admitted the ugly truth. Sure, she could forge top-tier golems that spot objects on command, but after long use, every single one snaps and goes berserk. She broke down the real problem. If the core stone's magic output even twitches, it's game over. Those high-performance golems can't handle it. And that tiny instability, not a basic malfunction, is the most likely trigger that turns them into rampaging monsters. She spoke up, pointing at the fresh white golem planted beside her, saying it should be safe for now since it had just been finished. Then her face fell as she remembered all the golems she'd loved that had finally snapped and gone berserk. She cracked and revealed why she built this golem in the first place, because she wanted to choke off even the tiniest bit of its magic drain. She hunted for a tough but feather-light material called almi. His face changed the second her words hit, and Sato tightened his fist. Realizing this golem wasn't like the others, now he finally got why she came to him with that request. She snapped her gaze away, cheeks burning with a fresh blush as she begged them, then quickly apologized for rambling. Cohen admitted that making something eternal feels miles off, but she's not stopping now before she has to say goodbye to this brand new creation. She wants to forge the best one yet. So she fired off the question, would they let her along with her golem join them on a magic bee subjugation mission? Sato thinks her proposal feels like a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek, while the twin sisters beside him trade a quiet, knowing look. Then the golem just stays frozen and silent, its optical sensors switched off. His nerves melt into a confident grin as he reaches out his hand. Then he fully agrees with what he'd figured all along. Her golem is more than enough to handle magic beasts and will be a huge help in getting the almi transported. And with that, he officially welcomes her to the team. Their hands slam together, sealing the new partnership the second she accepts his offer. With the deal finally sealed, the twins lock in a quiet, thoughtful look like they're already planning their next move. Sato clocks their silence, turns to them, and asks what's been spinning in their head. One twin blurts out the idea they're both thinking if they pump the golem's magic stone full of their power, they should be able to test whether its stability holds. Cohen shuts that idea down fast, saying it's not that simple. Cohen points out they've had plenty of chances to tap magic stones directly, but they never even realized you could fuse a stone with a magic beast core. And if all it took was just dumping magic into it? She laughs at how they'd be instantly solving the world's energy crisis too, not just cracking one goal. The twins stare at the monster of a task in front of them, and one blurts out, "Think about it, whole nations have thrown everything they've got into cracking the secret to charging magic stones, and still, none of it works." Then it hits them. This isn't some simple problem, it's way more tangled than they ever imagined. Their faces harden with pure resolve now that they've locked in their role in the operation to crush the magic mechanical beast nest. They waste no time and start prepping with full force the very next day. For days, the city's industrial heart thundered with clangs and chaos, and the seconds kept ticking closer to the mission's appointed moment. On the day of the operation, a huge swarm of adventurers crowds the city square, and the air practically crackles with anticipation. Thousands of armored fighters stand shoulder to shoulder, all staring down the battle that's about to explode. In the crush of the crowd, warriors stared ahead with grim resolve and jittery nerves, gripping themselves tight because trouble was coming fast. Poru stands there, gripping his weapon tight, while the white Almi Seeker golem looms at his side, twin sisters right behind it, everyone locked in, ready to carry out the subjugation mission. When a nearby mission comes calling, Cohen locks in with an intense, focused stare, while her massive dark golem swells behind her like a living shadow. The day of reckoning is finally here. Sato clocks it immediately right before the group heads out. Mary and Yuffie are so tense, tiny horns start poking from their heads. He asks what's wrong, pointing out they've been at it for days and look like they haven't slept a wink. Then he tells them to breathe and not worry, promising he'll take care of any fatigue, and that reassurance finally eases the fear in their eyes. That tiny moment is just a slice of the bigger chaos, an army of adventurers stomping deeper into a thick, suffocating forest, their faces set with grit and fear tangled together. As they stride on, the golem pilot and Cohen hear the twins blaring like a marching band, and Cohen snaps at them to keep it down. Then she tells them, straight up, that every real adventurer has to learn how to rest whenever they get the chance. Sato swivels to Rock and demands to know what he was up to during the rest, because this looks like the kind of special trick you don't just casually stumble into. We erupted into a hearty laugh, confirming he really was slammed. Then he told us he'd been sharing his combat data on the demon beasts with the other adventurers. He hammers out his strategy, warning that a long fight will crush them, so the smart play is for everyone to pore over the data ahead of time and crush this fast and clean with the fewest casualties possible. Then his mind snaps back a few minutes earlier, when he happily introduced himself to Koan and said how thrilled he was to finally meet her. With a bright cheer, she greets the golem pilot and blurts out how grateful he is that she hauled Toru's golem along. Just hearing that makes his eyes light up. He can't believe he's getting to see the city's top Magitech masterpiece up close, calling it a real honor, then laughs and jokes that the two of them together are basically an over-party. Pilot isn't buying it for a second. She's seething inside, furious that this city crew is attaching themselves to her mission like they own the place. Rock lets out a booming laugh as the player shrugs off her hostility, playing into the fact that he's known as a troublemaker and daring her to prove her beef with actions if she's truly that bothered. Yet the pilot stays totally stone cold, refusing to give him so much as a flicker of acknowledgement. Other adventurers stare on in silence. One of the twin sisters leans in and hushes the pilot, then whispers that if this guy really is the city's #1 adventurer, her trust is already cracking. The group surges forward until a blindfolded adventurer blurts out the truth after the Fingaro incident. The demon bees' numbers are all over the place, so gathering materials is a nightmare, and now the streets are swarming with fresh, clueless adventurers. Doc tells him he saw this disaster coming, so he risked it all and shared his data because without real combat experience, the rookie death toll would be horrifying, and he's not about to let that happen just so someone can cash in. While all this unfolds, a crew of battle-scarred veterans stand their ground, declaring with absolute certainty that Rock's leadership and razor-sharp strategy in that brutal past fight cut their losses to under half. And to them, he's not just good, he's a real hero of the city. That explanation barely put a dent in Cohen's fury. She snapped, muttered that she wasn't about to get scolded just because she'd built a humanoid golem, and yeah, she stayed shut in. Her voice shot higher as she dared the adventurers to face her, then snapped, "You want to see if my golem's nothing but a doll?" Behind her, her towering creation filled the air, and one of the twin sisters begged everyone to settle down, while a hardened veteran blared, "Stop this!" Right before the argument could spiral out of control, Rock stepped in fast, clapped a hand on the veteran's shoulder, and slammed the brakes on the whole fight, ordering everyone to stop squabbling before the operation even started. Then he shifted his focus to Cohen, smirk twitching across his face, and sneered that it was a shame she'd spiraled so badly he had to step in. His teasing grin crumbled into cold, grim resolve, and he told her that when the operation was done, she'd better brace herself because whatever came next was coming fast. Sensing the tension crackle in the air, Toru stepped in and set it straight. Rock was the real backbone of the Fangaro adventures, both strategic and heart-deep, and their success proved just how well they'd been trained. Then Toru wheeled on Cohen and demanded she take a hard look at what she'd been doing. She listened, and the annoyance on her face didn't budge. She muttered under her breath that packing something with power that overwhelming was nothing but pure showboating, and a complete waste. When she gets called a burden, she snaps back and lays out her reason. Toru just stares like, "Wait, what?" And then she explains it clearly. The overparty is powered by the magic stone inside her. She blurts it out without that magic. The golem is nothing but scrap iron, and even her high-purity magic stones won't last forever, plus the maintenance bills are brutal. So while everyone else can handle the work with their own hands, she takes the job herself to save the money. As she talks, Toru freezes, stunned by how petty she sounds, but Rock stays cool and cuts in, saying Cohen actually knows his stuff. Rock admits it's only natural to try fresh techniques on a golem, even if they haven't worked yet. Then he shuts it down and grins. "All right, let's split into groups." At his command, they snap into position, then the whole crew rockets through the dense forest, sprinting like their lives depend on it. As they sprint, Toru shouts that the mission's locked in. This is their destruction squad, and their job is simple: seize that facility just like the plan said. Rock snatches the lead and lays out the plan once the other magic beasts send their signal. They're going to storm the control facility. He pushes forward, saying the wolf squad will surge in next and smash the ruins fast because it's the perfect way to scramble the enemy's magic machines and stop their combat data from piling up. The twin sisters light up and agree right away, and Rock grins like, "This is it, our part matters, and it could decide whether the whole crew survives." He stops their charge in the thick forest, a smug grin curving his lips. Then he shoots a quick look at Toru and tells her off before anything moves again, her face still locked in hard focus. As he talks, everyone else stays razor alert, especially the golem pilot, boxed in by her towering machine and the twin daughters, who warns them to keep their guard up so no one gets ambushed from behind. Her warning hits right on time because right then, the reason they stopped shows up. A hulking monster creature slams itself in their path. Toru steps forward, his ring-like weapon materializing on command, and tells them they've got to clear the way first. A grotesque beast, multi-eyed mask flashing, jagged teeth dripping, throws its head back and rips the air with a guttural roar, but Rock just stands there, staring with unsettling calm. It lunges forward and hammers the ground with those club-like appendages, smashing down with brutal force. Then the impact detonates a shockwave of dust and debris into the air. That brutal hit jolts one of the twins so hard her eyes flare wide with alarm, but Rock's grin never wavers. His eyes stay locked past the punch and straight to a far-off tower on the horizon. His confidence hits the mark because the beast abruptly slams the brakes, tilts its head, and lets out a low, wary question, like it can't believe the group isn't striking back. That club is enormous. Rock's armored gauntlet clamps down on its swinging arm and stops it cold, and with a smug smirk, Rock leans in, asking if that's really all the creature's got. His grip clamps down harder, and the gauntlet plates grind into the beast's tough hide. The monster snaps into action with a brutal, furious roar, and its huge mouth gapes wide as pure rage pours out. Unfazed, he hammers his other fist forward, slamming the trapped limb with a brutal blast that rips the ground apart under them. From a safe distance, Toru can only gawk in stunned disbelief, staring at the pure, crushing brute force taking over everything. He snaps back to the present as another of the beast's arms whips out, and with a lightning move he steers his skeletal mount through the air, barely dodging the brutal sweep. Right above the creature, he hangs upside down like a threat made, flesh eyes flashing as he dares it to follow, and down below the beast gets pinned in a web of targeting lines, its doom looking sealed. He vaulted over the traps just as they snapped shut, chains screaming through the air and crystal shards bursting apart where he landed. He landed beside Rock and watched his plan snap into place. Rock erupted in laughter, praising how perfectly this matched Red Thunder's brilliant strategy, while Toru smirked and reminded him that this wasn't some cheap iron arm, but a full-blown masterpiece. As soon as he finished speaking, the golem in the trap snapped on its core defenses. Those two massive chainsaws roared to life, their teeth spinning into a deadly blur. The blades crash shut and trap the multi-armed beast between them, and its hardened faceplate fractures and shatters as the roaring chains grind in with brutal, unstoppable force. In Islation Golem, the whole modified combat was steered by Cohen once her giant chainsaw arm creation stood ready. She leaned in, fixed the doomed creature with a dead stare, and ordered it coldly to rip itself apart. Staring at the screen, Rock blurted that it was a killer trump card, and Toru admitted he'd commissioned that very version on the fly, then hammered it with a bunch of upgrades while they were prepping. Somewhere out of sight, a stranger watched the fight glasses, and all thinking the chaos would hit the twins too, until his grin snapped into shock at what he spotted next. On the battlefield, one of the twin daughters gets slammed to the ground, her whole body rigid as she cranes her head up, staring down an enemy she can't even see. Her whole fight boils down to this hulking, armored insectoid monster, and she's fighting for every inch, clutching her spear shaft like a lifeline, while its horned head drives down with brutal, crushing force. Her sister jumps into the fight too, and the combined force barely manages to stop the creature's advance, while Toru wipes it out with total ease. The rest of them are still barely hanging on, because this beast is on a whole other level than anything they've faced before. These enemies are called magic mechanical beasts. Toru peers at the image of their dark, skeletal shapes, and a jolt hits him as he realizes the living monsters he's faced here aren't anything like what he thought he knew. In a quiet clearing, he sits down with the twins and presses them to think about why living things do what they do. Then he throws the real question when creatures clash. Isn't it usually for survival, for food, to guard their turf, or to chase reproduction? A little white, fox-like creature sits nearby and backs him up, saying that fighting to survive is the usual way, but then it snaps that the magic mechanical beasts are something else entirely. Toru listens with a serious, locked-in stare. He breaks it down and straight up says the worst part isn't just how dangerous these beasts are, it's how totally unlike anything else they are. With ice-cold certainty, he declares that the magic mechanical creatures were built to kill, they eat to kill, they spread their territory to kill, and they breed to kill even more. Everything they do is nothing but slaughter. With their grim truth sinking in, the twin sisters steel themselves for battle. One whispers that if they're going to survive, they can't act like separate people at all. They have to fuse into one unstoppable force. Right in front of them, a hulking armored insectoid planted itself, its white carapace flashing in the gaps between the weaker skeletal beasts that circled it. They lunge into the fight, pole arms smashing in from both sides like a pincer attack, and the creature snaps back immediately, its segmented armor curling into a tight defensive ball that hurls their assault back. Not even the botched attack phases them. One sister doubles down on their plan, insisting they commit fully to their synchronized strategy. She leans in, eyes locked, as the beast uncurls again and fully reveals its form. They seized the opening and unleashed a combined, gut-punching attack that slammed into the creature's armor with explosive force. Their motions snap into perfect sync, bodies soaring through the air as they slam their weapons together, pouring all their strength into one brutal, piercing strike. Their synchronized strikes land true. Both polearms slam into the armored insectoid's carapace with crushing force, while Tora watches from just a few steps away. The creature gets slammed deep into the ground, its whole body violently shuddering from the hit. Then one of the sisters snaps that their sacrifice can't be brushed off. Her triumphant declaration gets yanked away the second her eyes go wide and alarm hits her like a shockwave. The defeated insectoid's body erupts into a brutal, pitch-black blast, smashing straight into both sisters before they can react, swallowing them whole in the explosion. From a safe distance, Toru watches the chaos unfold, and a heavy truth settles in his chest. He finally sees what's different about this thing. It doesn't fight to survive or win. It fights with one cold, unstoppable purpose: to kill. He finally gets why that single focus matters, and the moment it clicks, the blast detonates and hurls the two warriors through the air like projectiles. When the smoke finally thins out, they stagger onto their feet, two sisters landing in a scorched crater where that creature used to be, bruised to the bone but refusing to quit. They were warned to stay brutally careful in real combat. Then the words came roaring back as a fresh wave of magic mechanical beasts surged in, their armored bodies and blazing glowing eyes locking onto their targets. Even with this fresh danger looming, the twin sisters lock eyes grim and determined, then steady themselves for their next fight. From a distance, Rock shouts to them, worry snarling in his voice, but his view is blocked by a smaller skeletal beast with a whip-like tail that's standing right between them. He instantly sizes up the enemy tough defensive brutes, fast gap-closing attackers, and the new nightmare-wide-range self-destruct magic beasts. Rock turns to Toru and goes, "Seriously, for someone who's supposed to be a total problem, you're getting way too deep into this." Toru just smirks. Dark energy wisps curl from his arm and says calmly, "I am." One twin stays calm and says, "Since this was our first time battling these magic mechanical beasts, we were just gauging them." Then she smirks, because once they've figured out their enemies, the fight is about to flip completely. Toru hears her confident declaration and instantly flashes a huge, eager grin. Then he yells at Yuffie to go on, step up, and show them what she's got. With a sharp crack of her call, Mary, one of the sisters, threw herself into magic, and water exploded up from the ground in wild, lightning-fast tendrils. That first surge finally snaps into a finished enchantment and insane water magic force that churns around both Yuffie and Mayuri, and once they lock in with fierce focus, They unleash their combined technique like a blazing, flowing water dance. A skeletal beast rockets forward, its clawed foot crashing into the ground, and right on cue, Mayuri and Yuffie throw up their hands, bright, glowing, and fierce, pulling a swirling water vortex to life between them as grim determination hardens their faces. While they hammer away at the skeletal creature, the armored insectoid snaps into action, slamming its massive shelled body into one of the sisters, and the brutal impact whips her off her feet. From far away, Toru just stands there. Stone still, then a dark, thick liquid like ink surges upward, gathers into one mass, and starts forming into a weapon right in front of him. The inky thing fully solidifies in an instant, then lashes out with terrifying force, cracking the skeletal beast's skull and splitting its torso. Wide open bones and shattered metal burst through the air while the twins stare at the brutal rescue. They finally process what's happening. Then a sticky, web-like sludge blasts up from the ground and catches one of the twins, slamming her onto the earth as she thrashes, her face tightening with pure determination. Her sister barrels in beside her, and together they smash into another skeletal beast. One drives a spear forward, the other whips the water into deadly control, coordinated strikes grinding down the creature's defenses. Wide-eyed and trembling, the trapped twin gapes at the nightmare around her, knowing it's getting deadly fast while beside her, her sister's face hardens with iron resolve, ready to take on the last threats all by herself. She lunges to protect her trapped sibling, swatting away the little skeletal beasts, while a massive armored insectoid barrels in its horn, thrust out like a spear. The insectoid rockets forward at horrifying speed, its huge horn slicing through the air straight toward the defenseless pair. As the horn drops, poised to unleash, the trapped twin stays stuck below pure, helpless prey, while her sister braces herself, ready to slam into that deadly strike. With one explosive burst of will, she smashes the crystal web, pinning her down. Bright light erupts, the trap falls apart, and she's freed with just seconds to spare. Reunited, the sisters snap back into perfect rhythm pole arms interlocked as one, spinning a slick defensive arc that knocks away every skeleton crawling toward them. Their combined momentum crashes into a massive sphere of destructive energy, blasting wide open and shredding the armored insectoid's carapace, while the last skeletal beasts get wiped out in a blinding, unstoppable burst, an instant where one of the twin smiles shines with pure triumph. They unleashed their combined power, an exploding vortex of energy tore through the battlefield, carving a brutal, wide path of destruction. The attack crashed into an armored insectoid and tore its shell apart, erupting into a violent burst of dark energy. As the dust finally cleared, thorny vines burst up from the ground and yanked one of the sisters into their grip. A masked man had launched the strike, arms flung wide while a skeletal mechanical beast loomed beside him. The other twin only stared, and her face hardened the moment she clocked this brand new threat. The mechanical minions lay shattered and crushed, broken and defeated by the twins' first savage strike. With his beast crushed, the masked man flared up in a blazing aura, and the uncaptured twin snapped her weapon up, ready to clash head-on. She shot forward in a blur, her weapon hacking through the wreckage and cutting down every last threat in her way. With the chaos finally dying down, the masked man stomped his heel down, crushing a tiny ornate cylinder beneath his foot. As he watched, the twins broke free and sprang into motion. Her eyes burning with fury, she hurled herself through the air with her spear pointing straight down at the skeletal mechanical beast crawling beneath them. She barreled straight into the chaos like a living tornado, and while her sister was stuck in those vicious thorny vines, she fought like her life depended on it, tearing through the masked man's minions. Suddenly, the ground detonated with a roaring explosion, blasting the mechanical creatures apart in a storm of fire and shrapnel, while the warrior twin was ripped through the air and hurled backward by the shockwave. A brutal downpour slammed out of nowhere, and the rain came down hard, soaking the quiet foliage clean in seconds. Moments later, the rain kept hammering down while the two sisters finally stood side by side. Again, the masked man and his creatures were gone. One twin gripped her spear, and the other, now unbound, stretched her arms high overhead like she'd taken no damage at all. She tightened her grip on the spear shaft, and the click of her hand sliding along the wood sliced right through the ring. They locked eyes, faces set, resolve unshaken. The ambush was done, but their journey was just getting started. While the twins clash in their combat trial, their instructor leans in, grinning like he's watching art. He bursts out laughing at their rock-solid defensive technique that channels compressed water flow, and then tells Toru it doesn't just protect them, it cranks up their attack power too. One of the sisters unleashes this power in full. Her moves glide and snap with terrifying precision because she knows their real edge comes from syncing up their vision and turning the battlefield into a weapon. Even with her talent, the instructor rips into Toru's performance, pointing out that the enchantment takes way too long to kick in and their footwork is still sloppy, which drags the whole fight out, then slams them with a score of 70. The twins, though, are bouncing with joy after their magic machine subjugation trial, cheering that this win finally puts them at the same rank as Toru. Then he shifts his focus to Toru and tells him that, before they move a single step forward, he'll have to go through special training, and the moment the words hit, Toru is completely blindsided. The instructor whips a finger at the sky right where a fresh plume of smoke just rockets up, and the whole party, Cohen the golem pilot included, snaps into formation. With everyone geared up, he barks the command to slip into the ruins of the old civilization, and the moment they cross into those thick woods, the mission kicks off. Their destination rose ahead, an ice-cold modern building with sharp lines that totally clashed with the wild, untamed wilderness all around. The infiltration crew finally hits the edge of the ruins. Toru bursts ahead, the twins' sisters crowding close with spears up and ready. Right behind them, Cohen stomps forward with her massive golem, charging up the ruined, overgrown stone steps toward the thing waiting just beyond. Staring them down is a silent, abandoned city tower after tower of cold, monolithic stone clawing at the cloudy sky, its endless slit window facades offering zero life, like a concrete ghost town that nature has already swallowed whole. Toru stands before the ruins of an ancient civilization, soaking it all in. He'd heard about this place, but seeing it hits different. It's got this sharp, unnatural beauty, and the whole area is so spotless there isn't even a single fallen leaf, like someone has been maintaining it forever. As the group keeps moving, he blurts out his confusion. Why on earth are the city's heavy-duty cleaning and maintenance machines still polishing those ruins of a civilization they supposedly wiped out? The logic just slips right through his fingers. Mary and Yuffie twin sisters murmur back and forth, and you can tell they're synced. This chaos is a disaster, sure, but it's a disaster they're going to straighten out, their faces split between biting anxiety and iron resolve. Right when the quiet tension finally settles, Cohen whips around to Toru with an impatient glare, then Toru snaps, "We're out of time," and makes it clear she's done with hunting Almi. All she cares about is grabbing construction materials from the warehouse, and she practically orders him to move faster, like they're seconds away from disaster. Her words hang in the air as the party marches into a long, sterile corridor inside the control facility, empty, identical, and dragging them toward a stretch of darkness ahead. Rock whirled around to face them, saying their run had been smooth so far, because other adventurers had already pulled the magic machine's attention off them, but then he warned them, "The real trouble starts right now." He confirms what we agreed on. No magic machines are hidden in this facility, and right as he says it, something else is waiting. Then a brutal flash of brilliant light erupts at the far end of the corridor, and Toru snaps into full focus, eyes narrowing at that sudden, unknown presence. A brilliant flash snapped into a blazing projectile, streaking straight at the group. Then the mechanical man drove forward, swinging that massive metal arm just in time and taking the hit, blocking the blast and shielding his companions from the sudden impact. That tiny glowing sphere shaped like a projectile exploded to pieces right in his brutal grip, and Rock just stared on with a grim face, eyes locked tight on where the attack came from. Then gaze snapped his attention down the long, dark corridor where the attack first erupted until the only thing left behind were fading wisps of energy from a shattered sphere. He crept forward, and the hallway's layout snapped into view, wall after wall packed with identical rectangular compartments, each one staring back with a tiny, dark hole in the middle. Toru walked beside the Rock as he pointed out every detail around them, saying this was an old civilization's defense system built to stop rampaging magic beasts, and once it detects intruders, it automatically fires off to intercept and wipe them out, so they had better stay razor alert. He pointed out that every compartment stacked along those walls wasn't just storage, it was actually the turrets that powered this deadly system. Sensing danger closing in, he skidded to a halt and flung his arms wide, then bellowed at the others, "Get behind him, or face death." He braced himself as the corridor tore open with a blinding flash of light. Then one burst detonated into a non-stop onslaught, turrets all firing at once, projectiles screaming through the tight passage like a living storm. They slammed into an unseen barrier, exploding in a non-stop, ear-shattering barrage. Blows kept landing one after another, blasting up a choking cloud of smoke and dust that wiped everything from sight. When the smoke finally cleared, the whole crew was still standing untouched, huddled behind the golem's broad back as the air buzzed with leftover power. Toru spotted the stray shots and realized they weren't enchanted at all, just plain metal slugs. Then it hit him. If it was only metal, his magnetic force could yank them around like they were nothing. He slipped out from behind their shield and reached forward, then tendrils of dark, crackling energy erupted from his palm, snatching the incoming slugs mid-flight and wrenching them off course with brutal force. The barrage finally died down, and the whole corridor went dead silent, walls and ceiling torn into twisted metal and busted machinery, like the defense system had snapped and started wrecking itself, carving a path of destruction straight through. He spun toward the rock, sneering that he only wanted to slip through the mess he now calls garbage. And then he explained it plain all those magic beasts they fought were just a distraction. This was about placing the right person in the right spot. And when it was all said and done, he admitted he was glad he'd come along, even if he was basically just a rock. As they talk, the golem pilot grumbles about the noise, and then it hits the old civilization's countermeasures weren't stopping the magic beasts at all. They were turning into the very monsters still guarding these ruins. The floor was carpeted in broken defense parts, and one of them blurted, shaking, "What in the world happened while the old civilization was gone?" Their theories die the second they spot their target. There it is, humming with ancient power the core of the control facility, a giant monster of machinery wrapped in massive dish-like structures. The twins can't contain their excitement. They point out this is where battle data from every magic beast nearby gets gathered and shared, and even Toru, who's seen control facilities before, reels when he lays eyes on the sheer scale of it, calling it a superclass installation on the spot. He admits he wants to get a closer look at the machinery, but snaps himself back and declares their real mission is swift destruction. Then he whips around to the others and shouts for them to start immediately, before the magic beasts adapt to what's happening inside that facility. Rock snaps to attention, lifting his massive mechanical hand like a signal, and the tiny crew huddles together before the giant silent core, ready to dive into the work. He strode steadily toward the massive control core, his mechanical hand up and ready, while Toru trailed behind him shouting his name in pure confusion, asking what was going on until Rock didn't even look back, just flatly saying it was no good after all. His face tightened, and a cold glint of grim determination flashed in his eyes. With a sharp whir of servos, his mechanical hand snapped shut into a rock-solid armored fist. He shot forward and slammed his fist straight into the ancient device's core, and the impact exploded outward an earth-shaking blast of energy as metal finally collided with ancient tech. The recoil slammed into him like a wrecking ball, blasting him backward across the chamber floor while the twin daughters watched from safety. With everything exploding out of nowhere, Toru froze and stared as chaos erupted around him. Then, twins and the golem looming behind his back, he snapped around and roared, demanding to know what Rock was trying to do. Rock's broken mechanical hands twitched and spat sparks, and when he glanced down, he spoke to Toru in a low voice, admitting he felt awful for him, and that he really, truly prayed it wouldn't end like this. He stands amid the wreckage of betrayal, and his left hand is now locked inside a towering metal gauntlet. Then he glares down, swallows his fear, and begs, "Kill me right now."